Alright, let's stop lamenting the art and get back to it then. It's it's bagpipes in Bordeaux, but people are saying it's more Bordeaux in Bordeaux, or kilts in Kent. Anything but setting foot in France, actually. We've not yet gotten that far. Once upon a time we had some land in France, but we sold it out. And I maintain that was a good decision. We needed that money to... okay, never ever hover over that coalition tooltip. It's not a happy one. If we need coalition information, we click here and then we whimper. Because it's, Well, if you're not familiar with the tooltip, if it's blue or green, you're safe for now. If it's the darker it gets, the more antagonism you built up. But when it makes this shade, it means they're able to coalition you due to high antagonism. 50 or above to join the coalition. Below 40 to drop out of it, although I don't see a lot of that. And then if it's deep red, they're already in the coalition. That's a problem. I assume you're very much aware of how improving relations reduces antagonism. Really? I never would have known. How could I have possibly known that my lifeblood would be improving relations to get rid of antagonism? Yeah, it's the one thing keeping France off my back. And that's funny, because I wanted to talk a bit about France before we started off today. So when we finished up last time, we finished our triumphant war over England. They are well and truly clipped. Their wings are truly clipped. And in a fair fight, I'm pretty sure that England is just going to die to me next turn. The goal really is to full annex them, so that I can inherit all of their subjects as my subjects. And even though that's going to put me under immense struggle with diplomatic capacity, which isn't updated yet, I reckon as long as I hold the United Kingdom, all I need to do is chill out for a couple of decades, solidify my grip, integrate, culturally enrich, you know the deal, until I can feel really good about the land that I hold here, and then I need to start outscaling France, because as the game correctly identifies, we are much weaker than them. Yeah, apparently I've got 1/3 of their land strength. Wow, would you look at that? I got more manpower. Unthinkable. Like 1/10 of the income? Well, that's bad. That is sad. 1/3 of the population. Yeah, we have problems compared to France, is what we're getting at. But yes, the funny thing there is that when we finished off last time, I noted that I was able to do something that tickled my bits, and that is go to the Bank of France and say, hey, France, would you like to own a crappy little farm in England? And they say, yes, we take it for a lot of money despite the territorial distance. And the fun thing is, if I sold them some of this land, and I'd probably rather sell them the less desirable land like Heath, because Hastings is a better province and produces iron, then there would no longer be territorial distance, and I could start selling them the inners of England. There is a problem with that. There is a very, very big reason why I'm not going to do that. Even though it looked like I was ready to click the button at the end of last stream, I could sense an element of danger, and it wasn't just the idea that France would have a toehold in Britain. It was something a little hidden, and I'm glad I found this out. So, antagonism affects different nations differently. Oh yeah, what a surprise. The Golden Horde doesn't care about what I do over here in Britain. There is distance, but there is another thing about it, and that is the amount that antagonism affects opinion. You'll see that the 100 antagonism that France has gives them minus 191 opinion with me, but England's 500 antagonism gives them 1,676 with me. Okay, the numbers are wildly different, but there's a scaling issue here. Why is that, I hear you ask? Only because I've posed the question here. There are factors upon which antagonism is affected by. So normally one antagonism gives minus 4 opinion, but because we share an international organization, in this case it is the Catholic Church, it's reduced. France has a further reduction, and this reduction is based on something that is counterintuitively called neighbor. Incorrectly spelt neighbor, there should be a U there. Minus 33% is a pretty big deal, because combined that more than halves the antagonism impact on relations, and as long as relations is above 0, I am under the impression that a nation will not coalition you. Smugly camping on the Isles? I thought you were supposed to improve England, not become... I get so much bloody flack, right? I'm Moray here. 40 years ago, all I held was this. And now people are saying, oh, why are you not taking on France? You know, I've got some people playing baby nations like the Netherlands, sucking their thumb for 250 years, unable to even say a bad word against France. And here I am, 40 years of being the Highland Hillbillies, and people are expecting me to be camping out in Paris. Just can't catch a bloody break with this game. Anyway, the thing is, if I were to give this land over to France, they would become my neighbor, counterintuitively getting rid of the neighbor reduction to antagonism's impact on relations. What does that mean? That means that this giant problem would become most likely leader of the coalition against me. And I suspect that would cost me more than I would make selling them the land. Because I'm not going to stop battering England until there is no England left. You think France is just going to let that slide, especially when they become my actual territorial neighbor? I rather think they would. Yeah, I'm not putting up with that. Not even from you, Tark. Take a seat. Yeah, I don't think they'd stand up for that. So as alluring as the almost infinite amount of ducats I could get out of France is, I think I'm going to make do with the hemorrhaging cash that I have right now and rely a bit upon myself before I go crawling to the Bank of France. In the meantime, let's clear away all these rather unnecessary alerts. I don't really care about education for my children. I'm not going to form Alba. I'm well aware I have unused trade capacity. So many bleeding alerts. On the one hand, I'm glad there were alerts. On the other hand, could I please just dismiss the ones I don't like and stop having them coming back? Geez, Jake, it's been almost 50 years. Why aren't you seizing Berlin with breech-loaded artillery? First we need to move my liquor cabinet towards Berlin, 6 feet at a time. Right, what are we going to do? Well, we definitely need to solidify our holdings on what we just took, because it's all very revolting, and although it looks well controlled, it will not remain that way. I even have to part with London. Although I won't do so just yet. I can park my army on it and still drip out a little bit of cash from it, I'm sure. So. I need to figure out a few administrative hurdles here. I definitely can't just hold on to this land. I suppose I could actually, but I don't want to deal with a full revolt here, and I want the extra oomph that I get from some smaller English vassals. Let them start coring the land, culturally enrich them when the time comes. And when I get to integrating them, I'll want to start with London and then go around London so that I have the strong core first and then go out with. So it stands to reason I want to give up lands in and around London first. The problem is, London will take forever for anybody to core. It's a big old city, and as you saw when we had Tver as our subject over in Russia when playing the Golden Horde, they took forever to core Muscovy, because cities are a big deal to core. Does it actually tell us how much? Not unless I were to start coring them, I think. So yeah, there we go. Speed of integration gets halved here. And it's already going to be a big deal to integrate this. So. How do we deal with that? Well, it would be useful if we had somebody that already had a core on London to spit out as a subject. But the only person with a core here is England. What the heck is this? Oh, the Hanseatic League have a building here. And so did Peruzzi. That explains why they wanted to coalition me so quickly. I do love some Blackadder there, Admira. Right, so if English have a core, then that kind of puts me out of luck for getting a subject here, except there is a way to force a core for another nation on this. How do we know that? It's because Boston is a core of Chester. How is such a thing possible? Well, when you get the uprisings, they get a core on a land that they uprise with, and they seem to be keeping it. So here's my proposition. I will let the English rise up. That will, assuming it's Chester that re-rises up and not... Well, I don't know who else it could be. There are no other English tags, are there? Well, not ones that don't exist. Because even... Who's this? No, that's March. I thought there was a Leinster around. Not the Irish one, but... Well, whatever. Should give Chester a core over here. And that means I'll be able to spit Chester out, as long as I don't give them other things to spit out over here. Not an immediate priority, but it's something I need to plan for, and it's something I need to plan the other subjects being dispatched for. So. The priority is to take care of things around London. I think I will put out a Sussex subject. And in general, I think I want my subjects to have 2 provinces. In an ideal world, they only have 1. But the more I gob out, the more diplomatic capacity it's going to cost me. And I think in time it will severely cost me. So what am I thinking? I think first I'll do Bristol together with Somerset, Sussex and Surrey, and maybe Cambridge with Suffolk. Norfolk is very populous, so it's a bit awkward to spit out. But I certainly want to spit out subjects that have the forts, otherwise I need to destroy them so the rebels don't get them. Growing up, Season 4 was my least favourite. In retrospect, it was probably the best, says Sludge from Blackadder. It has been a very long time since I've seen any of that. Yeah, being out of Britain does that to you. Swansea subjects, okay, no big deal. Right, let's dismiss all these levies first and foremost. Goodbye, all levies. Huzzah, the tooltip is still up. Unraised. I don't want to raise army levies. I want to disband my army levies. As expected, we still have some over here. Let's get rid of purely the levies. Hopefully I didn't lose too much of my population in that war. Get you guys back to London for now. And start thinking about subjects here. Yeah, let's get to work on it. One nice thing is that I can gob out Cornwall here. But that's not an immediate priority because the Cornish won't rise up, will they? There's no good reason to have 2 forts here, though, is there? Both of these provinces are essentially the same in terms of something. Yeah, same defensive properties here. So I'm actually going to destroy the fort on Tudo. Fortunately, it's nice and easy to just destroy these stockades. Donk. I'll keep this fort around, I think. Do I really think that? I can't imagine that if I gobbed out Cornwall, they'd want to keep it anyway. Maybe just destroy it anyway. Although, if we have a rise up, they won't be able to take this. Alright, maybe keep it for now. I don't want to pay for it, though. I don't want to pay for anything. Money is tight. Who would have thought? I have an idea about doing some minting to make some quick money. Because with the control here, I'll probably make oodles of ducats for a month or 2. Yeah, we'll see about it. Right, let's get those subjects out. Right, create subjects, custom subjects, because in terms of historical subjects that actually have cores, we've got Galloway, which isn't all that bad an idea, but I'm already integrating it. By the way, what a bum deal it was making Dumfries. I shouldn't have done that. Dumfries becoming a town just makes it take longer to integrate. Yeah. In time, I'll be glad to have it, but for now, it's... yeah. So yeah, Cornwall down the line, Chester down the line, Alba never. Alba as Highland culture. It's funny that they embraced that. Maybe they took the event for it. Alright. I know I take forever to do everything around here, don't I? But hey, I'm in a trepidatious situation. So is it really all that surprising? Alright, go and take Shoreham and such. And I'm unsure about being fiefdom or vassal, but for now just be a fiefdom. Blomp. Huzzah, the Earldom of Sussex is here, and I am more than happy to give them Surrey. So in that case I go to them and I say, I'll just give you the place. So I could probably sell it. Because they probably spawn with some money, but I don't want them immediately collapsing to rebels or anything like that, so here you go, have Surrey. If I recall correctly, Scotland converted a Highlander before you finished them off. Yeah, it's probably because I bisected them, so they ended up with a lot of Highlander land, and then they decided to culturally enrich themselves. Alright, you having Surrey there is not a bad one, because your capital here is going to spread control very thoroughly around your own lands. Otherwise, I also want to pop out Bristol, give them Wells, and maybe Salisbury and give them Southampton. It's called Hampshire. Could give them Dorset. Or I could give Bristol this, but then Bristol ends up with 2 towns. It becomes a little bit imbalanced. I think I will hold on to Windsor. I might even give Windsor over to... hold on, I need to think about population. See, one thing about integrating subjects is if you are 10 times the populace of them, you get a plus 100% speed to integration. So it's quite important that I don't make any of these subjects too populous. I mean, what have I gone and made you? Of course, all these images are getting in the way. There we go. Huh, you're only 33,000 people. It's not as populous here as I thought. But yeah, just look at the population up in northern East Anglia. That could be a problem for integration later. And also the population of these two places is going to be pretty high if I want to integrate. Yeah, okay, then I can't actually leave Windsor for you later. Interesting. Contemplating popping out Windsor now then. The point is I do want to pop out Bristol, so let's get on that. Create subjects, custom subjects. Bristol et al. Another fiefdom, I suppose. I mean, fiefdom's got to be better. They can improve me because they have me in charge, I think. I certainly hope that's the case. Do not enforce culture just yet. I need them to get their cores first. That's a huge mistake I made with Colchester over here. Not Colchester, what's their actual name? The Essex, of course. By culturally enriching Essex, I severely slowed down their integration of that land. But yes, let's... wait, there's a return land button? We will demand that they give back a core province to its rightful owner. Okay, no, definitely not. Definitely not. I'll cede the province. Somerset seems sensible. Alright, there we go. And at the very least, that's severely lowered the amount of English that are going to rise up against me. I think I will do Cambridge as well. I'll give them Cambridge, have them have this. Because then the possibility of revolt is severely contained. It's going to include getting Dover, so I'm just going to smash the castle in Dover for now. It's one fewer thing I have to pay for as well. I should probably do the same for Windsor, unless I'm going to be handing it over. There's an idea to pop out Windsor and Salisbury together as one. Or possibly Salisbury and Poole together and put Southampton and Windsor together. For now, though, I'll do Cambridge. Create a subject, custom subject, you get Cambridge. Another fiefdom, why not? Well, the why not is because they're going to think that their combined powers are greater than mine, so maybe the next one should be a vassal. And yes, cede a province, take Suffolk. Not Norfolk. Norfolk is way too populous to hand out for multiple areas. Rebels get the castles when rising up. It's very annoying to reconquer. Yeah, I would sooner just demolish my castles before the rebels get them. So before the English patriots do rise up, I need to take a quick check and see, one, will they rise up in London? And two, if they do they get the Tower of London? I think if I station my army in London, I might have a better time of having them not revolt, because the populace will be happy knowing that my troops are there to keep them all safe. Yes, let's go with that. Speaking of, though, if I have the manpower for it, I should probably be investing in more men. 76 to recover, so at this point I could probably rather happily make some more men-at-arms and some more armoured horsemen. I'll get them ready and I'll just march them down to London. I will also start really worrying about my money. Not selling this land to France could be problematic in its own, but for now let's see how we can do like this. Do I want to go about one more subject? Or maybe even two? Even if all this English land rises up between me and my surely loyal vassals, I think we can handle it. But let's let things simmer down a bit and then find out. There's also, of course, the ever-present coalition risk. I need to make sure that all these possible coalition fools don't want to attack me. The antagonism that Brabant feel, bearing in mind that Brabant are overlords of Holland, that's actually going to be a big, big problem when they combine. Or maybe it won't be, because it's a single target that maybe I could fight and just take, because once I have good control over the Isles, the next logical place to expand to is the Netherlands. I mean, it's quite close here. It's just like 2 sea zones away. So control wouldn't be that big of a deal. It's also a really nice market, Bruges. Although Paris is super dominating it. Also, Paris owned Bruges. Okay, maybe not that great. Still seems like a good target, though. But that doesn't answer the question. Who do I need to kick out of this coalition? Lüneburg. How am I doing on diplomats? Very badly. Okay. I feel like Essex love me enough as it is, so I'm going to stop improving their relation. Not going to stop annexation of Northumbria, though. Lüneburg, you need to be much more friendly with me. It's the coastal nations. The coastal nations that have a real threat of being able to invade me need to stay out of this coalition. Of course, those that are subjects aren't really a threat. Munster, I feel like I worked on you a lot. I need to work on you even more. Terrifying thought. Normandy and Brittany are probably a waste of time because they're under the thumb of France. But any sizable nation needs to be taken care of. Do I want to waste my time with Lord Friesa? Because largely, well, here's the thing. Munster could get a port if they thrust themselves north a bit, so let's improve our relations with them. Hey Jake, how many of those potential coalition enemies have boats, and can they borrow boats? They could get mercenary boats. I highly doubt they would. And taking care of Brabant, who is the biggest boaty threat, takes care of most of it. The main thing is keep France out of the coalition, at least until I annex England. Once I annex England, then I can put 100% of my focus on defending myself from the continent. But until then, it's always a risk that England gets a bad ally or joins the coalition when I'm not looking, and that must be taken care of. Speaking of, I need to be able to crush England as soon as the truce is up and not a moment after. See that in 1388, 2nd of May no less, the truce will be up, and I am quite certain they will immediately coalition me. And if they coalition me, then everybody else who's interested in the coalition will probably join it. They may or may not start their own coalition. I don't think there's one nation that's big or invested enough to start it. Maybe an Irishman, because I don't have all of Ireland. I lack a couple little drops here and there, I think. There are some little droplets here that don't seem to be under either my or England's thumb. Is that right? Yeah. What were these jokers? Twath of Ormond. Excuse me? We have something that might be considered a problem. The French took a subject in Ireland. Well, let's just tread a little gingerly when it comes to the Irish. Remember, they are extremely expendable. And I also don't want them as part of my fighting force. I think one of the problems last war was that you were not on scutage. Yeah, there we go. I want scutage on you. Do not want the Irish getting involved in my war. They're just going to die if they do. But yes, if things go really south, I am more than happy to cut the Irish off like a gammy limb in order to preserve my Scottish and English holdings. Because the Irish, I can always come over and kick them in the teeth whenever, and nobody on the continent really knows or cares what happens in Ireland. Sounds like a great CV to have. Does anybody actually have claims on that land? It would seem not. What happens when you sell land to France that only borders your vassals, not your land directly? Would you still lose the neighbor bonus? If France only neighbors my subjects, then you still get the minus 33 for antagonism opinion. So what I could do is sell this land and immediately let this out as a subject. But I have an even more cunning idea for that. My brilliant plan is that I actually fork over some of this land to France when my beloved subject to be, what the hell's the name again? Chester has this. Then France can have this land. France can border my subject, so I still keep the bonus. And my subject will have cores on this land. Because I sold it, I think I would lose any core I have, but I don't think I lose subject cores. I think we tried that before with selling land to England up here. I was selling England land back and some cores were kept. I can't remember if I tested it here or if I tested it in another run. But I have done testing selling cores, and your subjects keep the cores. Well, I can't remember if you do yourself. Right, let's give this a little bit of time. We'll see how the subjects feel about me. We'll see how I feel about me. And we'll also keep an eye to make sure everything is working fine. How do my subjects feel? Isles, Essex. Why is Essex so mad? Oh, right, yes. When I insisted that they eat haggis and wear kilts when they really didn't want to. Cannot them on, but then beyond that, we're good. Good to see Northumberland are very happy with me. I'm not going to pull my loyalist support anytime soon, though, despite my desire for diplomats. For one, it costs a whole diplomat to pool, so you need to wait 10 months to even get your value back, so to speak. Yeah, that's what I like to see. No more coalition. England was the leader of the coalition. England are feeling a bit bruised after our last encounter. Hold on, did I just see something that I don't like? When, how, and why did England ever directly hold land in Ireland? I swear Ireland is going to be my Achilles heel in this campaign. I got France and I've got England over there. And if France ever integrate this land, that could be a big problem if I ever own this land. Because my next war with England needs to be the full annex. I spent some time actually looking at the war score cost for all of England, and it can be done if it's a war against England. But there's a bit of a calculation to be made there. See, if the truce is lasting 8 years, can I have a CB in 8 years on England, not an English subject? Has to be directly on England because you pay more for taking land off of somebody that's not the primary war leader, and that includes the overlord of a subject that you target. 8 years, 8 years. Parliament can give me a CB. Northumberland could have a CB, but I already got the Northumbrian land back from England. So I have to assume that it has to be a CB that I make. Parliament will be called in 32 months, a little under 3 years. And then you have a 5-year wait. So it's a little under 8 years, which is in time for this. Okay, then Parliament can get me the CB I need for England. Provided I'm willing to give up whatever my my fickle parliamentarians desire. Historically inaccurate. When has Ireland ever been a problem? When has Ireland ever improved matters? How's Randyline doing? It's doing. This poor, very, very tired-looking boy has already been pumping out 5 children at the age of 34. Not bad. And which is more, 4 of them are sons, so 4 of them are actually going to be useful. And this guy is not too bad at the diplomacy, so I'm kind of happy to see Ian pulling his weight. The next in line, Don Chad, is a bit more all-rounded. Yeah, but the other ones are pretty useless. Anyway, it'll just be nice to have members of the crown so I can appoint them as, well, anything, really. Oh, good point. Appoint them as anything, you say. So that child of mine, at the tender age of 17, I think I would benefit from having a single boat. And would you look at that? I have sailors. All those people that have been nagging me to build a navy when I had 0 sailors. Well, now I do have sailors. I could have a cog. Actually, in all the options here, I probably should take the cog. Because that actually gives capacity of moving troops, which has been a constant thorn in my side for Ireland. So you know what? I will do it. I will make a cog. I'm assuming these ones aren't better. 45 and 25. Yes, this is like 10 times better for moving troops. And I just accept that I'm not going to be competitive on the seas until I have control down in England. Alright, so. Hopefully my new subjects immediately start integrating their land. Immediately start integrating their land. Okay, maybe I should give them a bit more than 0 time. We'll see how they do next month. I will be more than happy to squeeze out more subjects. My issue is that when they start actually having cores in their land, they're going to be about as uppity and problematic as Essex are. Northumberland's already a problem, but at least I plan to integrate them. And I should get full cores on them. I've been a little bit iffy about how cores work on integrated subjects. I ran a few tests on another save. So I took Golden Horde and integrated Perm and integrated some stuff in France. And it seemed a little shaky, right? You usually get full cores, but sometimes I wasn't getting cores. I couldn't quite tell why. Oh man, look at that sweet, sweet money. That's only because the game is temporarily thinking we have a lot of control down here, though, which we absolutely do not. I need to do something about that stability spending, though. Spending all that stuff on stability, but I would really, really like to start curtailing my estates. But I really don't want to run into the situation where I'm too bogged down to even fight England due to low stability or something. So the nobility are lucky. They're going to survive a little bit longer for now. I will, however, make sure that we have probably yours truly in charge of the army, just to build up some crown power. And we need to codify a law on precious metal distribution, because we just took over some precious metals. Where in the world are there precious metals in England? Eyes peeled for some precious metals. There's certainly no gold in the Isles, but what about silver? Ooh, a little bit of silver down here in Barnstaple. That's probably why I'm suddenly getting some inflation from minting. Well, I will dispatch that land to a subject soon enough, but if it allows me to get a new law, then that can't be all that bad. Trade efficiency +1. There will be a time when I make buckets of ducats through trade. And 1% extra is probably better than any of the rest of this could put out. Although income from minting 33 is quite a bit. But banning exports of gold and silver, for now that's actually quite good. Because there's an issue with trading, and gold and silver are some of the worst things to trade because of their high base price. But I think next week's patch is going to severely change how trade works for us. I think we just go regulated and enjoy the trade efficiency. Boom. Jake, I've just got to grips with the mechanic of U5. Should I play my first real playthrough? No, you shouldn't touch the game ever again. And while you're at it, you should cut off all your toes and go and live at the bottom of a well. Because for some strange reason, you want my take on what to do with your life. Be free, Auntie Bins. You have my permission. How about you make one of your kids focus on military so you can get good Crown Land generals and they can integrate well? Now you're thinking. I usually think of those kids of mine as just a liability. Especially, one of them was rowdy, were they not? Ah, here was the rowdy one. Unfortunately, he's already 15, so that's a bit out there now. And this is an intelligent child. But yeah, that's actually a good point. Specializing your children so they're better at certain tasks on the council. Well, hold on. If this kid seems to be doing well in diplomacy, then maybe I could have him for assimilating culture down the line. Paul Randolph. A consideration, but I cannot order them to have certain education until they reach a certain level of age, which I think is 3 years old. Admin is not particularly useful for a lot of cabinet actions, though. I mean, what does admin do? I never tend to develop or migrate, or control will be useful. Yeah, there will be time when I need to up control in order to get better assimilation. But I think that comes well after a lot of integration. Worth remembering, this is how integrated our country is. Not at all. Very, very poorly. However you want to phrase it. Not well. No hearts broken. That'll be the day. Admin is urbanization and control. Both exceptionally good, says Plo. These sound like the opinions of a nation that's not being held together by a thread. Give me 30 years to wrangle England, and then we'll talk. So yeah, this has come back because that little child is probably old enough for an education now. Just suddenly, yeah, there they are. I don't know the trait, though. I want to see how you're doing. Hopefully you get something... You know what? Whether you get that or not, why don't we switch you over to a Diplo education? There's no cost. What happens if you switch it after that? Huh, there's no cost to keep switching the education. Interesting. Very interesting. That alert pops up a month before they get to trait. Yeah, it's out of time, I'd say. Not in the right flow. Alright. And contemplating Windsor Castle, whether or not to tear it down or potentially gift it to a subject. It's right next to London, so it's good control area. Popping out Windsor with down here seems like a good idea. But also working on Salisbury being integrated also seems good. I think we have a case of direct control from Windsor, so I will shatter Windsor Castle. And since the subjects don't seem too uppity for now... Huh. These numbers go up and down way too much. It needs to be tagged to something a lot less upsy-downsy. What am I thinking here? I'm thinking Winchester and Salisbury. Yeah, let's do it. The less land I have to hold on to directly, the better, right? Besides, I get their subject income. So create another custom subject and give them Salisbury. Enjoy a nice steak, make another fiefdom. And then huzzah, these colours and names and nations are not at all going to be confusing. And we need a diplomat to perform these action. What, to do the 0 diplomat costing action of giving them some extra land? Okay, well, let's wait 2 months to give them Winchester. Those English patriots are rising up fast, though. They'll be up in about 4 or 5 years. The people of Dingwall suggest... Oh, yeah, it's more of this. This is just get bad events for a while, which is rather unpleasant because I just have to keep losing pop satisfaction. And I hate that because it's just from events and it lasts years. Oh, okay, so that kid that I wanted to be diplomatic got everything but diplomatic boost. Military and admin boost. Well, I think we will see how militarily apt you can be then. Because yes, I need integration done yet. I missed the end of the last stream. We've managed to isolate the Brits from the French. I thought we wanted them to fight forever. The 100 Years' War ended in the middle of my attack on England, so it would have not been a guarantee that France and England would keep bickering and fighting. And more to the point, if they had kept fighting, France would probably start taking land in Britain, which could be seen as good or bad. Currently, I think it would be more bad than good. I should probably get rid of the last of this inflation. Just drop that, and hopefully in a few years I'll remember to turn that back up. For the love of God, please stop reminding me about educating my children. The mercenaries will go away, then I can stop paying them. I'm paying for a lot of things I don't want, though, right? All these cathedrals, a library, marketplaces. Yeah, they've got to go. Give me all markets shown, all buildings shown. Granaries, nope. Monasteries, nope. Marketplaces, nope. Temples, maybe. They do reduce unrest and they do give it a little bit of control. But they still cost money, so nope. The wharves I do need for sailors currently, I suppose. The armories I need for manpower as well, those are important. Can't turn off urban parliament seats, I believe. Well, maybe you can. Nope, not happening. Contemplating that library. Institution growth is good. There's one in London, it's costing me money. Well, I'll be passing London off in due time, and the growth probably isn't that bad. Do I actually own anything else? I thought I was planning on shutting down some monasteries or similar. What is the ordering of this anyway? It's not alphabetical. Actually, what is it? Total number of buildings. How about we do it alphabetically so I can find all those cathedrals and say nope. And then was there not also monastery? Monasteries are already been noped. Alright, we'll double check our building maintenance afterwards. Subsidizing the Dunbar fishing village. I am not surprised. A true Highlander, all buildings for public education and public services to be left abandoned and rotting. You know, I looked it up. I was wondering why this just didn't seem right for Moray and the other one did. So Moray has a flag, which is pretty crap, but there's a coat of arms which actually has this and the starting Randolph coat of arms here, with some other nonsense up top. And I can't think of ever having seen that coat of arms in Elgin. Well, anywhere really, Elgin or not. Bah, education, who needs it? We're Catholics, yeah. Education is a matter for the church right now. They can pay for it. I don't want to. Well, not wanting to or just can't, you decide. You take the risk. It's a lot of stability. It's probably an unnecessary amount being spent on stability. But on the other hand, this is the cheapest stability is going to be for quite some time, and the idea of ripping the band-aid off the estates is very tempting. Something like getting rid of primacy of the nobility would severely curtail their power. But the downside, of course, is the 87 stability that would cost me. I should probably focus on those matters more when England are gone. Because, yeah, it would be a nightmare to find myself in a position where I can't actually fight England due to... Scandinavians. Yeah, you need more than -50 stability to declare war, so that would be a bad situation to be in. Right, you there. Even though this doesn't cost a diplomat, I needed a diplomat to cede the province of... What did I say it would give you? I think it was Winchester et al. Yeah, sure. Pretty good for control from Salisbury, right? They got immediate adjacencies to all of this, and everything else is just 2 steps away at most. Even the Isle of Wight. English patriots continuing to want to rise up and throw off their oppressors. This is why I make an actual army, you know. Get the actual army down to London. I want to try and keep London happy and on my side. Look at how happy the Londoners are. They are not joining the English patriots. Wait, is that bad? That is bad. I want them to join so that... What's-her-face gets a core on it. Oh, crumbs. Okay, I suppose that means that no matter how you cut it, the Tower of London has to fall. Bye-bye, London Castle. That is a bit of a shame. What does that mean for me? It means that before the English patriots rise up, I should move you out of London so they end up rising up in London, and then I crush them. And then Chester gets a core in London and I can pop them out. Later, though, not now. It's important that they get the cores. I'll decide when they actually exist as a nation. If you form Scotland, will be a special flag. I'll get the Scottish coat of arms and flag. And we'll be called Alba, and we'll get a lot of nice bonuses. It's right here, you see. I can get Scottish whiskey. I can get English-Scottish longbowmen. I can look at more comets. But we're not going to do that, because I don't like stripping out the soul of the nation that I started as. And in that case, it was small, pathetic Moray. Alba might be a nice name for London. Oh, there's the thought. I turned off all the daft Gaelic names because I was running out of ideas of where places were. Which is a shame because Grimsby... What was it called when we had Gaelic names on? Grimsby. Which is more like the noise you make when you see Grimsby. No Scotch in Elgin. How's the Scottish culture doing anyway? Very oppressed. Even in Aberdeen, they're being chased out. Edinburgh, my capital, is still vast majority Scots. Give it time, though. It won't be forever. Liking where my income is going, but I need to keep a hawk eye on Diplo capacity. Oh, that's right. Scandinavians. Somebody mentioned the Scandinavians. I can't remember if it was in the context of an alliance or keeping them out of the coalition, but if I annex England, I'm quite certain that Denmark are not going to be happy about it. I think Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, I should placate all 3 of them. Alright, sure. We'll start with Norway. They're more of an immediate threat. Well, I assume they're more of an immediate threat. Oh, yeah, Crivens. I was lucky to keep them out of the coalition. But yes, get the trio out, because unlike most of my other considerations, they could actually cause me grief with their navies. Once again, a French army is stuck in Britain wanting to go home. A nation with 60 religions and only one sauce, and a Frenchman is stuck here. There was a Frenchman that opened up his wee cafe in Edinburgh. I liked frequenting the place, so much so that I've forgotten the name of it. But he was always a very happy chappy. I was only too happy to go in there for a drink and a piece. I'm stuck in Britain. Nobody deserves that fate. Well, here's the thing. I've given my people open borders to go wherever they want. And they tend to want to leave. Look at that mass migration over to Ireland. Out of Cornwall over to France. Please let me out of this Highlander-led miserable island, they plead. To which I say, well, I'd like to say no. Yeah, absolutely brutal. Population is barely growing, but yeah, they want out. Oh, they're starving as well? Starving in Weymouth? Really? Oh well, that's far from my problem. The cost of purchasing food has gone down. How close am I to actually getting some institution power? Apparently London's pretty good on institution. We've got banking. Do I want banking? Banking is spread around a fair chunk of this. In fact, if I cut off some of this crummy no institution land, it might even be majority. We can actually check that. We can go not to here, actually possibly to here, but I'd rather check it here. I'm close to taking in banking, but it would be a hideously expensive institution to embrace. Not in terms of money, but in terms of stability. That's almost as bad as revoking the stuff for the nobility estate. That is painfully expensive. It's Renaissance I want, though. Is the Renaissance even growing in London? The Renaissance already exists in London. In that case, the Renaissance needs to spread. And it is spreading very slowly, because I'm very old-styley. The Renaissance is even spreading in Edinburgh, probably because other people are trading there, right? Yeah, importing from locations with the Renaissance. Okay, it'll take a bit of time. I really want the Renaissance. It's got so many amazing unlocks. Cabinet member, the ability to do art, other things. Go on, what are the other things? Yeah, culture, which I need badly. The cabinet seat, crown power, universities, curtailing rights of the nobility. Just people live longer if they know about it. It's such a great thing to have. There's also the idea of accepting the culture of the English, but the expense of doing so would be outrageous. 5.5, probably because I hate them and they hate me. But that's okay, we're here to eradicate the English. Speaking of eradication, I say we take another step forward in that. I was thinking about keeping hold of this, but the more I think about it, the more I should just pop out Cornwall. Fiefdom or vassal? We do a lot of fiefdoms. I guess we do a vassal this time. I didn't have to choose the ruler of it. That's interesting. You're Cornish and Catholic. Well, think about that. I don't normally want to immediately culturally enrich my subjects because they have land to integrate. But the difference is Cornwall already have full cores in their land, hence I was able to pop them out as a real subject. So, what do we do to them? We immediately enforce our culture. They're going to hate me, and I say that is such a small amount of people to convert. 7% of the nobles of Lostenson become Highland. Ah, there we go, that's much better. Yeah, scrollable tooltips. Was that around in CK3? Could you scroll tooltips? It's been an ever-present problem in Paradox games where you have a long tooltip and it completely covers the screen and you can't read it all. The point is, they embrace my culture. They're not going to be happy, but they'll see the funny side eventually. Besides, the Cornish are used to being weirdos. This is just a different flavor of weird. How exactly do you get claim throne in a country? I have claim throne in Castile, but I had a truce then. I don't really know. I'm not experienced with dynastic play in this game. Never been a big fan of it anyway, partly why I like to run republics generally. On the one side, it can be really annoying doing all that play. On the other side, let's say you get your personal union over France. You're just like, okay, well, the game is won. You know, you don't get that wonderful journey. You just get, oh, click your heels together. You now have a very powerful subject and you can do whatever you want. Canterbury and neighbouring locations have a problem, man. I should have given away Canterbury. Okay, I was never going to, so too bad. Have a little bit of money, Canterbury. I'm not going to miss it, probably. A lot of broken tooltips for the stuff at the top here. Right, so when I get another diplomat, we'll begin placating... what's this now? Lower Saxon. They're no longer Westphalians. Westphalian even considered a culture. Get real. What a mess the German cultures are. But I suppose people will be saying the same thing about British culture before too long. Highlander is trying and failing to take off in Ireland. We have got some little bits here and there, but just you wait, English. Soon there will be no English on the map. Soon being like 2 generations or so. You will embrace Highlander ways. You don't get a choice in the matter. There we go. So the English want to rise up in everywhere but London. I don't really have control in London, so I'm not getting any of that not even remotely effective tax base. But I don't plan on coring London myself. It would take forever. Hey, my son. Alright, I'm going to put you in charge of the Navy when we get the opportunity. However, could we perhaps marry? If I could marry France, that might give enough of a relation boost to keep them off my back, even when I take more land off of England. A tempting possibility. As it happens, France don't want to marry us. I'm not sure if that's don't want or cannot. I mean, you've got... oh, we Mary and Jean? And probably Francois is going to be your... probably going to be your heir. But what if something terrible happened to Francois? Then surely we go to the eldest daughter, who could be my wife. That's assuming France want to marry. Is there a way to check to see if they would accept that? Surely it's under friendly actions, right? Propose a royal marriage. They have no adult unmarried character. Adult unmarried male eligible. France females eligible. Right. We'll keep an eye on this. This isn't because I want the French throne or anything. Although that would certainly be one way to do this campaign. But when this lassie ages by another 7 years, we're going to pounce on that. Now that is a shame because I would like my child to start making more children as soon as possible. Ah, crumbs, you're already married actually. Yeah, crumbs, I was thinking about my... I was thinking about one of my other children, wasn't I? You need an available diplomat before you can see the marriage options. Oh, okay. We'll hold off until we have a diplomat then. What a weird limitation, but okay. This game has plenty of weird limitations. Northumbria will be mine in 10 years. And that's going to be a significant power dynamic shift. Actual cores with actual population. In an unaccepted culture, that's the sad part, but other than that, it should tip the scales of diplomatic capacity thoroughly. Yeah, I'm worried about this. See these guys? They're each going to pop up to be about 2 diplomatic capacity cost each. So I'm hesitant to pop out more subjects at this point. Annexing England, of course, is going to give me more problems, but I'm well aware that I'm going to face lots of problems. I'm born ready for it, I'm sure. The Norse Gales once again want to rise up. Where even? In Skye? That was my childhood friend's dog's name, Skye. Are we going to take a chance on eliminating those Norse Gales? I'm going to take a shot at it. I'm going to take my army, march up to Skye, and see if that makes them just quieten down a bit. It might not, but it's worth a try, because they are pretty high up on the list. You know, marching up and down is far less of a cost than actually having to fight and reintegrate them. Well, maybe that's not true, because there's no real cost to reintegrating them. They'll calm down a lot, and I'll be able to punch 10 ducats out of them. Many things to consider. I wish your goal was to take Italy. That's amore. Well, is that a joke? Like amour? But that's French. I don't get it. I'm not Italian enough to get this joke. There we go, my first navy. My child gets a taste of experience. Chad of the Navy. And that is good because that will give me some precious crown power, which notably I am weak on. Because I want to curtail my nobility, but I don't want to take the risk of curtailing the nobility. Marching a quarter of the population as soldiers, that'll probably do it. I might keep these people off my back. That's a more like Frank Sinatra. Not familiar, I'm afraid. Didn't he have a hit song called My Way that was written by somebody else? Sassega Italian. The music illiteracy high. Listen, there's a reason our country is struggling right now on the culture war. We can't out-culture the English, the Irish, or even the Northumbrians. In fact, let's see how that cultural enrichment is going, if it's even going somewhere. Oh, well, no, look at that. Highlands is dominant culture, because we wiped out the last Northumbrian nation. It's Dean Martin, not Frank Sinatra. Okay, well, it's all Greek to me. I am not a musically literate man. Oh, what do you think, Norse Scales? Quite the army marching exercise to go all the way up to Skye. To think they were in London before, are they happier now? Guess we'll soon find out. Not knowing the Odyssey was... I am pretty immune to cultural osmosis. If I'm not interested in something, I usually don't learn about it. Well, that didn't work. There are some pops in nowhere that are unhappy with me. Ooh, hang on. I seem to recall this issue. Kirkcudbright, right? I'm not going to claim to know where Kirkcudbright is. Kirkcudbright? Ah, yeah, where my fort is. Okay, here's the dealio. Cut yourself in half and get your arse over there and see if that will take care of them. And if that can be the end of them, then happy us. If not, unhappy us. And then we can focus our attention entirely on the English, who, surprise, surprise, will rise up in London. But I've smashed all their potential forts, and I have subjects everywhere, so I imagine that each of these subjects will be able to raise... even 1,000 men each is fine. Should be enough to tackle my potential threats, and even if it's not, right, they'll have to go and siege down Bristol, or just not siege me, which is nice. And I'll have my army ready to jump on London. And I'm sure Northumberland can handle the north for me. So yes, we are ready for the English revolt. That's what I'm telling myself. Maybe not ready for the nobility insurgents, though. The 40 pops want to rise up, I beg your pardon. And it's all these buggers in Kirkcud. Maybe I can actually get rid of these guys then, since I'm marching my army over. Yeah, they're unhappy about being conquered, but how do they feel about an actual army coming over and saying, hello, how are you? Doesn't clicking on the name of the tooltip give you the location? You'd think. You'd think if it actually appeared in the upper tooltip here. Yeah, now clicking on this doesn't give me the location. Doesn't even highlight it when I hover it here. Maybe here? Yeah, these can be clicked on, maybe. A lot of locations want to do... Yeah, there we go. This shows the locations. It's quite a bit of tooltip nesting, though. Alright, how do you feel now? The Norse Gales still want to rise up because 17 people nowhere hate me. Yeah, I think we had this problem before. I hate those 7 people nowhere. Yeah. Must be the UI mod I'm using. Using Glorp UI. I hear they do a lot of nice go-to stuff. I checked it out, but it had a little bit more than I was looking for. I'm pretty happy with what I have here, which is a mix of good interface and my own little mod for the bottom bit. Which I think Glorp did a similar integration for, so good on them. Does it invalidate Iron Man? Yes, UI mods invalidate Iron Man. Not without good reason. UI modding is very powerful. You could simply just mod in a button that gives you 1,000,000 ducats. Preachers. Traveling. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You have to die. Which I don't like. It's keeping me traditional, and I want to be innovative. But too bad. You're not allowed to destabilize my precious country. Alright, so I don't think we're getting rid of these Norse Scales. Too bad. It's not like they rise up very much, and when they do rise up, we'll just go and kill them. But let's go down to Barking Mad. And yeah, there's still just a bit of holding my breath. I need to wait 10 years and kill England, and hopefully England don't manage to nail an alliance with Munster and Aragon to cause me problems down the line. Okay, France, you want to do me a big solid? Fight Aragon and all treaties with England. You have 6 years to do that. Is inflation 0? Thanks for the reminder. This game does not have any kind of alert to tell you that you can mint And minting has no downsides, as long as you don't mint over the amount that you can for inflation. So it's kind of tragic that it doesn't let you know. But that's okay. Tragedy is what we're used to here in Moray. RGO, sweet. Armories, Sergeantry, the Library of London. And the Bridge of London. That library seems a bit too expensive for my liking. Didn't I have the idea to shut it down? Where is the library? Cathedral, monastery, temple. Is the library a burger building? Sure looks like it. That cultural influence is good. That literacy is good. That institution growth is good. But there are no more institutions to grow. I'm just not really willing to pay this kind of money. Library's closed for now. The only book we need is Sun Tzu's Art of War right now. London Bridge is going down. London Bridge doesn't really do anything for me. Can you just close a bridge? Okay, but really. Yeah. New takeover of London. It's under new management of the Highlanders. First order of business. Close the bridge. Close the library. Close the Colosseum. Close the temple. Close the monastery. Work and make no money. Alright, good. We're all on the same page then. Also, for entertainment, you can watch the 37 slowly starving, dying men of Artois. It's okay. Killing the French is next in line anyway. Time for the Londoners to learn how to swim. We're all taught to swim around here in Britain. I mean, we're an island nation. Well, maybe things have changed since I've left. Dark Young often talks about how he can't swim. It's just a traumatizing tale of how he got his first kiss from the lifeguard. Don't think it was mentally prepared for that. Well, the Norse Gaels are still unsure about their situation, but whatever. I feel some built-up resentment here, Jake. Did London cut funds to the local library at home? There was a time when the local library was the only place I could get internet. So I was down there browsing game FAQs, trying to find every shred of information I could about Draken, and then putting it on a floppy disk, handing it to my father and saying, please print this out at work. And he's saying, well, they weren't very happy that I used hundreds of pages to print out this massive FAQ. It wasn't 100 pages of Draken, but I think like Secret of Evermore. I wanted information on the trading system in Secret of Evermore. Had some cool things you'd never really think to find. And nobody could ever figure out what that magic gourd was for. Anyway, good memories. Don't think that you're going to be safe from me. You're paying for that cathedral, and when I integrate you, there'll be no cathedral. Is that a town? The town of Isla. Been a while since I've been over to the west coast. I'm not sure I saw anything that would resemble civilization. Good food, though. I don't want spiritualism, though. I want humanism. And I don't need religious influence. Plus, stability is good and free. Not long before those English rise up, but fortunately we don't have war on the horizon. Which I imagine wouldn't be the case if France hated my guts and wanted me dead right now, but thankfully we're able to keep them happy enough. The antagonism drips away. I do have a bit more in the way of diplomats. Did I actually get around to improving relations with the Danes? Apparently not. Okay, we need to get on that. And how about Sweden? I think Sweden would also benefit from some better opinion of me. Well, I would be the one benefiting, but that's okay. I might have to pull loyalist support from Northumberland soon, but it's dangerous. If Northumberland ever went unhappy towards me, it might be near impossible to make them happy again. Now, notably, they are thrilled to be my subject, but you know that the Liberty Desire absolutely pumps up if I'm over my Diplo capacity. And that could easily happen if all these little English buggers start thinking that they're the next hot tomato. So I'm not in the mood for that. I'm maybe in the mood for another men-at-arms regiment, though. Keeps me stronger compared to my subjects, and that's a pretty big deal, even if I have to pay for them. And it'll be a while before men-at-arms go out of fashion. We're not quite in the time travelers with AK-47's disparity of power between unit types like we were in the previous patch. But the regulars still feel considerably more powerful than levies here. Stability is now going minus. Yeah, because I'm not paying for it, so I want to save up a bit of money. Heck, I can save even more money. It's high, and until I deal with England, I'm not keen on doing huge expenditures on my stability. I mean, yes, you could push aggressively, but that's like, you know, Slay the Spire. I've got no potions and I've got no good cards, so I'm going to rush into these 3 elites in the hopes that I get good relics. Could work out. Could end up with Mummified Hand, Calipers, and Fossilized Helix, or I could just die to Gremlinob, and I don't want to die to Gremlinob. England is also red, so let's not let the analogy get any more traction than it already has. Oh god, early HTML printing was dire. Thank you for reminding me. How about we remember some good old dot matrix printers? Or print rollers? Hell, we did our newspaper, our school newsletter on the typewriter. Whew. Before we got our BBC Acorn computers. Maybe I shouldn't be taking this trip down memory lane. Right, I'm well aware that nothing's really happening here, and that is fine. You know, not much happening is meaning that I'm not dying. I am still contemplating squeezing out one more subject, though. I think we could handle it. But if I were to, who would it be? I could make it Windsor. And then Windsor would probably end up taking some more land here. Maybe Windsor would take Oxford. But if I would do that, I'd rather Oxford be their capital, it being the nice city and all. Otherwise, like I said, this is going to be a core of Chester, when I can get a Chester revolt going. There is an idea that I squeeze out this as a subject, but the cores are also important. Now, Chester gets all of this. If I would do one more, it would possibly be over here in Anglia. It is good for my economy, for what it's worth. They are paying me relatively good income, all things considered. Daughter of the King of France. Oh yeah, up there. I'm eyeing up a marriage with Jean de Valois. Not to try and get the throne of France, but to improve my relations with France. It's a little bit dicey because somebody pretty much annexed another country, and they're going to fully annex them. The nice thing is that Jean will be of age before I go to war with England. Is that true? I think so, right? Strictly speaking, she'll be 16 in under 6 years, and the war is 6 days short of 6 years away, so it should work out fine. Alright, give me those men-at-arms down here. I'm certainly going to need them for the big war with England. Not just the English Patriots. That war comes in 2 years. Galloway integration is 1/3 through. Strathclyde, 42% through. So I mentioned the Irish before and about how expendable they are. Good God. Okay, I thought they'd gotten some regulars, but no, for some reason Thomond got some mercenaries. Let's assume that somehow everything goes very, very badly. France suddenly turn hostile, maybe they rival me and they declare war upon me and they coalition me and bring in a lot of problems. That's where the Irish come in. The Irish are my ablative armor. Remember how when I played Golden Horde I was able to shed subjects to get out of wars? I would do the same with the Irish. There are 3 Irish, maybe even 4, that would have a sizable impact on getting me out of a war, and then a handful that are kind of small and crappy. But they are my outer shell to be dispatched, because I can just go and collect them like Pokemon in tall grass later on. And that's the if France attacks, or maybe England's allies become a problem. I really want that alliance with Aragon gone, but assuming that Aragon do join in, Well, they might not even get over here, right? How often do you see a successful invasion from all the way down here? They won't be able to tell their arse from their elbows before they even get an attack off on me. Maybe that's wishful thinking. I could have broken truce on England, but I have a feeling that the antagonism for that would be irreparable. Why would anything go bad? Yeah, we've had all the stuff that could go bad already go bad, so surely now it's just good things. We finally got rid of that bad integration malice that added 10% to this. I just kind of wish Northumberland were done. I had an opportunity to start integrating Northumberland earlier, and I thought, oh, no, maybe I should leave them. But no, I should have just jumped on it. I want them to culturally enrich the land, to be sure. But it's more important to just have the cores. I can culturally enrich this land. It's not far from the capital. And even if it were, you can culturally enrich fairly quickly anyway. But yeah, it's more of a big deal to get my power base down in England. And we're working on it. Just like those Norse Gale 24 people in... Are you the ones that were being a problem for me? Stranraer. It still says Sky, though. I don't know what to make of this, but whatever. They don't seem to be rising up all that hard. Stability investment, that's just free money, pretty much. Beyond that, though, I'm really going to want to do some other advances. Banking getting me to the dock. To the max literacy. Now that sounds good. Literacy under banking, of course. I want the gunsmith and the cannon maker as well. Not really the cannons themselves. But I suspect I'll need guns eventually. Somebody said plated knights are really, really good to go for. Plated knights being a really good noble levy. In the absence of actually getting some ways forward, I will go with that. Ways forward on the advances, that is. I'm going to want Deus Vault eventually. Ooh, more stability investment in that. This is a while away, though. This will be when we actually switch religion. I said I'd be going for traditional Scottish... what's the religion again? It's not Cathar. It's not Protestant. Not Reformed. It's... well, there's a name for it. Anyway, it's a bit of a meme religion, and I imagine it's actually going to be a bit of a pain in the arse to play with because it locks in your dice roll in combat. Yeah, Calvinism. So I might not go for Calvinism. We'll see. I will weigh up my options when the Catholic Church gets shaken properly. Hey Jake, love your YouTube of Frostpunk. Is there any games that you would recommend which is very much like that game? What the heck was it called? There was a similar game that features a fallout of the world due to pollution and whatnot, and whilst the opening was a bit cringeworthy, the gameplay was pretty interesting. And it was called End Zone. I think it was called End Zone: A World Apart. Don't get End Zone 2. That game is trash. But End Zone 1 was pretty good. You might like how similar to Frostpunk it is. You have to manage your rainfall to collect rain at the right times so that you don't drive drought, for example. And there is still cold in that one. But yes, End Zone: A World Apart might be... Is that really the name? I'm going to have to check now. Steam name... End Zone: A World Apart. Wow, I'm surprised I remember that. My memory is beyond salvage. Is not that advancement mainly for different religions? Heresy CB is separate. Really? Granted, I haven't been in a position to use it at all ever. But the description here does say... We cannot allow our general domain to be pestered by heretics or heathens. Although, sure enough, it doesn't explain how it's used. Here we go, religious war. No, still heretics and heathen. God wills it. Don't know. It would really suck if it only worked on heathens, though, because I don't really plan on expanding into heathenist land in this run. This run is really about the Isles, maybe the Greater Isles, and demolishing France. And sure, maybe I could invade Africa and build up a power base there, but that's not what I want to do in this campaign. Maybe take over Iceland and some Scandinavian stuff, but it's all to build up power to outscale France. And France need to be outscaled hard, because they just have the perfect land in this entire bleeding game. I think the only land a bit more perfect would be maybe the Nile estuary, and that's just a few provinces. France overall is just flat, populous, monoculture, mono-religion, easily defended, filled with forts, completely rich. There's no end to just how good France is. I would love to see them falter. But in a way, seeing them strong is promising for this run. I believe defensive is far superior to offensive. So yeah, bring me to defensive, please. Because the loss you make on fort defense is just so bad. You siege 10% faster, but you lose sieges 50% faster. That is just not balanced out. Not for my play. Looks like a strong all-blue start. Well, I don't know. The start is giving me the blues. Ooh, I was talking about this. The banking is here. The banking is outrageously expensive. However, if I were to shed some more non-banking land, it would proportionately become cheaper. If I got rid of Exeter and Weymouth, am I able to do such a thing? I'm already above my Diplo capacity, and I'd be going even further above it. But it would save me a fair chunk of stability. And embracing that would be pretty sweet. I wouldn't consider that until after the army levies anyway. But it's also worth noting that shedding this gets rid of some more English patriots. That's got to be considered good as well. Also means that the Chesters don't get cores on this land. You know what? We'll do it. One more for the road. Create new custom subject. You get Exeter. We'll go fiefdom. The reason I'm not expanding Cornwall is because they're Highlander, so it would take them forever to core the land. And even if I didn't, they were Cornish, it would take them forever to core the land. And I want to limit them to 2 provinces max. Ideally, I just give them 1 province each, but too many subjects, and I'm going to run into subject problems. I'm going to run into that when I annex England. Of that, I'm quite certain. So, huzzah! Enjoy your door sitting. And their capital is where exactly? Nice key. Exeter. So everywhere is 2 provinces away except for Poole, and nobody cares about Poole. Godspeed. And what does that do for the cost of banking? Well, hopefully it drives that number down. The market price impacts on ducats because it costs paper to embrace. Okay, but I'm more interested in stability cost, and that damn traditionalism is doing me in. Parliament, Jake. Whoa, how long was I missing Parliament? I needed to jump on that immediately. And I didn't even notice it there. I was kind of wowed by this. Is that going to be a problem? May 88. 5 years. But it's 5 years until you do Parliament again, so no, we're safe. Right, I'll just do whatever. Integration is nice. Supporting me is nice. Census is nice. Low-cost armories. Inverness, Dumfries, and Aberdeen. It's not really the places I'm going to need them in due time. I think we go for this. Wait, integration in Canterbury is not useful to me. Speed of integration in general is, though. Is there anything here that would be more useful? An English culture guy joins me. Spiritualist. Pop promotion and efficiency of cabinet. That actually seems kind of cool, but this guy being even better in his cabinet position and pushing towards plutocracy, like, this does sound really good. Yeah, go on then. Support the state reaps benefits on younger rulers. How young are we, though? We're like 38 or so, right? I just have to hope that my subjects pass that one so I become more powerful. No, I'm going to do this. And get Gallo to be even better, and efficiency of the cabinet also increases integration. Not sure pop promotion speed is all that good. How are we looking on pop promotion? These tooltips ever bloody work? None and none. Okay, thanks. Might be more difficult to pass, but let's take this. Ah, we've almost got it passed immediately. We'll see if the events help us. Antagonism is not free. Belligerent is whatever. Getting rid of London's assembly. Now that's quite cool. Screw the peasants. Make Denmark hate us. That's also okay. You know what? Both of these are okay, but we'll see how the events go. We might not need to do any of them. As expected, I am creeping way over that Diplo limit. I think in the interest of appearing to be stronger in the face of my enemies and potential enemies, we'll raise another couple units of armored knights. Promote to what? You closed all the higher class buildings. Just the ones that cost me money. Seems like the cost of that banking didn't really plummet. I wonder if it will plummet during the English Patriot War. There might be this wonderful moment where it still thinks I have all that land in terms of having the institution, but then it doesn't count the land that then revolts, so it becomes proportionally cheaper. A man can dream. Did someone say hating Denmark? I am game. Sorry, I'm placating Denmark. Denmark, Sweden, Norway, all getting the placation sensation. The Bishopric of Munster are, so's Lüneburg. And the French are kind of seeing the funny side. Got to keep a lazy eye on de Valois up here. At the moment, she... If anybody could notice the time of year that she ages up, then we can catch her on her 16th birthday and just Glen Quagmire her. That's the dream. And together we can make this dream work. Placating, isn't that just a fancy way of saying delayed war? Yeah, delaying their war with me indefinitely until I decide. Oh, they turned Orkney into a town. A town with 10,000 people. Is that like better than all of Scotland? Edinburgh is just 11,000. That is mental. Yeah, jeez. Alright, so keep your eye on that lass. When she turns 12, I need to know. Get down to barking, be ready to kill all these English. Because the English are ready to be killed. Not really sure I want my my ruler in charge of that. I mean, what if he dies in combat? Geralt knows a thing or two about slaughtering the English. Although he's also a nobility man. I'll replace you just before the war starts. Parliament members. Ah, jeez. Well, bang goes that support for our mercantile cabinet. It shows you the birthday if you hover over the age, if that's what you're looking for. It is. Ooh, right. So, on the 11th of December, when she turns 16, we need to pounce on her. I mean, they might not accept, but I should make sure I have a diplomat handy to see if I can butter France up for that. I mean, we've got good relations, and I'm enemy of their enemy and all that. Is that true, actually? Aragon is a rival. Please, for the love of God, fight your rival. I mean, why would you not be fighting Aragon right now? I really want you to take that fight and annul relations with England, or at the very least tie up the Aragonese army. Not a problematic thing to say where I'm from, Ali B. Well, at least I don't think so. And again, we're on Twitch here. And we'll be happy unless I say pounce on her, which is 55. God, Edinburgh, you're a sad story place, and I'll be happy to be rid of you. I'll be happy to turn London into Highlanders. Then it'll be a fine place to migrate capital to. Funnily enough, I can't migrate until it becomes full of Highlanders. There's a reasonable chance that Gerald's just going to pop his clogs before he's ready for battle. With that in mind, I think I will give... I won't give Peace a chance, but I'll give Mr. Muckle a chance. Captain Christopher Muckle. Muckle means a lot. But he's English. Any Muckle English? Again, that sounds like I'm saying a lot of English. This English guy I lived with, he was fascinated with the word muckle. He liked to shoehorn it into anything he could say, and I appreciated the effort. What would he say? Muckelty mechty nu. That town of Orkney thinks they're hot potatoes. Continuing to put the squeeze on me. And I don't think I'm getting another event for the Parliament, but I want to keep a lazy eye on it. Kind of a shame, right? It's pretty important to jump on this the day before it goes through, but you've got to keep such an eye on it. But you can get an event 2 days before the end of Parliament, and you know, if you acquiesce to demands, and then suddenly you get just an event that gives you free boost, then it's all been a waste. Anyway, I believe I don't really care what the Danes think all that much. I like the idea of killing that local assembly, though. Yeah, antagonism isn't free. All right, let's just... Oh, we tell Wales that they suck a fat one. All right, sure. I'm even more keen on this now. So notably, I cannot get my Casus Belli on England here. It wouldn't last long enough, and we are in a truce, and we've learned that you cannot fabricate Casus Belli on someone you have a truce for. We can check that, of course. England is an invalid target. Why? It doesn't say, but I know it's because we have a truce. Huzzah. Good old gallows here. Though you may be a Lombard, you know how to operate. And I'm happy to get away from aristocracy, because aristocracy boosts the power of the nobility, which directly reduces the crown power. Alright, devotion to the Virgin Mary. Hang on, is that a Catholicism only thing I just took? Because if it was probably a bad thing to go for. Where were you, Mary? Oh, it was. Okay, well, it's a long time until we stray from Catholicism, so maybe that's fine until now. Euphemia Randolph, now of age. I should maybe look into if there's somebody worth selling you off to. I mean, if it's a woman, it's fine if they go away, because I can't bring them onto the cabinet without paying for the privilege. But let's see if Euphemia can go anywhere useful. Bohemia, Castile, both useful. Oh, potentially useful. How angry are Castile at my advances anyway? Oh, they don't care. Oh, they are more than happy to see a dead England. The problem is I'm never getting an alliance with anybody until the coalition is dead. And the coalition is going to be very, very alive once all is said and done here. So this is probably not all that useful. You're the heir and you're already married, of course. I don't want to... I wish this wasn't in the game. Like, I'm not here to play CK. I don't want to play Crusader Kings and care about marrying off all of my kids. Even so, I could get Lundberg or the Guelders off my back, potentially. The Guelders still hate my guts, but a marriage with them might keep them off my back. And they've gotten quite the coastline here as well. So, would you like to marry Euphemia? Who do you just have? Are these just random courtiers? Courtier, courtier, and courtier. Does that actually give us some kind of link together? I'm unsure about that. Yeah, the Guelders are a monarchy, but maybe, just maybe, it'll be good for the opinion boost. Truly, I don't know. Well, there's one way to find out, isn't there? It's just do the marriage. On the other hand, if I keep her married at home, then she can have a bunch of spawn that can eventually engage my crown power better, right? Is Jake researching quickly? That felt pretty fast. Can't be right with this country. That was a first age technology, so it was faster to research. Don't get too excited. I just marry a noble around here, although then they're going to just become part of this household. I could have you... where's marry a lowborn? Nothing here. If you marry a daughter to anyone with a dynasty, the children would be of the other dynasty. There's no matrilineal marrying, is there? She's just really of no use to me unless I can launch her onto a foreign throne, and even then it's just a claimed throne CB that I'm not going to use. Alright, you know what? It's not going to work anyway, so let's just marry someone over in the Guilders. Take this strapping 16-year-old. He's a good God-fearing Catholic. And hey, would you look at that? I actually get prestige. Unthinkable. Trust, rank. The question is, hold on, a real question is, why am I not entertaining the thought of marrying Castile over the Guilders? See, this one's just another random courtier as well, but at least it gets me a bit of happy juice with Castile. And who knows, maybe if they like me, they'll be happy to crush Aragon in my name. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Second in line for the throne of Castile, you say? Sure. They're legally married. I hope this will benefit us immediately. Well, it's not going to magic an alliance for me. But the royal marriage is plus 20. If I didn't have this staggering coalition, I could butter them up a bit and maybe even get an alliance with Castile. Which, in time, I'm probably going to need to contain the power of France. So I think it's going to be Jake's vacation in Spain. His Spaincation. Better get ready for that oncoming war. Alright, very good. Yeah. I know we have assassinations, but ugh, to that. It's not the game I want to be playing, right? I want to manage a state, not people. Not here to manage my my giant chins. Not here for chinwag. So the English are about to rise up, and that's going to put a core on all of the English land I hold for Chester. And it does look like that includes London, which is a big deal for me. Chester's core on London is a big deal. I won't be spitting out London plus Chester until... probably until I annex England. Yeah, I imagine I annex England, I integrate Northumberland, and I spit out Chester with this, which also means dispatching a lot of this line. It's going to be awkward, and it's going to be pretty heavy on my diplomatic capacity. But I have to do something. Oh, there we go. Seems the English patriots have proclaimed a country against us, right? I can read English first language and all that. Take London immediately and have my subjects go and do their own thing. And I do really mean their own thing. So manage subjects and normal stance for all. And tell them not to follow me. I shouldn't need to raise any levies for this. Because I take these three areas, and then they're not really going to do anything down here. And Northumberland to the north should be able to handle anything. And if they do go into Scotland, I've got the Isles who's backing me up. All right, believe. After all, I believe. Is this going to crush my diplomatic capacity? Yes, it is. So we need to finish up this war pretty swiftly. You wanted to check if you can embrace the institution now. Well, it's already gone. So I'm guessing the answer is that it updates immediately. Well, there are certain on-actions that update these things. But yeah, banking is now in 2% of my population as opposed to 20-something. Gutting. Hey, look at that main army of Essex go. I'm sorry, Chester, but I'm probably going to have to kill your units. I strongly suspect you're going to take Windsor, so I'll corner Dover. I don't think this is going to be a bloodless revolution, Chester. However, here's the important thing. Chester cores. Yeah, I cottoned onto this because there was a moment earlier I was going, the Chester cores have expanded. And it was because of their rising up that they did earlier. Yeah, go on, give them what's for. It's not peasants with pitchforks, that's more of a billhook. I hate that I like your vassal flags more than your own, yeah. It is actually the Mori, or part of the Mori coat of arms. So I was talking about the balance. We are on the latest patch here, which has made levies not quite a joke in the face of regulars. But, well, there's some laughing to be done. 6 of my guys fell on their own swords, otherwise Chester's dead. Thought that was my flag, but no, that's Chester. Chester's running away. Chester's running away again. And let's already anticipate our war, which ends with Chester giving me all of their money. That's not no money. However, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think I'm willing to spend 7 ducats in exchange for humiliation. Oh, humiliation not as expensive as it once was. Brilliant. But yeah, re-annex. Gotta be very careful that I do actually re-annex. Imagine accidentally not re-annexing your subject. It's a 0 antagonism thing to do, and always available no matter the size of the rebellion. Is what I'd like to say. Wait, why did I take Dover? Canterbury is the capital. Whoopsie doodle. Hope you're not off to London. Squish. It's funny how happy and ready the English are to kill other English. I think we have more in common than I thought. I know every country tends to hate their own capital, but come on, London is just a different country altogether in Britain. There really should have been a union here that just stops about this point. Yeah, stops at the northern tip of Wales. And hell, honestly, the Welsh should be invited as well. The not Southern England Commonwealth. I think we could all get away with it. Here we go. So I talked about how a cow can't eat meat, but this wasn't a cow. It was a sow. I missed that. Anyway, the clergy need to take better care of their everything. The clergy like me plenty enough because I don't tax them. In fact, I believe I cannot tax them due to the whole papal dominance. Humiliation, not as expensive, is not good news. Says fundamentally wrong. Potentially living up to their name. I still get 5 prestige, and Chester won't even exist to give me to lose that 10 prestige. I'm going to need 50 prestige if I ever want to be what's the word? A kingdom, and I do want to be a kingdom. All right, there we go. Take all their money, humiliate them, and I annex the revolter state, which is very, very important. Imagine just leaving this land out here. Nobody hates the English more than the English from 2 counties over. Something about stolen valor over a pastry. Alright, there we go. So really that revolt was just free money. Money that we could invest directly into this institution, but I am hesitant to spend all that stability on the institution. Perhaps I should anyway, though. It's a few years before war with England. I need to actually double check. Look at that parliament thing. Our next parliament is in 47 months. The war is in 4 years, which is more than 47 months. Thank goodness for that. What's my next research anyway? We're only doing plated knights. Beyond that, I think it's a good idea to take banking. Alright, let's just jump on it. It's not like we're getting the Renaissance anytime soon. Yeah, teach me how to bank, game. Goodbye, stability. Moneylenders began to organize when Jewish communities started operating with Christians in Islamic worlds. The Ursers at it again. Can nobody stop them? Oh, there's a good question. How many Jews live here in my glorious realm? Oh, none, you say? Oh, sure, we can change that. Right, get your arse over to London. Stop me paying you all that money. And, you know, I never bring it all the way down to 0 because I'm always hesitant to that instant stack wipe from immediate rebellions. But that is learned behavior from EU4 that I need to shake off. Anyway, I'm going to repay for that stability because I need it high. Well, I want it higher. How's the coalition looking? What coalition? I am the master of keeping these Europeans wrapped around my little finger. But I do need to keep it that way. Brabant in particular. I mean, I've juiced them up a lot, but I need to juice them up even more. That is them out of coalition range, but when I annex England, actually, after I annex England, there might be nothing I could do about them coalitioning me. The important thing, above all, is to keep France off my back, which is part of why jumping on Jean the moment she's 16, oh, that rhymes, is of vital importance for the continued existence of the Highland state. Oh, man. Gammy old Highland buggers traipsing down into France going, "Far's my wifey." That's our entire foreign policy. I'm still eyeing up Brabant. Now, what do I do with these guys? Diplomats are at an insane premium for me right now. But Sweden and Norway Sweden and Norway feel no antagonism towards me, which is good enough. I doubt they'll get 50 for me eating England. So let's cease improving with the Swedes. And we'll cease improving with the Norge. Yeah, I just feel like Brabant's going to be a waste of time. On the other hand, keeping France super maxed is a big deal. Improved relations are 106. How high can they go? We could get another 3. Okay, 3 is probably not worth it. But yeah, keeping Brabant out of my hair is a big deal. I'm going to push you even further. Jumping on James 16 of vital importance to the existence of the state. That's exactly what we're saying, Ali B. And you not liking it doesn't make it less correct. Alright, there we go. That handled a bit of our diplomatic capacity issues. A bit of them. Funnily enough, we're actually on a deficit of manpower. And I say funny, that's not very funny. There we go, get it sorted. Get it to be slightly positive and we're okay. Deeply, deeply concerned about the French influence in Ireland. And historically, did the French have any interest in Ireland at all? Yeah, why would they? The French getting a coastline is of concern. The longer Brittany and Normandy remain independent, well, not independent, but not part of France, the better. Another bleeding Scottish tornado here. The fact that they got this land off of England makes me decidedly unhappy, because the one way I can keep the French at arm's length is by establishing a navy where England failed to do so. Why did England just raise their army? Okay. I don't think Hesse stand a big chance against all this everything. Okay, English, what are you going to do with that army? Hesse? Hesse and Thuringia, looking far too similar. Okay, I'll do what makes you happy. I had my first war interaction with France yesterday as Naples. I'm not sure how anyone can reasonably defeat them. Surely as Naples you'd have one of the best situations to defeat France. You clamber your way up through Italy. You establish a mountain of you shall not pass. French come into a fort. French die to attrition. You slaughter them before they finish off the fort because you get a massive bonus to how you roll in these fights. Rinse and repeat until you get 50 war score from battles with France. And a bonus, 25 from holding the war goal, whatever it is. 75 war score in France, and you can enforce for whatever you want. Within reason. Anyway, big words from a man that refuses to fight with France and is trying to marry into the French. And also willing to sell land to live on French ducat. I'm still willing to do that. Anyway, Chester now have all these cores, which is good and bad. They have too many cores. Means I need to shed land before I consider spitting them out as a nation. But it is being considered. Essentially, a nation has to be released here, 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 and I'm unsure about Windsor. How many people live in Windsor? It's not unthinkable to give Windsor over to Salisbury. I don't like giving them 3 states, but what's the alternative here? If I give too much population over to Chester, and they're already going to have about 15,000, then they're going to be impossible to integrate quickly. The alternative is that Kent goes to somebody else? I don't know. Oh well, problems to solve after England is dead. You can't take bugger all without owning a province or the country capitals, Jake. I found this out firsthand. What a shame. You need to be better Italians. Commoner insurgents, nobility insurgents. I mean, these are barely insurgencies, right? Yeah, the English are the only real thing I need to put down. Although I can imagine the Northumbrians are going to want to rise up when I integrate their lands. It's not shown, but these lands that I've held onto for a long time through conquest are building up integration. I can't believe how happy the Aberdonians are. And they're holding on to the Scots ways, 88%. Yeah, it doesn't show integration status, but they are partially integrated. I guess I'll show that when one of my integration actions are done, which will be right in the war with England. I am deeply concerned about this English war. If they don't get wrapped up in a war with Aragon, then Aragon is a severe threat to me. Which is why I need France to fight Aragon. Dissuade Aragon from such mad thoughts as aiding England against me. Subjects are looking fine. Cornwall is seeing the funny side of turning Highlander. Cultural enrichment will take time, but it is going. Because look at that, they got nothing better to do, so they assigned their cabinet minister to assimilate their population. And yeah, dominant culture, because what in the world is even a Cornish? Nothing but food. Also look at that. Pure, thoroughbred Highlanders right in the middle of some godforsaken Irish marsh. Huh. Not all that bad then. In fact, it's even almost overwhelming majority. Yeah, it is overwhelming majority Highland over in Bangor. Not a lot of people live there, but that's of little concern. Now, if we could just spread over to Belfast. Oh, look at that. You're actually doing assimilation hands-on. Could you do more of that, please? I'm delighted to see it. You can put your cabinet member on the task of integration for a second and pause to see the progress. I could, but I don't want to. We'll do it once these are done. It'll be a surprise. Pretty happy with the combined power of all my English subjects, though. I really think lots of small subjects are the way forward. The downside, of course, is that you need a power base in order to wrangle them all in. This is giving me penalties, even with all of Scotland, but once I core more of Scotland and I integrate Northumberland, I suspect it'll go a lot better down here. You know, I really like there's so many different things to focus on. I realize it's been 2 hours and we haven't really had any excitement going on here, but I enjoy this kind of slower, more methodical play. And again, if you do have a power base, I reckon because of the sheer power of subjects, I think you could hyper-blob pretty well. And heck, late game you actually get to integrate a lot of land. I think there's a boost in the later age which lets you assimilate an entire area rather than province. So you could integrate Astrakhan as opposed to Dardealing, to keep going back to my beloved Golden Horde. How's your control now? We prefer not to speak about that, but at least it's maxed out in the capital. And yeah, it was probably a good reason to... good move to focus over on Fife. I could march my army over to Perth. See how those pearls are a whole lot of the money that I make? If my army were there instead of down south, I reckon I'd actually make much better money. I'll give it a go. Also, I keep forgetting to switch back to me in command of the army, because that boosts my currently quite tragic crown power. From 19% to a staggering 23%? We'll find out at the turn of the month. You have to be cultural hegemon for that. That's for assimilation. For integrating... Ooh, 24. Almost no penalties. Parliament base support, so they're all ready to fight England when that comes to pass. If Northumbria are happy, you can seize territory to speed up the integration, preferably towns. They give an extra 20. When you seize territory, do you get the cores on them? That's very, very important. Because I don't know. I've never tried seizing land. Yeah, seize territory. Do you take a province or a location? Oh, you just take a location. One location for 20. Yeah. If you don't get the core, it's a raw deal. So I'm not interested in doing that. And I'm not interested in finding out and getting it wrong. It's just location. Okay, and I can't imagine you get a core on it. Otherwise, you would just immediately start ripping all the... What? Ah, there's a regency over in Northumberland, so apparently I could claim their throne if I so desired. Well, I don't desire, as it happens. Alright, come on, army. Secure those Perth pearls. And get me that really shoddy population growth there as well. Closeness to the equator. No. Less people can live here. Alright, so the friendly army should boost the maximum control here. It doesn't seem to do much for it. My question is, if I pay my army more, does that have a bigger effect on it? I swear I've checked this before and the results have been inconclusive. Because I forgot them. Friendly armies in province and friendly armies is only coming to about 2% here. Give it the turn of the month as we often do. Huh, doesn't make a difference if you pay them or not. Well, whatever. More control is more money. What's your opinion on the Dunkeld pearls? Young seems to find it quite amusing. Yeah, the idea that the Scots are just going and stealing these pearls is an idea they quite like. I don't know where the idea comes from. I mean, do we really have this wonderful beach where we're going down and grabbing all the pearls? Maybe. Maybe we're just very confused. We're finding some glass buttons and whatnot. Where'd my navy go? Oh, right. Where it started, Edinburgh. And they are taking hefty attrition due to wind damage. Okay, well, good on you. Maybe I shouldn't pay this navy so much. If I pay for my fort and not for my army, it actually moves me towards defensive, which I would be okay with. We check our country values. Here's defensive. We move towards it when fort maintenance beats army maintenance. Controversial protectionists. Lose legitimacy or lose prestige. That's like 5 years worth of prestige. Legitimacy only costs money. And currently we shockingly have money, so bye-bye legit. Somebody in the YouTube comments was asking me why I keep paying for maximum cost of court when my legitimacy is maxed out. The game automatically lowers that cost to however much you need to maintain your 100 legitimacy once you reach it. So, not a concern. Oh, how nice! All those roads that people were telling me to build, my estates are doing it for me. And hey, this road specifically, I said, I'm not going to build it, I'll leave it to the estates. What are they doing? Gravel road to Linlithgow. Not one of the better places of Greater Edinburgh, but it's there. I go pearl purfling every Thursday in Dunkeld. National sport, right? Okay. Somebody's asking about the integration. I can't imagine this date's going to change anytime soon, but yes, 1st of December, 31. So when I annex England, I should also be annexing Northumberland. Assuming I annex England, that's already a tall order. I know England look like they're just dead to rights. And I like to imagine they are, but let's not get complacent about that one. They have been getting allies. I suppose as long as they don't ally France, any alliance is something I can overcome. What am I looking for? Bureaucracy is nice. Max literacy is nice. The dock is important. Bureaucracy is nice and easy to get to. Otherwise... yeah, max literacy. It's a pretty powerful one. Encourage urbanization. What does that actually do? Local pop promotion grows. I could see that being very good. Infiltrate administration is going to be incredibly good later on when we're doing a lot of warring, but I don't think that'll happen for a wee while. If I have those two things... yeah, Renaissance has much, much better stuff, but I also do want that dock. And I'll eventually want Protected Harbour to get better harbour capacity. Can only be done in towns and cities, but it's still good. Even in London, that would be good. Heck, especially in London, that would be good. Alright, sure. Didn't you want the extra council member? Yes, and that is a Renaissance unlock, sadly. We don't have Renaissance. This cabinet seat member would be a 50% boost in just me doing stuff. Because it already takes so long to integrate these bloody provinces. But we'll get to it. What's pop promotion like at the moment? Plus 50 is probably a ton. Oh yeah. The problem is it has multipliers bringing it down. So here we go. Lack of control minus 96%. But you're right, it would be a significant boost here. Hold on, the library is giving plus 10. Didn't I shut that library down? What do you mean the library isn't shut? I am all but certain I closed this library down. No, I think I said something like institution growth good and left it open. Alright, fair enough. Alright, you can keep it. Yeah, the plus 50 is a cabinet action. It's not something we get full time. But if I were doing a lot of expansion in, say, London, or a palace economied city near London, that would probably be quite important. In the meantime, my subjects can really juice up the big cities around here. Well, not big cities, but I don't know. Maybe they'd make a town out of Shoreham. Reading something I own, huh? Why, Essex, are you just sitting there? Do you like not have access or something? There would be access options, surely. No, you just love being over in Abington. Good for you. Someone has to like these places. The rebels unshut it. Oh god, what else did the rebels unshut? The cathedrals. The marketplaces. No. You're not allowed these things. There is an exception, though. If the Renaissance is available in somewhere that I can trade with. But the Renaissance is already in London. But what about up in Edinburgh? No, it's already growing in Edinburgh. Okay, that's good. I should have maybe waited on Renaissance rather than banking. Anyway, we're not allowed such things. Sort by alphabetical. All markets. The bridges? No, no bridges. The cathedrals? No cathedrals. Library I'll keep, I suppose. But Market Village is okay, they make money. But Marketplace? Absolutely not. Monastery? Oh, no, not happening. Anything else that had to go? I think it was temples I decided weren't worth it. Yeah, there's some nice temples up in Scotland. Giving me more control and lowering the unrest, but it still costs money that I'm not willing to spend. I want to save every penny until I can really unload it on places that make me tons of money. Yeah, look at that. Look at the money we make now that we just burn our economy to the ground. What did the oppressors give us? Temples? Libraries? Infrastructure is a problem for my subjects and my estates, not for me. The crown needs all the cash that they can get. You know, because that boosts up my stability cost. Wealth. That one fishing village in Dunbar has spared my wrath, because it was my idea, so of course it's good. Alright, very good. We are 3 years away from war with England. They still have those two annoying alliances. Well, there's not really an annoyance with Munster. Munster have no naval access, so I can't imagine they'll do anything of note. Aragon, on the other hand, is a concern. And to be sure, are Aragon actually going to help you? Yes. Yes, they absolutely are. Oh. They have a lot of boats. Okay, just believe. If nothing else, you can always piece an ally out within 10 years. Within 1 year. God, no, if it were 10 years, Christ. What kind of power does Aragon have? Double the power we have. Well, I have to hope that the AI cannot ship over then. And maybe the awkwardness of his position will not let him do so. But I'm still just hoping that France pull the trigger on Aragon. They don't have a truce with them, surely. No, sirree. They got a truce with England, but maybe they want all this French land that I sold Aragon aeons ago with the idea to drive a divide between Aragon and... Oh, Christ, what happened here? How did they get Normandy so fast? Normandy's a big, chunky country. I think I read somewhere that France get an event to just integrate Normandy, as if France needed any more help to get strong in this game. Funny thing is, they have all these subjects, so France also get a bajillion prestige, because just having subjects is prestigious. You know, I get almost 0.1 for having my handful of them. They get a whole lot more than that. I started having issues with too many subjects. I had 5 to 6 of them. They had 5 to 6 times my population. Going to war would make half of them disloyal. 52 subjects. Yeah, maybe rein in the subjects a bit or make a few bigger, stronger ones. But I do think as the game goes on, it's really hard to outscale your subjects. I was finding that in the Golden Horde, right? All those tributaries, they had a combined might factor of like minus 100 Liberty Desire with me, so it's getting very, very difficult to overcome that. But the thing is, subjects scale a bit better than your own control does, so I'm unsure what to do about that. Papermaker Guild in Inverness, that's really not going to make a lot of money. Sooner or later that's going to be quite far away from us when I eventually get my capital down to London. Why did it say tributary subject, Jake? Who's your tributary? I made a tributary out of one of the Irish here. I think it's you. Who are you again? Jimeni. Jimeni is a tributary of Mori. So, you know, I could always punch them for more money. I could siphon a staggering 0.7 ducats out of them. Thinking of that, I mean, could I siphon income, like a reasonable amount of income out of any of my subjects? 33 off of Northumberland. 8 out of Cambridgeshire. It's not quite like being the Golden Horde here, is it? May have something to do with having no economics in Golden Horde. No, this is when I played longer and had a very good economy. Well, as good as I could with my capital in Sarai. I still think if you play the Golden Horde, your priority must be have a better capital. Maybe Theodoro, probably Istanbul. Although China is also an exceptional decision. Move down into China, do what Yuan cannot. You just be Yuan without the bad events. Okay, good to see the English don't want to rise up again, but the English get this really, really nice debuff now. Yeah, look at that. From events, 84% happiness. So even in London... Where's my army? I thought I put my army back to London. No, I didn't. Never mind though, but they're so happy I have a almost sliver of control in London. Almost. I get 0.01 ducat out of the place. I don't know if that's before or after tax. More roads, Your Majesty. Better proximity to capital, Your Majesty. If only I was naval focused, so I could actually push my my control up here. But as it stands, we don't have a lot of focus on many things. Azov looked like a great capital spot. Not sure about great over here. But yeah, I mean, you propagate control out here, but out here is just a wasteland. And worst of all, the RGOs are just awful in the Golden Horde. I do think migrating down here whilst you have the power to do so is the bigger, better play. Take over the Black Sea, make yourself a insulating wall of tributaries. Make sure to crush the Russians before Muscovy consolidates power. And then you're in it to win it. I think opening wharves and ports would help spread control through the water tiles. You're certainly right, they would. But what I really want to focus my economy on is making more money. And I think what that's going to mean is around London, RGO expansion for things that make decent dosh. That is a few years away, like 2 decades or so, because I'm going to need to make a subject, have the subject assimilate the land, integrate the subject. Till then, there's not really much money to be made up in Edinburgh. And there's only so much I'm going to get out of some RGO expansion, isn't there? Well, they still think I'll make more money on the Perth Pearls, but I can't expand that. Dunkeld Pearls also are not full of enough people. This might actually be worth investing in right now. Although, what if we can get a Parliament thing to expand RGO stuff? Yeah, I'll consider spending that when it's Parliament time. Did you explore the use of bailiffs? Yeah, I think they're rubbish. If somebody can show me a good use case for bailiffs, I'll jump on it. Until now, the only use I can think of is if you have a rural, incredibly good RGO with huge population. So essentially, if you have, well, it's a city here, so maybe not Alexandria, but maybe something like Rashid. Is that even a good example? Rashid's certainly very populous. Anyway, somewhere here down in the Nile estuary, lots of people, not a city, and a really good trade good like bringing spices or chocolate or peppers over here. Then, yeah, maybe the bailiff to get the extra money, but I'd rather just move my capital there and get near enough under control. Bailiffs on the pearls. Might actually be cost effective, because that would bring another... I would say 20 control, but it does get rid of the proximity to capital, which is actually better than a bailiff would be. I'm not sure if you get the bonus to this, so that the bailiff would be in addition to this, but I don't think it is in addition. I think it's instead of. Wait, the clergy own Dunkeld, so I don't actually get money out of Dunkeld. Why do they own this province? Good lord, how is that possible? Yeah, bailiff replaces the capital proximity. There you go, so that's even more reason not to want it. Jake, how are you, says Hologen. I have a question. I've decided to colonize with Ireland, and my subjects are minus 20 loyalty because no representation. There will be an advancement somewhere, I don't actually know where, that allows you to set colonial laws. God, is it as far as absolutism? Don't tell me it's revolutions. Well, I have no idea what lets you set it, but somewhere you can set your colonial laws. Colonial policy, perhaps? This might be the one, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it is. Anyway, somewhere along the line you set that kind of law for them. You're maxed out in diplomats. Yeah, I was just looking at that before the question came up. Once you start having more money than you know what to do meaningfully with, investing in bailiffs might be the next best investment. Yeah, if you have more money than sense, sure. But then that still just gives you more money, largely. Although it also gives you crown power, which is more money. Right, keeping France happy is of paramount importance. Am I willing to boost you a little bit more? I think I'll start improving relations with you when the war with England starts, rather than before it. Because I really need to truly max out what I can do with France. Is there anybody else I need to chase out of potential coalitionville? I mean, Flanders hate me, but Flanders are under the thumb of France. Most of the people that hate me are under the thumb of France. The bishopric of Magdeburg is really rather large. And just on the basis of being large, I don't want them to incite coalition stuff against me. The Kingdom of the Danes are happy enough with me, so I can pull you out. That's the Magdeburger. That's the Munsterburger. Munster love me. Good. Good. Loving me is something I can appreciate. How does Lüneburg feel about me? Well, Lüneburg also love me. Alright, it's looking good for me and my... I might actually start improving relations with my subjects then. Unless there's something better my diplomats could be doing. Yeah, nothing comes to mind. Iceland have antagonism towards me, but they're a dominion of Norway, of course. And the Irish are all under somebody's thumb one way or another, right? Aren't you my subject? Yeah, you are. Paying scutage as you should. I should double check that all the people that should be paying me scutage are under scutage. Could be that we're actually on top of the antagonism game, despite how horrific this all looks. In fact, I might even want to get Frisia out, just on the basis that they have a coastline and therefore could be a pain in my bum. Frisia also have cores around here, but it kind of looks like... yeah, kind of looks like the moment you integrate Holland, then it's going to be goodbye to Frisia, so they're not really a consideration. Was I able to do everything I could with the Guilders? I thought they were somewhere I was planning on dealing with, and I didn't deal with them. What was my take on the guilders? Why are they not out of my face? Let's take care of the guilders. What about dealing with the Hansa and the bank? I believe we saw that there are... Yeah, buildings with the Hanseatic League and Peruzzi. Starting to think they shouldn't be able to coalition people because of the issues there are with adjacency. Preemptively improve relations with the Pale. If by the Pale you mean the Pope, maybe. Pope should always be liking me as much as possible, and those improved relations are not improved enough. Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm going to be at war with the Pale, so it's going to kick out my improved relations anyway. Now, you might think, wouldn't the antagonism be a problem? And you would, except there's this little modifier to antagonism, which isn't showing here. Maybe it'll show on you. Wait, that's who I did it with. How about you? Okay, well, if you're a subject of somebody, the antagonism is heavily reduced. 90%, I think it is. Stability, you say? Yes, I like stability. What about Orkney? They might have boats. Orkney, once again, are under the thumb of the Norwegians, so they're not really a problem for me. It's if the Norwegians are a problem for me, then they're a problem for me. But I would actually quite like to, in the later games, subjugate the... is this area called something like the Northern Isles? Yes. Oh, look at that! The Scottish Isles! Oh no, it's called Northern. I don't know why I read that as Scottish Isles. But yeah, Northern Isles and Orkney, Iceland being my subject actually sounds quite good, because then I could take their market share for myself and start moving their... ever so rare, but it's still here. Ivory down. Probably some good money to be made in ivory down here, especially if we do ivory-related fishing. I mean, the UK has very good access to RGOs. There are a few key things we're missing. Dye and wine come to mind. You can make wine yourself out of fruit. And, well, we do have some apple orchards around here. And you can make dyes out of wood, I believe, and there's no shortage of wood. We have all the minerals I can think of. We've got tin, copper, iron, we've got coal for blasting it. Stone galore. These are really good, well-balanced RGOs. The thing is, as is often the case, France is better. Oh well, wait, does France have tin? France, tell me about your tinners. No, that's wine, Jake. Tin is in Brittany and kind of southern France as well. Quite distant from the market, though. Yeah, Normandy is gone, and I'm very unhappy about that. Normally, France integrating their subjects, if it's far from the capital, is good for me, because they don't get good control and they lose a subject, but Normandy is notably kind of close to Paris. So I don't like them getting the control over these lands that they can make boats in and come and crush me with. So once I actually integrate these lands, I'm going to have to worry about how to build up a navy to destroy France. But if I can be in a position where I'm navally dominant, I think I could really bend France over the bar stool. Especially knowing that they want to buy this land off of me. So I'm dreaming of the situation where they buy the land, and then I fight them for the land. I get ticking war score for holding the land. I kick their arse out and then offer them the land. Because once England's gone, France are going to be probably permanently antagonistic towards me. I can see that happening. But until then, I need to keep France on my goody little two shoes. If I recall, wasn't there a dye made of peeing on seashells? There is something you can make from crushing up seashells, but I don't think it's dye. Well, at least not the thing I'm thinking of. And I'm certainly not thinking about peeing on them. Anyway, I think I'd rather at this stage of the game have my army closer to England to jump on them. Their capital is on my border, which should make seizing that all that much easier, and I've got subjects all over the place to go and clamber all over them. And the diplomatic capacity is looking even better now. Excellent. It's getting more and more tempting to squeeze out a few more subjects. And I actually think at the conclusion of the English War, I will squeeze out all of the existing English land that I have here as subjects, and then I can pop out Chester with this. Although I'll probably give this part over to, whatchamacallem, It is a question of population, though, because it's difficult to integrate these people. Oh, God. All right, I guess Windsor would actually go over to Sussex, because Sussex population is quite low. It'll take them longer to assimilate it, but that's less of a problem. The bigger problem is just having the land under my control. I can happily assimilate this land because it's going to be next to my capital, so I'll have a lot of control to assimilate. It's lands like Cornwall, Devon, Wales, Ireland. I want that stuff assimilated by subjects, because if I take it, low control means I don't get much out of it, and low control makes it... That emote is really freaking annoying me. Get out of here. It's just in my corner of the eye, I just see a little peppy guy waving the Scottish flag. Yeah, emotes are one thing, but animated emotes, be gone. Why is land under control bad? Low control, bad. High control, good. It's like autonomy in EU4. Here's Edinburgh. It has 100% control, so we get the tax base, and I get whatever I tax out of the estates from it. Here is Inverness. Control much lower, so we get much less of the tax base, and then I tax even less of it. Control good, lack of control very bad. Also affects converting population, culture, and religion. Keeping a lazy eye on Jean there. Damn those animated emotes. Damn Pepper and his sword. Urine was used for almost all dyeing. Helps the dyes stick to the fabric. Yeah, used in tanning as well. Part of why tanning was such a smelly process. What is going on here, Provence? Why is your navy all the way over here? Don't tell me you're still involved in that weird war. You're not, but much to my unhappiness, Aragon is still not involved at war with France. I was hoping that would happen. As in, I was hoping the war would happen, because England plus Aragon equals problems for me. I don't have the naval superiority to keep Aragon off my back. What the heck is this? Well, it seems that my subjects want to fight amongst themselves. Connaught and Ivy are taking it out. But hang on. I thought you were a subject here. I guess you got integrated? Bad Connaught, bad. Although, you know, all's fair in love and Irish wars. Nobody can oppress the Irish quite like the Irish. Another interesting thing in my game, Burgundy got a union over Portugal. It'd be nice to see Burgundy do anything other than just get swallowed by France. But swallowed by France is what happens. Yeah, France just get offered everything on a bleeding plate in this game. It's kind of disgusting. Provence trying to get to the northern provinces, just like actual history. Provence were part of my assault on France at the start of this game. Maybe worth noting. Right, I'm eyeing up my manpower and contemplating building another bunch of units, but I think I'd rather keep the manpower for reinforcements if and when I need it. Because if I end up having to fight Aragon, I could see that being very bad for me. I think if Aragon... Let's imagine we start the war and Aragon troops are immediately here. I think I actually need to just do defensive depth as best I can and piece Aragon out separately, because there's no way I can handle Aragon's troops if they all land over here. That is scary. 11,000 Aragonese. I don't have that. If me and all of my subjects banded together, we could maybe kick his arse, but you know what the AI does with their levies? They go, oh, I need to re-raise my levies. I'll do that immediately and with no real downside. I don't know how they manage it. Why is France getting everything? Well, basically, history, they were the big bad of Europe. Oh, well, they're not getting big bad crushed down on here. Then again, I did take out England, who should be keeping them busy for another 50 years. Still keeping an eye on old Jean there. Well, she's not that old, but someday she will be. Rowdy, eh? Doesn't matter. Get to prime breeding age so I can start worming my way into France. You can piece Aragon out with your Union friend above Castile. Ah, capital thinking! It's possible that they would like this land, and I don't want this land. Sadly, you cannot piece out in a manner that gives up part of a union. And also, these guys are a vassal of Aragon's, so it might be that they actually end up fighting against me despite the union. Actually, I think that's highly likely. Meaning I wouldn't be able to offer them? I like the way you're thinking, though. But yes, I'm probably going to have to kowtow to Aragon if they arrive. But that's a big if, right? They're all the way over here. Yeah, Castile couldn't even land over here to aid me in the Independence War. So what are the odds that Aragon can get around here? Although the AI has apparently been improved in the update. Right, 2 years till war. And just to be sure, our next parliament, which will enable the war, is 17 months away. Goody, goody. Ah, Baron, how goes Luxembourg? Have you managed to finally put it to the French by continuing to reduce their opinion by 50 with another nation? Poor Newcastle. Backwards nowhere is their capital when York is here. York is far away from control as well. They'd be much stronger if York were their capital, but if they were much stronger, they'd probably be pushing me over my diplomatic capacity, something fierce. It's a shame. The more subjects I spit out, the much, much worse my diplomatic capacity situation is going to be. Once all is said and done, of course. How's it go? Yeah, this coring won't be done for a while. Well, actually, in 87, the rural settlements will be done, and that includes Pritwell the castle. Colchester itself says 1410, but I think it'll speed up when he's done with all the other integrations. But yeah, here we go. Making him Highland before he made his cores was a big mistake. Because when they are English, it's twice as fast, and it's 50% slower when they're not, so... yeah, what a mistake for Jacob to make. I want to compare the diplomatic capacity of Cornwall to the others. See, Cornwall, they get reduced because of dialect. Their country rank is plus 20%. The country rank should surely be county, right? No, they're a duchy. Jesus, how? The erosion of faith. I might not want my commoners to be all that unhappy, especially with war looming. Let's just pay them off a touch. Once Northumbria is consumed, the problems should be far less. Yeah, the problem is I'm going to make a bunch more subjects. But yes, the hope is that in 1391, the pendulum swings very heavily in my favour, because we kill off the diplomatic capacity of 2 and a bit from Northumberland, and our incremental gain of power means that all the other ones will be proportionately weaker compared to us. But the thing is, I'm still going to be spitting out a less. I'm going to be getting Wales and the Pale as a subject, and I'm going to be spitting out 1 subject, 2 subject, 3 subjects, 4. I will hold on to England just because if I don't hold on to England, I think I'm going to struggle deeply population-wise. In fact, I might not even spit out those subjects yet. I might wait until I do a few integrations of non-Chester land. It's difficult, right? Chester don't have cores around here. There's no indication of Chester ever losing these cores. Even if you completely culturally eradicate a nation's culture from a province, they still seem to keep their cores. I could not get rid of Astrakhan's cores, for example, in the Golden Horde. It's difficult because I need a population to be able to integrate the smaller places, and it needs to snowball a bit. And part of the problem is that I want to spit out Chester for these provinces. But to do that, I need to get rid of this land that Chester has cores on, and it needs to just be this bit of land. Oh well, Jake's problem to have. Ooh. On 2 occasions, I won 100 war score peace deals off of France. My professional troops just butcher them. Now, there's a thought. I could be drilling my troops, but that costs more manpower and money. I think I'll just accept the fact that they're going to have some losses. But I mean, England don't have a professional army anymore, do they? They have 833 troops, but no regulars, so my regulars should utterly destroy their levies. And the Welsh don't seem to have any regulars, and the Pale have no regulars, so it's just the Aragonese who have no regulars, no manpower either. Okay, wow, did they fail to understand the concept of professional army? Don't tell me about Mont Blanc, tell me about Aragon. Aragon have embraced professional armies, but I guess they didn't get all the memos just yet. Those lines of escaping pops never fail to amuse me. Come on now, that's... I don't want to think about that. We'll be up at about 1.2 million, but if I'm getting rid of 100, 200, 300, 400,000 people, it's going to be very difficult to reintegrate these guys. I will try, though. God help me, I'll try. Just bring them in one at a time, starting from the smallest, I suppose. Yeah, Jenny is 1 year away, so next December we need to try and score that marriage with France. I think I will begin my improved opinion with France right now. Should help get the royal marriage as well. This is assuming they want to. They might not. They might just take one look at whatever I'm offering and just go, ugh. Oh, well, it is for the best. Oh, this is for the best. Yes! I am the best at doing nothing. The French-Aragonese War has kicked off. There are two good outcomes from this. One, Aragon is forced to annul treaties with England. Two, Aragon are too exhausted to join England in this war. Hon, garçon. Go and put those Catalonian bastards down for good. Potential downside, the English army is already mobilized. Is that good? Sources say probably not. By the way, I'm going to keep you over in my fortified province. I don't want Edinburgh to get sieged down. I mean, that shouldn't happen in the first place, but if it does, I don't want the navy with my air on it to suddenly keel over and die. Or 3, France takes more of Ireland with a peace. Okay, that not considered a good outcome. But actually a good outcome could be that somehow this land gets taken from France over to maybe the Pale, and then the Pale becomes my subject. The Pale is English, or Anglo-English, Anglo-Irish. Primary culture English. I could have sworn I saw Anglo-Irish around here. Yeah, here we go. What a hideous term. So yeah, we need to exterminate the Anglo-Irish, just like the Irish. A lot of extermination needs to be... Oh, what did I just see? Majority Highlander. I told you, it's no big swing for the weird Corns to become the weird Highlanders. I'm pretty sure they're pretty happy about the situation. And look at that, Colchester, 16% Highland culture. Pretty sure that hasn't changed. They're still crying over... Oh, ooh, look at all those cores. And Colchester won't take until 1410. It'll take until 1410. All right, we've got them on the ropes, lads. Jesus. Okay, it really is precipice to war now. You know, we've been at this for 2.5 hours. There hasn't been a whole lot of excitement. Well, I think it's been exciting. I can see beyond the Pale. Let's get an idea of Aragonese feelings right now. Aragon is at war. Is a -20. But they're going to need to be kicked in the face thoroughly. The French can't get to England. Is an assertion I'm making that might not be entirely true. They can get to Jersey after all. Would I be worried about the French taking Jersey? Probably not. Remember, this is a war between France and Aragon. The AI, I find, doesn't usually end too punitively against non-co-belligerents. That is a French navy, all right. What are they bringing over here? Beziers? Espadon? No, those are transport ships. If I'm going to have to win on the seas, I might have to make proper galleons, although I don't know how much research that's going to take me. What happened to the patchwork hell that was England? I made a bunch of subjects. They'll core the land, and then they will culturally enrich the land, and then I will eat them. Because me coring all this land would take probably 2 centuries. But them coring the land will only take 2 or 3 decades. Well, the coring only takes 1 decade. Give them another decade for cultural enrichment and another decade for integration. I don't really want to cheese off the Pope, but I am working on my relations with the Pope, so I'm pretty sure I can say that Virgin Mary was still just a woman. And also, why virgin? I'm under the opinion, or under the guise that that was not literal, right? I mean, she did have a child. I imagine it's one of those cases where, you know, Joseph is starting to wonder why the woman he married 3 months ago is 6 months pregnant. And 2,000 years later, we're still singing the hymns about it. And maybe I shouldn't make too many enemies right now. Is there an earldom the equivalent of a county? Yeah, that's a question. Yeah, so the problem was when I spat out Cornwall, they were already established as a duchy. The ones that I'm making are only counties. And long may they remain only counties, because if they become duchies, they feel a bit too big for their briefs. Yes, it was literal. The child was from God. Yeah, great. Pull the other one. How did all that money get in your account, Jake? Oh, it was a gift from God. Now start a religion about it. I think they do that as well. Anyway, I'm not the most religiously literate person out there because it doesn't interest me. Jake didn't study Bible class that closely in school. So majority religion in Scotland is no religion. The Church of Scotland is having a very, very bad time right now. And I believe that's what one might call a skill issue. God, speaking of bridges to sell, are we on top of the whole... I was meant to stop those granaries. Granaries do encourage more people to live and breed, but they cost me money. You know how I feel about money. Oh, okay, so the French are landing here. And by the French, I mean the Bretons. The expansion of Irish rule directly from Paris when? Please absolutely screech at me when Jean is about to turn 16. She needs to be embraced. Oh, don't worry, love. We don't do it for love. It's all politics. All right, so we've gotten as high as we can with France. You should have waited on that. How's that antagonism? It's not in a good place, that's for sure. So I want to secure that royal marriage so that maybe, just maybe, France don't coalition me after the annexation of England. It's really cool. Does anybody get really nice Victoria vibes out of this? Not from the economy stuff. That stuff is self-evident. But the whole idea that you're spending a lot more time navigating diplomatic passages rather than in, say, EU4 or EU3, where it's just like, yeah, this is my current target and this is my next target. There's a lot more of, well, you know, maybe I could establish a relationship here to get market preference, so I could bring all these goods over in order to jumpstart my cannon economy because I don't have local tin. Yeah, none of that in EU4. This game is great. Just wait until I have a disastrous war with England. I'm going to say this game's awful. Aragon are still feeling good about joining England in this fight, but there is no way that Aragon would prioritize sailing over to fight me when they're currently getting ass blasted by France, right? So let's look on the good side here. How are the English failing so hard here? Yeah, fortunately Cornwall has plenty of tin for me. The lengths I went to get Colne to send me printing press, yes. Good lord, those Bretons are on a rampage. They came to get down. This is actually bad for me because this is killing English pops that I need to be my own population real soon. And yeah, there you go, the AI. We've just lost all of our army. What are we going to do? We're going to raise our army again. It says it's going to raise 1,374, but how much is it really going to raise? I was ready to say cheating AI bastards, but they did actually get the amount they advertised. That was not the case earlier. I think it said they were going to raise 300 in Harrow, and they rose about 1,300. That wasn't any good for me. Ooh. What exactly is France going to demand off of England? If it's land, I'm in for a bad bloody time. When's that? Lass's birthday, 11th of December. Oh, getting hot under the collar here. Getting all kinds of nervous. Spilling my spaghetti at the thoughts. How do I propose to Jean? I make an example out of her. Or just lose prestige. Who's this? The Isles gaining liberty desire and losing opinion with me. I cannot imagine that being a big concern for me right now. The Lordship of the Isles... Yeah, I don't really care. Smack them down. Oh no, they're unhappy. Yeah, who's happy? How goes the cultural enrichment of the Isles today? Depends if you're Cornish or not. Because you're not Cornish anymore. Northern Northumbria, completely and utterly almost converted. That's going to be good, because that's a good proximity to Edinburgh. And of course, the tiny little marshlands in the centre of Ireland. Oh, and Northern Wales, of course. Don't forget Flint. All 13,000 Flintstones out there, embracing Highland ways. Once we have cores in this land, things are going to get better in terms of cultural enrichment. Because it's not just making them start the conversion, it's eradicating English culture and having more and more people that are Highland culture. Not just people, but nations. So the cultural influence of the Highland is extremely low. That's why it struggles against the likes of the English. But it gets boosted by the prestige and other effects from all the different countries here. Look at that. Gwynedd. Gwynedd have the Renaissance? Why the hell are you not giving me that? An entire shower of bastards. Right, you there. Share your knowledge with me. Wait, Moray spreads to Flint. No, the other way around. It's not showing. It's really not showing. I guess it's because Edinburgh already has the Renaissance? Ugh, it does have the Renaissance. Unfortunately, Edinburgh is just a small part of my overall country, though. How about England? How renaissanceical do you feel? Quite renaissanceical. Well, in Oxford, at least. I think I have to accept that it's going to be a while before I can embrace that, but I want the Renaissance so badly. Ooh. Expanding the mines. The mines? Whitby have alum. Essential ingredient in dye making and specialized tanning. Once again, good, well-balanced RGOs in the UK. Will you be bringing the Highlands to the Lowlands as well? We're already on it. Even in Aberdeen, they're being chased out by scary men in kilts. No low Francos around here. Yeah, the Highland culture continues to very perversely spread. Some little places like Stirling holding strong. Edinburgh holding strong as well. Northumbrians getting chased out of Northumbria into Scotland. They're going to get trapped by men in kilts. What the hell is this? Oh yeah, the Norse Gaels I'm trying to wipe out. The problem is that a lot of it revolves around control. Once I integrate this land, I actually strongly suspect I'll spend time eradicating the Scots from up here before I turn my attention down south. Because when I move my capital to London, control up here is going to be very, very low. And control is a vital part of cultural enrichment. Yeah, that said, I'm not sure it would ever get much better than this. Well, we'll see. We're still at least 25 years away from having our capital down in London. It's hard to spread the Renaissance when locals communicate only in grunts. Well, we don't communicate in paintings. That one guy we had to make a painting for us decided to die before producing any art. And somebody has the nerve to tell me that's working as designed. Alright, how you feeling these days, Aragon? And yes, I think whoever believed that the... Well, they're liking it less and less. Whoever said that the reason I can see all this is because my subject is involved in this is probably right. Although my subject is currently getting sieged down, so they might not be existing for much longer. What's the nature of this war, by the way? Take Bavon. No, take Bayonne. And I don't think the French are going to have much trouble taking Bayonne when they outnumber you 5-1. They're so disgustingly strong. And they're bringing in Bohemia. At what point did you think, I'm the biggest, strongest nation in Europe. I'm going to need Bohemia's help to take out These poor, destitute Catalonians. That's just French things. If you're big and strong, you deserve big, strong friends, right? Anyway, what was that place they're taking? Bayonne, right? Sounds like a province name. Anybody know their geography better than me? I suppose what they could do is press F and go Bayonne. Hon, Bayonne. Ooh. Former English land, Bayonne, is it not? How did Aragon ever end up with this? What a mystery. Okay, well that is very good, because another thing I want France to do is to butt heads with Castile. So that border would be brilliant antagonism for me. Why do the dying? Someone else can do it for you. Yeah, the problem is the English are dying too much. I need a population to breed and work for me. Pretty sure England had more than 330. Oh god, look at that pop! Oh, dearie me. Poor England. God, my population ain't so hot. I'm really going to struggle to pop out Chester and still maintain a strong enough nation for myself, because I'm going to have to lose a lot of land for it. And I'm not keen on that, but I really do need these cores. I pop out Chester with these, I force convert him to Highlander, and then we hope that, well, we just hope. We do a lot of hoping. 2 months on Jean, yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Jean. Yeah, I do concern myself that all my subjects might become a bit too uppity. 11th of December? Wow, I'm not usually good at remembering birthdays. 1 month on you and just a few months on England. Fortunately, the Parliament will come into effect when it's English time. I should consider making better friends with anybody who seems the most uppity out of my subjects at this point, because I don't think there's much to be gained from chasing down any more antagonism. Brabant is always a tempting target, but I believe I have squeezed that particular orange dry. Of course, we already worked Munster over. Holland are irrelevant, they're a subject. Don't think I need to care about how Paderborn feel. Surely. You're joking me, right? Provence? Provence do have a navy. Alright, you know what? Sure thing, Provence. Let's improve opinion with you. I'll probably max out the Pope while we're at it. The Prince Bishop of Magdeburg are... I'll keep working on them. And the Guelders? The Guelders are all right-ish. How are my subjects doing overall? Cornwall, surprisingly unhappy. Well, not surprised. I forced them to be my culture. Same with Essex. Outside of that, everybody's pretty happy. And of course, they're paying me money. The other thing is to make sure that these guys are on scutage. 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 Even you? Scutage is currently not enabled, but I don't think it's even worth spending 1 diplomat on you right now. We've got the birthday cake with a ring inside ready, Jake. Oh, excellent. Don't choke on it too hard, Jean. Yeah, once again. Not really sure I could handle 10% unhappy commoners in the just before war, so even more stability loss, please. Yeah, so many bad events from the Western Schism. The occasional good event, of course. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And a happy birthday, Jean! Not immediately married, you say? Well, maybe I have to go through here to arrange the royal marriage. Was it with Don Chad? I guess Don Chad is my only eligible option here. Yeah, Don Chad. What if I'm imagining a situation where Ian dies. He's only had a daughter so far, which is bad bloody news. Please change that. Yeah, imagine it's Don Chad and then France get a claim throne CB against me. Then I'm probably going to be under French yoke for a while. Wait, is that not good news? What if I can start a coalition against them? I'm not sure if you can do that as a junior partner, though. I know you can do it as a vassal, but Anyway, where's Don Chad? Here you are, Don Chad. Let us arrange a royal marriage between you and French Jean. And she'll take it? Oh boy, she'll take it. There seems to be a bit of a genetic mismatch going on here. Alright, come on then. Great power score of France is... Okay, that's score, not position. My position's doing alright. Right, this is surely good news for us. Huzzah, legally married. Hopefully you stay in my place here. I was hoping that she'd come over to us rather than my guy going over there. I've seen some weird things with people jumping around. You're still my admiral, so you're still around here, but even so, get to work. And now that we have married France, we have such a good relation with France. Oh, yeah. Is that good enough to maybe... Not even close. No, they have a problem with the laundry list of coalitions, including themselves. Wait, that's almost all you. And you can't even join the coalition. But hang on, if France were not on that list, if France didn't hate the fact that I was a likely target of the coalition of France, then France would pretty much be my ally. What? Okay, great. This love-hate relationship is dangerous. Alright, but anyway, that's one of the big snags taken care of. That should stop France from declaring war upon me, at least during the time of that alliance, that marriage. Aragon, on the other hand. Do we declare war even with Aragon in this, or do we wait? No, we don't wait. There's no way. If we wait, England are going to start a coalition and bring in a bunch of others. That is Pikachu acceptable. No. Geodude acceptable. No. Unacceptable. We must kill England the moment the truce is up. And we have a date on that. That is May, correct? Yeah, 2nd of May, England must fully and completely die. Ooh, remember when England had that Irish land? Seems to be gone. That's good. That's less for me to have to annex. Because I don't want land... If I had this land next to the French over here, that would be bad bloody news for me. The Jersey Isles could remain a problem, but they could not. This could be a problem. Imagine France takes some of this land. Oh, I would be in great pain. That joke was terrible, and that's coming from me. Oh, this Irish guy I lived with, he used to say, you know, how do you get a Pokemon on the bus? Pikachu. Ooh, move towards naval. I mean, that's going to be undone immediately, though, because we're not moving towards naval. How do you move towards naval? Like, what is my land focus that I need to get rid of here? I've never gone naval before, but I know that I need to. The naval size is pathetic. My ruler being a general is a problem. But isn't my... I bet my ruler being an admiral would push it that way, though. Give us more of a naval focus then, and let's just remove you, and then put my ruler in charge of the navy. 42, he's getting on. War exhaustion down, development up, diplomatic reputation. He's pretty good. I mean, his stats are not all that much to shout about, but come on, for a Highlander. I'm just impressed he can read and write. I'm also assuming that he can read and write. And then my son... Yeah. My not first... Well, whoa, hold on. If you die, then goodbye that marriage with France. but probably better than... Yeah, whatever. You're not going to be in charge of the fighting anyway. Naval? What are we? Barbarians? Only heathens use boats. Well, walking on water is proving a little difficult for us. Those North-scale patriots still want to bleeding rise up. You should lose prestige for admiraling a fleet made of one cog. Looks like an adult man playing with kids' toys. Again, Highlander. Right, Parliament is possible. We will call Parliament the moment the truce is up and then immediately get the casus belli on them. That means I need to be ready for war in virtually no time. But I do think standing here and walking on Oxford immediately is a good idea. Even if my levies aren't ready for it, and you cannot raise levies before war as a landed nation. I don't think Aragon are going to dismiss the call to arms. I think they're going to join. So my biggest fear is that France just pieces out with Aragon. Their war score is not that amazing. I think that war is going to go on for a wee while yet. I'm certainly hoping it does. Oh, would you look at that? Another potential person to sell off to nations I want to keep happy. Could I have another royal marriage with France? No, you can only have one pair. Brabant? No. That's a shame. Doing Brabant so they'd stay out of my hair would also be advantageous, I think. Kingdom of Norway? What do you have? Crummy little courtier. But it is a good way to keep Norway off my back. Magnus is not too shabby, though. Couldn't I just have a marriage here? Marry a noble? No, okay, not allowed that then. And lowborn costs a fair bit. All right, how about a royal marriage with Norway? They seem happy enough about it. Wait, a Swedish? Well, they're the same age. Go on. Breed for me, but most importantly, stay in my court. I don't plan on fighting Norway anytime soon either, and keeping them out of my hair has got to be good. Alright, sure. Being a general increases death chance. I almost never see generals die. Oh, do we know? I thought that's did you know. Not aware. Yeah, there we go. We're almost pushing towards naval. I think I'd want a cabinet member to really push it in general in that direction. I thought I passed a law regarding navy stuff, like... well, I thought I did. Anyway, I can check you off of my list of people I care about. Can't I? Yeah, there we go. You're no longer special to me. Marriage here, marriage there, it's all good. Also, way to get prestige. And I need 50 if I want to become a kingdom. Then again, I also need more land if I want to become a kingdom. Minting threshold. Okay, good. That's just free money. Not a lot of free money, but some free money. Otherwise, yeah, ready for war. Ready for war in May. England continuing to kill themselves by raising even more levies. How many people did they have before this war started? Does that go down live? 333k? Starting to think that the English levies are running a little dry, my lord. Also wonder, is that plated cavalry dudes? Does it tell me what kind of units they are? Mailed knights, yeah, there we go. I guess he took that. It's not going to save him, though. Nothing's going to save you from me, England. She has a ring. She's no longer concerned to me. Yes. France aren't going to lose that land. I'm just interested in them not gaining land with England. What's that plus 74 even mean? The help that they're getting, I suppose. Alright, March. Couple months until Armageddon. For England, that is. Lazy eye on Aragon. Yeah, Aragon's almost certainly going to be joining in. I better preemptively start paying for my everything. Yeah, even my navy, right? And my one fort. Can you change it into a horde and enslave the English? Anybody can start enslaving if they move their capital to Africa. Having a capital in Africa allows you to raid for slaves, and it's the freest raiding there is, because it's not dependent on religion. Hordes can only enslave people that are not their religion, which is why I'm not able to enslave Sunnis as the Golden Horde. Or Chagatai can't enslave Tengris, for that matter. Game's running out of shades of blue for England. Well, it's going to have to find a few more, because there's going to be a few more. That diplomatic capacity for me is terrifying. I need to consume Northumberland and then reconsider my position. Much as I would really, really like to pop out Chester, I'm beginning to think that it might not be possible. No, it's got to be possible. There's no other reasonable way to integrate this land. But one consideration is not to give Chester Dover, even though I really want to give Chester Dover. I think I have to make do without it. It's just, it's a really, really good way to... it's a really good way to keep France at my beck and call, because I could give France this and this for money, and then casus belli them for it. But that is assuming a lot, such as me being able to trounce France on the seas. I think it's worth the investment. I just think it's a big, expensive investment. Giving Chester all of this land. But if Chester have that, then, you know, I can eat up Sussex, Wiltshire, Cambridgeshire. I can take London later. Yeah, the population remains the bigger issue, though, because I need to outnumber 10 to 1 the subject that I want to eat. Do you really want to sell land to the French? Sounds like a recipe for disaster. No, it's a recipe for being able to win wars against France. Because I can get ticking war score capturing this and then bringing up a navy that stops them from coming over. It's just that, you know, it's very difficult to keep your eyes all over the place. And if they just invade a little bit, then that could be a problem for me. Meaning I'd need a sizable and strong navy to keep the French at bay. A navy? With what money? I am making money, if you haven't noticed. It's not bad money either. Yeah, it's mostly vassal fees as usual, but yeah, more than half of it is vassal fees. Truce timer ends May the 2nd. I am well aware and I am poised and ready. Or am I? I've got the wrong general in charge here. That's still my son. Gerald, I know you're getting old, but do you want to have one last hurrah against the English? Now, I'll let Mr. Muckle do it. That was a bit late, though. He won't be around until June, but I don't think it'll be a battle until then anyway. It's not like I'm looking to rush in and charge here. I'm a bit worried about all this occupation that France is getting. I mean, they've lost this in Ireland, but they're still keeping it at the end of the war. Of that, I'm quite certain. 2nd of May, right? 2nd of May. Let's keep that rightly slowed down. 1st of May. Is there a pop-up, by the way, for truces ending? Because I got to tell you, that would be really, really handy. No. Okay. It's 2 sets forward, 3 sets back with these message settings. Generals don't die, do they? Oh, they'll eventually die. I've never seen them die in combat, but I would be willing to believe it can happen. Alright, there we go. Welcome to 2nd of May. Declaration of war on England. No truce to break. Aragon will get involved, but I don't think they're going to get involved, if you know what I mean. However, I need a reason to fight England, and that's what the Parliament is for. Edinburgh, let us convene here. I would really, really like to expand some RGOs. It is mostly farming around here, yeah, and I think wool counts as farming too. So let's fund farming estates in the off chance that that actually gets through as well. Yeah, go on then. And we turn to our parliament and we say, you can have whatever you want as long as you will agree that war with England is the highest priority for the state right now. I'm already max decentralization, and while I want to whilst I want to centralize, decentralization does keep my subjects happier right now. Expansionist zealotry. A different religion cost might not be the world's worst thing in the world, but it's war cost, right? Which isn't very relevant. Yeah, I think this is the cost to start the war. Not how much it costs to take land. But it gives a lot of satisfaction for very little power to the clergy. In a sense, not bad. But in another sense, why would I? Let's just have those burghers not give me so many levies in exchange for getting the war. You know, this war in which I might really need those levies. Is there a way to see how many levies I even get out of the burghers right now? I'm unsure about that. 2 of these together won't hack it. Whatever, let's do autonomy support for now. And then, of course, we are getting a casus belli on Ingerland. Probably for Oxfordshire, it's going to be their best province to take in the war. So surely that's the one I want the cost reduced on the most. It's also a town, so sure. Dubious claims on Oxford? Sign me up, Buttercup. Sign me up for war immediately. Parliament approved claims on the province. Increases conquest cost and increases antagonism. Okay. I'm pretty sure I can fool Annex England with this, and I better, because that's the entire point of this war. Alright, well, no sense mucking around here. Let's do it. Declare war in England. Take Oxfordshire. All lines up. No point in calling these guys in particular. We'll do it. Ah, okay. As expected, those horrible folks over in Aragon and... is that Munster? Yeah, Munster are joining the fray. Alright, I definitely need a water break before I get this underway. I'll be back momentarily, whilst you consider just how many more English have to die before Moray can be sated. Alright, there we go. Now, Keelan makes a compelling argument, threaten war first to get a better deal on the CB. Problem with that, I think I need to be great power. But also, the whole point of this war is to strike England the moment the truce is up. If I give them any breathing room, they're going to stir up a coalition. And whilst we have managed to get some of the bigger players out of it, I still don't want to have to suddenly worry about Iddle and Diddle sailing over. And who's this joker? Brema. How did I not take care of Brema? Brema is probably somebody I should consider improving relations with during this war, though. Yeah, Prince Bishopric of Brema. Were they really not a consideration earlier? I need you out of my hair. And that really severely limits my amount of diplomats, so who can I pull out of all of this right now? Provence are still a bit unhappy. The Pope is more or less maxed out, so let's call county on the Pope. Magdeburg, have I finished with you? Not quite. Let's keep Magdeburg happy-ish. And the Guilders? The Guilders are happy enough, I suppose. Alright, let's try and build up some diplomats so we can duck and weave for this. Okay, this is a pretty big moment for Maury. It was a huge moment trimming England down, but now eradicating England ensures that we have control over 98% of the Isles. The only problem being this right here. Yeah, perfidious frog over here taking over a little chunk of Ireland. I have a feeling this is going to be a big problem down the line. Or is it? It's not going to be lost in this war, but it's actually a reasonable grounds for war with France. I know I was talking about selling them land and fighting for it over here, but I could just as easily get the Cassis from somebody having a core on this land. Who does? Who the heck is this? The minor tribe of Ely. Alright, I could have Ely's claims here, or we could have Ormond. The point is I can manipulate Casus Belli on this to kick out the French, and perhaps simultaneously take this land off of them if I'm selling it. So I think there's something to be worked with here. And that would mean that I don't have to give this over to... what's their face? Chester. So I could split off Canterbury separately. Anyway, lots of things to think about, but right now the main thing to think about is take Oxford and raise your levies. Not sure I want to raise all of my levies. Yeah, my people have work to do. How many would even raise in London? 4 plated knights and 80-something levies. I'm not even sure that's worth my time. And why is that tooltip enormous? What is causing this to be so huge? I think the longer you play, the bigger tooltips get. Yeah, some of them are just ridiculous. I'm French and I'm not even offended. Ireland, well done, frogs. Don't get me started with them. Alright, raise my levies up here just in case we need them. Maybe they can consolidate with some of these. Work on Oxford. My subjects should do quite a lot of the heavy lifting. They're told to think of their own ways forward. Yeah, there we go. Levies. Levy en masse. Highlander style. Yeah, tooltips of unusually large size. Bit off-putting, isn't it? So, at this point, I really do not want Aragon to... Oh, we lost our vision here now that Aragon's an enemy. But we still have you, kind of hanging on in there. Yeah, I cannot separate piece Aragon for 1 year. So the dream is that this war with France goes on for at least a year. Aragon go, oh my gosh, I'm getting my arse kicked here. I don't need to be in another war. And then they peace out with me for... honestly, I'd take anything. Well, not anything, but I'm happy to dispose of the Irish if it means that I can get Aragon out of this war. But that is only something to be done if Aragon actually arrive here. If Aragon cannot tell their arse from their elbows with regards to their fleet, then all is okay. But they do have a fleet, including combat and transport. And they've got mercenaries, regulars, and levies. The combat ships might be able to triumph over the French Navy. And I'm going to need that French Navy sank to the bottom of the channel at some point. War reps would be juicy. What? I don't want to give war reps. I suppose it's not the world's worst, because I'm pretty sure war reps don't take from your diplomacy bonus. Are you going to get 10 to 1 over there in Hereford? I think you are. Maybe don't... Well, actually, if you lose your regulars, that's good news for me, because then you become weaker. So yeah, this is a 10 to 1 that works in my favor. Yeah, go for it, England. Kill him. Kill him dead. Ah! So I was wondering about this, and I suppose I don't need to keep wondering. It seems that 10 to 1 no longer happens on levies versus regulars. I don't know why. There must be something special causing that. Because that was more than 10 to 1. That was almost 20 to 1. Okay. Pretty sure I could kick their arse if I come over there, but I want to take Oxford first. If only you'd brought your actual army in. It's probably not based on numbers, but combat strength. Traditionally in EU, it's always been 10 to 1. There's been nothing else to concern yourself with but getting that 10 to 1. But now it seems that there are other factors at play. Right, get my units over together on York for now, and then we'll consider where to move. I don't want to leave anybody isolated. Not in this war. Me, I'm interested in getting occupations right now, because it gives me eyes on the prize with regards to where the English are going. And remember, every Englishman I kill is one more Englishman that I don't get as population when I conquer England. And I need that population in order to absorb my own subjects. But yes, eyes like a hawk, everybody. If anybody flying the Aragonese flag lands on me, I need to be well aware of that. We're all in this together, you know? I'm just being told it's not numbers, but it's the combat power that counts. Do I really want to help Bedford? You know what, I do want to help Bedford. Put those English where they belong. I have a cunning idea, but I'm not sure if it's cunning enough. For one, I want my corps on the center, and I want my horses on the flanks. That's pretty good. I should be able to utterly mulch you with this. Is this even a good defensive position? Can't imagine Bedford, of all places, is. No, it absolutely isn't. In that case, I'm going to let you die, and then I'm going to arrive. Because then the English will be a bit sozzled, and it should be easy, clean sweep for me. Hello, England. All right, look at that. We are in position, kind of. No, we're not. It's just the horse that gets out in time to meet a not horse. So, still thinking that regulars kick the arse of levies pretty easily. Fine by me. I want my Bedford. And I also want Northumbria to start picking up the slack on this fight before I integrate them. Oh, he did not run very far, did he? Maybe I should get some friends to join me in here so I can truly ravage the English. It's an idea I'm willing to go with. One of your vassals has a very Aragonese-like flag. Well, you're going to have to work on it. It's okay, I'm sure it's a while before they arrive. Also, holy smokes, Gwynedd want their cores back. Unfortunately for Gwynedd, they're not getting their cores back. I spat Gwynedd out because I suspected in time it would be useful to have this claim, but it hasn't proven useful. But that's okay. You make the plans and God laughs. But in the end, I will be the one getting the last laugh. Hello, England. Welcome to die. My army does not want to join me. Well, whatever. Ah, my army wants to join me. Unfortunately for me, they're going to arrive, let's see, 16, 6. Oh, I don't know how they managed to snap with me in terms of time of arrival, but bye, England. Oh, what a flank. Oh, God, is there anything that feels better than thousands of dead English? I'm open to anything. Right, is anything actually better? Right, we must march and take over. Shouldn't need any leadership for this. The English are pretty dead and buried after that affair. Yeah, Northumberland have their stripes going up and down, though. Aragon have got their stripes going left to righty. I don't know, maybe you're watching this lying down so everything is 90 degrees for you, but that's how it works. Yes, a subjugated Sweden. A what now? Oh, this must be some very sad Norwegian talking. Look at that delightful Swedish Union. Why did Norway never leave the Union at any point? Oh, right, because they're useless. And I'm not being nasty, I'm just telling the facts. God's own facts. Jesus, how does it keep popping them out? The AI is something else. They mobilized everybody, they all died, and they could just mobilize them all again. Pretty sure when I try and play, there's actual cooldown on my levies. Maybe I'm not that sure. But yeah, hey, they wanna go die again in Sterling. I'm not really sure I want to lose that many regulars. We don't gain a lot of them. Not sure I want to lose my irregulars either, though. Come on, Northumbria. Pick up the slack. The unions are pretty annoying. They're exceedingly hard to get rid of or to annex them. In a way, I'm glad that they last a while. Certainly don't last very long in EU4, do they? It's just, oh, I've had you for a few years. Time for annexation. Haha. Alright, I'm not able to move over there because I keep clicking on the stars of the... Oh, well, that's useful. I do not want to invest in this fight. I want my subjects to do all the dying for me, which allows my existing units to instead focus down Stafford and Kidderminster, which I have never heard of before, but I will believe it's a real thing. Okay. The battle that was not to be. Well, fine. They're probably going to be busy in Nottingham. Nottingham is not a province to concern myself with, and then I will move more north and kill them. Unsurprisingly, I was completely correct. Alright, pick up these units and go and demolish England, please. So, here's a problem. If I attach everybody to Elva Posse, we're going to lose the leadership. What you can do, as a cunning individual, is swallow up your smaller units bit by bit. So we can tell you two to come together, and then we're going to make a 1,300 or so led by you. Then I can add 1,000 to you, still together. Then I can add more than 1,000 to you, bloop, still together, and then we can bring it together. And then you don't get that weird teleportation of your general back from the capital. And then you rebalance, reconsolidate, and then manually do formation because this game just has no idea how to auto-balance. Ugh. I mean, it's not difficult. I want people who don't have horses to be in the center. And I want people who have horses to be on the flank. There is an argument to putting some additional people without horses on the flanks if you think the numbers aren't looking too good. I mean, those flanks are pretty light. But these images are so hard for me to make out. Like, what is what here? I'm not the world's biggest fan. I'm going to shove some levies on the flanks just to make them a little easier and then get to it. Time for England to die once again, it seems. What do we think about 38 to 1? You're right, 62 to 0 is a much better ratio game. Let's chase down and kill even more English scum. And no, don't drop Kettering, you tool. Alright, if you're going to be that toolish, let's drop out 2 loads of peasant levies, split them in half, send one over to Kettering, and one to Stafford. And we'll loot as we go, because we're Highlanders. Orkney have got a following through on threat Casus Belli on us. I still don't understand how this works. How are they getting that Casus? Parliament. Oh, that's right. I have Parliament right now. Did forget about that. I am still interested in expanding my RGOs for what it's worth. Let's go and check out RGO building while we're at it. Anything that makes decent money and involves farming. Which pearls are not. But Edinburgh's hardy grains are. Fruit and Selkirk are. Stirling's wool is. You can see that they earn the building cost. I still wish it didn't work like this. It's mad that you want to wait and do all of your expansion when you're doing Parliament stuff. It just feels quite out of balance. Is beehiving farming? It absolutely is. Okay, very good. At least there'll be plenty of jobs for my people who are still wanting to emigrate from Scotland. What is that? Wheat. Okay, very good. Wheat, wool. Wool is still a good trade good. Dumfries, yeah, bring it on. Yeah, wool, wool. I should do it looking at this, using my galactic brain rather than trusting what the game tells me. In the end, more goods are more. Fish is hardly worth it, though. Fruit is worth it. Is there anything else even worth considering? It's worth considering the future, what this is going to be. But it will be my subjects RGO for a while, so I'm a little less keen about that. I need to be, yeah, Scottish fruit. There are some hardy fruits that grow up here. Yeah, we gotta eat something. Coastal stuff is good, because coastal control in due time will be alright. But that might be the extent of what I'm willing to invest here. Maybe a little bit more wool. You know, it's all jobs for my people, and it's all tax-based for me. And tax-based makes me proportionately stronger than my excruciatingly uppity subjects. Yeesh, that is bad. Crown power is now a long-forgotten dream. And some of my subjects are feeling mighty unhappy under my yoke. Fortunately, Northumberland are still going to be annexed in the nick of time. Yeah, 3 years from now. And when I annex this land, everybody will calm down a bit as well. So where are those English off to? Apparently I'm heading for them, but teleporting armies remain an irritating thing. Hey, Aragon, you sure you don't want out of this war? Well, they would hate to be in this war, despite the ongoing sieges against them. But yeah, this is not a war that we're going to win against Aragon. It's a war we're going to win against England. Where the heck are they going? Sadly, we didn't end up taking Wales. And very sadly, the Welsh still have loads of forts. That'll be fine when they're my subject, so it's not like there's stuff we have to tear down. But until then, Wales remains a horrific annoyance. Stafford is down. I want to make sure we don't drop this siege. Like, the AI loves to just ignore a siege that they're already winning and then decide that they have better ideas. And I'm not one to believe that the AI ever has better ideas, not than me at least. But we need to locate and destroy the remaining English, wherever they may be. I think I'll hold on to Ludlow. It's a nice, hilly, wooded area, so if the English come knocking, then they're going to come knocking into me. And if the English... Wait, I thought I took Kiddermeister. Jeez, this is not passing now, is it? I would need to get considerably more support here. Lessen levies and give autonomy. That will give me 35, 36, 30, almost 7. Oh, God, now I gotta count. 36.8. That'll do it. It'll barely do it. Is it even worth it, though? I get 2 farms. Well, no, think of it this way. I get 7 stability. Right, good enough. I'll lose some stability for it, and I will lessen your levy obligations for now. What? I count good. Well, in for a penny. That's going to make the nobility particularly unhappy with me. There we go. Get that through. Don't click until 1 day left. Yeah, you're right about that, but I've reckoned that I would forget if I left it until 1 day left. Make sure Kirkmaster falls as well. I'm quite interested to see how this war finishes between you and France, England. The English are working their way up there some way, somehow, and I definitely want to make sure that this does not get dropped. I will even put... Who are you? You're my son. Alright, my son can even have a taste of command. Muckle does the rest. We need to consider how this is going to go. I'm a bit concerned that it says I cannot take all the locations, but let's think otherwise. All English land. Hereford is English land. That is English land. Jersey is English land. Oh, that's why I can't take it. It's occupied by France. Oh, France could completely block me out here if they don't let me take English Jersey. I need to absolutely make sure I'm taking every English province, though. It's of vital importance. Yeah, I'm surprised my maths was that bad. Good. Prevent the French from taking any of this. Hey, we funded the farming estates. Never punished. I don't see any Aragonese either, but what is this? Lord Frieza is here. What? I'm gonna need that one spelt out for me. This is not planet Namek. Go away. I'm scrolling through all of the pop-ups that I got in the messages to see how on earth Frieza got involved. There's no alliance here. Is there a guarantee? What in the world, Frieza? What are you doing here? Ah, Frieza is the subject of Oldenburg. Ooh, that is kind of funny and kind of bad as well. On the plus side, he's only bringing 400 or so units. On the downside, that's enough to do occupations on me. Am I okay marching my army up to deal with that? It's pretty annoying. But I'm quite confident the English can't deal with this on their own. Alright, on you go, on you go. Oh, well, I'm even more confident the English can't deal with this on their own. The English just dumbled their way into death. They're still living, sadly. I'm not keen on them living. Oh, you're going for Edinburgh, aren't you? You absolute codswallop. Oh, he's going to Stirling. Sure. Well, it's going to take me a bit to get my army up there, but I will dispatch you. Oh, maybe I don't have to. Essex Navy is on the prowl, sire. Oh, and I was oh. There's just no stopping Jimmy Hopkins, who's assumedly from Essex. Oh, nice. I love what I see. Okay, very good. Then we can continue to focus down the English. Essex, you absolute champ. Alright, do we by any chance have anybody from Essex? This is our Essex. Colchester, Prittlewell, Barking, Chelmsford, Walden, Heldingham. We all miss Heldon. Because you just saved me some potential headache up in Scotland. Oh man, of all the moments to get ballatoned, yeah, my connection is going sideways here. Oh well, good thing I have local recordings for this. Yeah, in a short period there, I just dropped 12,000 frames. Ach well, if you can still hear me, Essex just went and brutalized the oncoming Frieza invasion. Namek is safe. And good, Northumberland's on their warpath. Yeah, that wasn't Twitch, that was definitely me. I can see it on my OBS counters. Right, so, slight complication. I need the war to... Oh, wow. Course. Oh, God, course. They said it couldn't be done, but hey, we integrated some Scots. Amazing. I need more integration done. But where? If I integrate Highland places, then it integrates faster. That's got to be good, but if I integrate better places, then I get more out of it. Wait, I have one here to integrate. One little bit of the Hebrides. That doesn't sound good. How long does it take? They've been integrating themselves, actually, and they'll be done soon enough. Arran have mostly Highland people, but is it really worth spending even a year integrating? Because, yeah, look at that. The integration progress is 78%. Let's explore some other integration ideas. If we were... We've held on to this land here in Lancashire for forever, right? It has integrated itself by 6.8%. But I'm not sure I'm willing to spend 30 years integrating it manually. That's for subjects to do. Wouldn't the Moray integration be quick, since it's just one location? The Moray place. Ah, this one province right here. Yeah, I guess so, but it's also kind of rubbish. Not really much of a province worth integrating. I think it's better to get somewhere that's actually going to have some output, like Angus. Yeah, go on, I'll do Angus. That way I can get Scumd in. I can get Kincardine, even if I can't get Aberdeen. Yeah, how long do you think this will take you? 10 years. Ah, man. How long to do... What do they even call this province? Argyll, of course. Argyll will be done in 6 years. Is Argyll better, though? Nobody bleeding lives in Argyll. Don't even bother with it. Alright, let's get Angus then. So long to even integrate Scotland. We'll get there someday, though. Chat help, I'm being integrated. It's not all that bad, right? Why do people think that living under Highlander yoke is suddenly going to be so bad for them? Is it the constant wars that I put you through? Is it the fact that I shut down your libraries and your theatres and everything that gives you any kind of culture? No, surely not. How is Aragon not dying horribly in this war? It's kind of good for me that they're not getting hosed, because that would end the war early. And it's really good to see that Aragon's strength is going way down. Come on, Rise of Boromir time. Even so, getting them out of this war might be a little tricky. I'm willing to pay them off and I'm willing to give up the Irish, but the important thing is that I 100% England. Who the heck is that? That's the Pale coming in, isn't it? I don't agree to having Pale Lords coming in, and I don't want to lose Flint. Community education. Community schools. Ooh. Ah, even better. We don't need to learn around here. Learning is a source of much evil. This is not a good fight, by the way. Anything but a good fight. But we take it regardless. Because it kills Irish. Well, it kills Anglo-controlled Irish, but it still kills them. Yeah, there we go. Get the heck out of here. I can't imagine you have far to run. If I want 100% England, do I actually have to eat their subjects? I'm starting to think that I do. Because look at this. This is a 73% war score thing. That said... Wait, are you out with France? Ooh, I love coming here. Aragon continues these occupations, that's whatever. But the end of England is surprisingly close. We have nothing more to lose. The country would disappear. Full English annexation. I can taste it. It's so close. But the problem is all these bleeding forts in my way. Tell you what, moving on Cardiff wouldn't be the world's worst idea. I need to make sure there are no more English remaining. There are not, so it's entirely the Welsh. Wait, why are there still 4,000 or something? That's Aragonese. But the French are still fighting the Aragonese, which is beautiful. That keeps the Aragonese out of my face. But damn those Welsh. Ever since the First War, the Welsh have been a bigger issue since the English. In fact, all the time, the Welsh have been a bigger issue than the English. Always getting in my face about everything. That said, they were also the ones that helped me during my independence war when England did absolutely smegging nothing. So, twists and roundabouts and all that. I should probably see if I can chase you down before worrying about Cardiff. Oh, yes! Welcome to die. Yeah, Welsh collaborators. When are they going to give up? And they really just keep on coming. Like I said, the AI can just click their heels together and keep summoning more and more levies. It's insane. That said, I haven't bothered to check if I can, because I don't let my levies die like flies. I let my subjects' levies die like flies. And if they die, they have less population for me to integrate, so it all works out. Still contemplating how this is going to go at the end of the war, because I worry greatly about my diplo capacity. I mean, I still really want to pop out Chester, but all these other provinces are going to be a huge deal for me. We'll have to do some number crunching when we see how much diplo capacity they all end up costing me. You need to be put an end to. I can't have these Welsh continuing to run rampant. And the problem is their land is all good and hilly, so it's great for defense. Their defense, that is. Since this is going all right, I'm going to move 1,000 of you over to their capital, Carnarvon, just in case they accidentally drop the Carnarvon siege, which I really don't want them to do. It's not like we're even getting much experience here. We just keep on killing the Welsh. They're going to go down to Pembroke or something like that. I mean, they're feigning that they're going north, but do we really believe that they're heading north? I guess they're moving north. Maybe they're going to Wrexham or something, and then onwards to Flint again. But yeah, look at that. Just click their heels, and there's some more accursed levies for them. Hello, I haven't been around here much today, says Kevin the Caveman. Ever pleasant to see. I've been playing EU5 non-stop until the post-release jank made me pause my campaigns for a wee while. Yeah, the updates have certainly been jarring, to say the least. However, I really think this is, by good measure, the best thing Paradox has ever put out. Well, CK3 on release was really good. This is better, but CK3 on release was unprecedentedly good. It's just after it released, I really think they didn't do anything of value with CK3. But that's just, like, my opinion. You don't have to share it. But yeah, the mechanics are here, and yeah, there's some fine-tuning that should be done. But one of the wonderful things is we have all the tools that we need to fine-tune it ourselves if we want to. The bugs, on the other hand, yeah, I mean, I'm sickened by the bugs with zone of control, teleporting armies, slavery. Ooh, more relation with Kingdom of France is extremely welcome. When this war ends, and it will end, France need to not insta-coalition me, and with 156 relations, there's no way I'm going to get that kind of antagonism with them out of this war, right? Well, I am taking Jersey. They might say something about that. That still doesn't make me bored of them. I would actually sell them Jersey in a heartbeat. You think I give half a hoot about Jersey? Does it even belong to this area? Or is Jersey just a solo area? No, it's part of Cornetin. Right, oh well, maybe we'll get some value out of Jersey by selling it. Not like I care about the Jersey fruits or the 3,000 people there. I'll want it down the line, but for now, what possible use does Jersey have to me? Better to liquidate it. I'm loving it, but I can't wait for a few more patches. I'm not upset at all, bound to happen with the scope of the game, yeah. Okay, more and more dead Welsh people. It's just music to my ears. That is really close to full English annexation. The question of should I push for 82 additional ducats is an interesting one, but the Aragonese possible involvement is still something to keep in mind. Uh-oh. Essex, have you got this one? Lad? Essex, come on, you got a chuffing great navy there. And we have a bit of a situation. Just in case Essex are not in control of the situation, I'll send some units up. Damn that Lord Freezer. Oh! This is what you missed when the stream went down, by the way. Lord Freezer doesn't stand a chance. Essex are... What, Essex? Essex? No! No, you need to go north. Oh, double dam. Maybe that's why they suddenly turned around. Huh, well that's all rather concerning. Let's get our troops north then. Please, he's about to destroy the core of Namek. Oh, yes! Super Saiyan Essex wiping them out. Although, yeah, concerning that the army arrived from the Pale again. But the Pale army I'm more than happy to put down. Also, he's taking that one piece of crappy land I could never be bothered to core. You have 5 minutes until all of Argyle explodes. Argyle's a tough old province. I'll give it another 2 minutes. Bye, Arran. There's a really nice liqueur, Arran Gold. Highly recommend it. I don't think it's a big risk bringing my main army up north. England are dead, Wales are dying. The Pale remains one of the few things that could still cause us harm. Interestingly enough, if I wanted to cause more harm to the Pale, I could bring in someone like Connaught. Connaught, how much do you think you could bring into the fight? 213 levies. Yeah, I think I'd better not. Making a comprehensive list of things I should and should not do. That is not happening. I don't think I should hold out for the 70-odd ducats. I think we should just full annex England, end this war as soon as possible, and then batten down the hatches and consolidate our control. Is that say something of Ortman? Oh, right, no. I thought maybe somehow that got liberated from France. The cool thing is if they ever revolt away from France, they're pretty free, but... yeah, how did France even get this, I wonder? Yeah, it just says Fiefdom of France. That could be a pain in my arse down the line, or it actually could be very good news. We are undecided on that for now. Main reason it could be good is because it's a free way of getting casus belli on France in a situation where as long as my navy is superior, I can just trounce them. Speaking of getting trounced, that is not a nice position to be fighting you in, but let's face it, we're in the Highlands here. It's all going to be bad. Everybody tighten up and get ready for war. And keep a lazy eye out for any Aragonese landing on my precious Britain. Oh, that's right, I had no morale because I marched all the way up here. Well, let's just hope they die before we morale out. Because my core is ready to split. Time to split. I don't think morale affects just how many people you savagely ravage in combat, at least. Their right flank is about to die, but my left flank is about to retreat. And my core is about to be gone, and it's looking pretty bad for me. Yeah, and because they have a double combat boost on their side, we're having a hard time really routing them. Just hold. Once that flank of theirs is gone, the rest of them are gone. Wow, I think they're actually going to survive through morale. No, that was close, but they go packing. Boy, did they lose a lot. I think they're running to Aden. Seem to get our morale back for them on the basis of winning the battle. That's England down and out. But, just throwing it out there, we could get 70-something ducats. I mean, we're going to need some money for all of our troubles, right? Yeah, getting that war score was actually quite pivotal, wasn't it? If I score one of these forts, I reckon I'll be able to do even better. And would you look at that, we can have even more battle war scores. So I do think I'm getting my money off of England. There's another trickle of war score. We can take Argyle back. You guys are gone once again. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like some English money tonight. There's also the proposition of humiliating England. That sounds good if it could get me over the threshold to become a kingdom. Unfortunately, even integrating both England and Northumbria... No, that would actually bring me over the threshold of population needed to form a kingdom. But I need 50 prestige. 50 prestige is going to be hard to come by. Could you take some of the Aragonese land to sell to France? I like the way you think. I really like the way you think. You think exceptionally well. That isn't even fair to Aragon, but it's not about being fair to Aragon, it's about being fair to my wallet. If I took that little province, I think France would pay everything for it because it's close enough, borders a sea zone. It's essentially the same as offering them this province. And I do have the spare diplomat to do that. Yeah, we could form Scotland and it would be a very strong thing to do, but I want to remain Moray. Let's consider if I were to sell them this. They give me like 700 ducats for it. I think taking this province... I mean, taking this province would be better. Could I actually get that? It's -7, but I think we could overcome -7. And the French would probably pay a lot for that province. Does strengthen France even more, and yeah, that is a concern, but we'll see where this goes. And yes, we wouldn't be forming Scotland, we'd be forming Alba, but it's the same tag. I actually think it is the same tag, it's just a localization. We're taking attrition in Wales. Well, boo diddly. Yeah, Alba, Gaelic Scotland. Pretty close to it. Yeah, that's worth a lot more than taking 70-odd ducats dues from England, because I do think France would empty their wallet for it. But I would need to sell it immediately. It's of vital importance that I do not maintain a border with France for any length of time. And did we see that? There was a siege of Stockholm up there. I think I saw the rebel flag too. Something to check the footage for down the line, I'm sure. By the way, I could raise all of my levies, and that will make me appear stronger in the face of the English. Excuse me, what? I looked in the files, there's no specific flag if Moray forms Great Britain, but there is one for Cornwall. Johan needs to patch that ASAP. I like the implication there, because it might be remove Cornwall rather than add Moray. Alright, that has got to be it for England, right? No, he's still hanging on by a thread. And when I raise my levies, that's not going to be much stronger on my front. Yeah, I'm not asking for anything other than your total disassembly. What if I got Rousselot instead, by the way? There's an idea that the French might still want to pay me top dollar for this rather than this. And that does not strengthen the French quite as much. That actually seems good, because I can also take a little bit of dollary dues, or even... No, I can't get humiliation because they don't exist. This has got to be good, right? England are gone, completely kaput. I sell that province to France. Everybody wins. That border force is one of the things that made Aragon this lastest law. I will try again, maybe with a drink to aid me here. Complicated language, English, you see. Mort II is in chat saying, I think that border fort is one of the only things that made Aragon this long in the war. Probably best not to sell it to France. Yeah, I'm in an agreement there. But I should take something to sell to France, and if it's directly adjacent, they love to buy it. Alright, very good. I think this is exactly what we do. England, to be sure, will completely not exist, right? The country will disappear. I will be in a very, very fragile state, because the subjects are going to be quite a bit stronger than me overall, so even if it takes a while, I'm going to need to placate them a fair bit and be stronger than their combined might. But no more England. I subjugate all of the Isle except for a little bit of French subject, which again could be useful. Also, Leicester and Glendalough. Alright, I'm okay with this. What does the coalition look like? Better that we don't think about such things. Well, Kingdom of England, but who cares about them? It's mostly just French subjects. But it's also France. But whatever. It's only 155 countries. Surely we can deal with that. Bye-bye, England. I should have said before that in case there was some kind of issue that made England still exist. But who ever thought that it would only take us 52 years to completely unite Britain. I mean, holy smokes, that is something. I say completely, let's not get all up in my face about a little Irish tribe here or a little Orkney there. As freaking Mori. I don't think I could do that in EU4. I'm pretty happy about that. Right, so there's a small, tiny little insignificant issue here. France's antagonism towards me will... Hold on. Royal marriage drops antagonism. That I did not know. And now I do know. Ooh, for some reason I can't hover over that. Maybe if I quickly do it. There we go. Even so, let's make sure they're very not antagonized by me by instantly selling that province to them. I'll take all their money. Even if I could get more out of it, it's important not to have a border with France right now. Curiously, what would you give me for Jersey? Phew, quite a lot for Jersey. Change that and then some. But for this province, yeah, I'm happy with all of your money. Look at that. They would pay me like 3,000 for this province, but I'm not in a... I don't have the desire to hold on to that because it could make France really hate my guts. Yeah, better that I just part with it. Wait, what if Aragon have loads of money? Okay, yeah. What if? What if Aragon had any money at all? Here you go, France. This is my little war chest. Who was it that mentioned taking land from Aragon for this? I didn't even consider it possible. If this were EU4, it would say something like, you must capture a fort in this area to take this in a peace deal, but we ain't playing EU4. Here you go, France. And much better to do that in the fort. Keep Aragon stronger, and... So it's a bad location for a fort, isn't it? It's good that it's naval, but it's bad that it's flat and grasslands. Would be better here where it's hilly and forested. Ach, we'll sell Jersey later on. Now we have a lot of consideration to do about how boned our nation is. Diplomatic capacity is looking off the wall. It will improve in 2 years when Northumberland are inside of me. I better disband those levies while the going is good. We're not at war, which is also good. But yeah, I worry greatly about that diplo capacity thing. Hopefully my subjects kind of put their units away. Nobody has to get hurt and all that. The English are going to want to rise up, and that is a problem for Chester cores. So if I'm going to start spitting out nations, I need to consider doing it soon. I also need to consider if any of these guys have made their cores. Sussex, for example, have made all of their cores, so I can tell Sussex to become my culture. They won't be happy about it, but that's not the point. Sussex. I do have diplomats. Amazing. Wait, was I planning on giving Sussex more land? If so, then don't convert them just yet. I think I was considering giving them Windsor. All depends on their population. Their population is 60-odd thousand, goes up to 100,000 if I give them Windsor. Or Reading. That's a bit more land than I'd like them to have. Maybe just keep them around and then annex them very swiftly, because I'm going to need some good land down here before too long. Alright, there we go. In that case, enforce my culture. Boom. And now they are going to spread the... Please tell me I clicked on the right country when I switched culture there. Okay, thank goodness. Sussex. Just didn't notice any culture flipping there, you see. Oh, there we go, 16%. I guess it doesn't show the crossing on it for a wee while. Can we sell to Castile instead? Castile wouldn't take somewhere that was completely landlocked like that. If selling to Castile was a possibility, then yeah, I could sell for the tune of 2,000 ducats, but I would need... Oh, well, no, there's the thought. I could have taken some Aragonese land to sell to Castile. And I probably could have taken that in addition. Ooh, I missed out. I really should have thought of that. Okay, well, that's 2,000 ducats that we're not getting, but could have. The more you learn. Alright, huzzah. Let's let things settle down for a bit and see how we do with all of our subjects. Possible rivals. Well, I don't really want to rival France for some reason. I guess I could rival Aragon. I want to be friendly with Castile, and Castile is rivaled with Aragon, so let's do that. Announce it to the whole world. When I left this morning, England was still a thing. Now it looks like it's been conquered. Yeah, we just finished off England right now. And by killing them, we secured their subjects. Their subjects seem quite glad to be under my thumb. Yeah, not bad, not bad. The Pale's really happy. Very loyal, so you are. Now, I am going to want to remove all the Irish scum. But the thing is, I don't have direct rule over the Irish scum. The Pale do. Well, by and large, at least. That's quite a bit to sort out. Would Castile buy Jersey? No, that's way too far away. If I went over here and went to sell province, I doubt they'd even take it for free. Sell Jersey. Yeah, wouldn't even take it for free. Territorial distance is a huge hit on that. But yeah, kind of kicking myself. I could have taken some small crappy province like Lumila and given it to Castile for about 2 grand. And the funny thing is that money is inflation free. You do have dominions, Jake. If I recall correctly, they count towards strength separate to normal vassals. Dominion, you say? It's my first time encountering this. Fiefdom vassal. Here we go, Dominion. Subject strength impact is minus 25%. That's good news for me, actually, and that explains why they didn't want to rise up against England ever. But does it stop me from annexing them? Subject can be annexed. After 50 years. That's okay, that's 50 years that Wales can spend culturally enriching this land for me. Which I would like them to get on pretty quickly. Assuming it's all cores for you. All looks pretty integrated, and what you have here are your own subjects that you're annexing and integrating, so... maybe I'll let them annex all their subjects, then I'll flip them to Highlander, and then I'll integrate them eventually. I am in no hurry to integrate Wales. As you saw, they bring a lot of punch to any fight, and that land would not be good control for me anytime soon, so that's okay. I wouldn't want to annex them for 50 years anyway. Much better that they do good stuff with the land, just like Ireland. No intention of integrating Ireland anytime soon. What I want from Ireland is all the Irish to turn Highlander to promote better Highlander cultural strength. But yeah, we need to let a little bit of time pass and see where the diplomatic capacity kind of finishes on, especially once Northumberland is consumed. And then we will judge how much I can spit out as subjects here, because I really, really want to spit out London as Chester. But Chester have cores everywhere, so I need to spit out a lot of not London land to not Chester. Wales is no longer a valid rival. I am shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Bureaucratic, it's got to be centralized, right? It's a shame because next week they're changing decentralization, and it could be a good change for me. Prosperity, on the other hand, is just not even worth it, though. And I do want to be centralized, right? I want high control. But you never know, like, the next update could be bananas, right? Decentralization just becomes the meta. But especially if trade is going to be improved, centralization has got to be the way forward, so let's centralize our bureaucracy. If I really need to change it, I can change it in Parliament. Different subject type do not share their power versus overlord yet, but I don't think that's a big problem. That does not, for example, affect the diplomatic capacity, it just affects liberty desire. And look at that, all fiefdoms, there's only a -4 here, that's nothing. And unlike them, I can build a reasonable standing army. And unlike them, I will. Anyway, put my Don Chad son in charge. My other loser son... Wait, no, that's me. I'm in charge of the Navy, because I want to go naval. Alright, very good. And we have yet further improved our economic everything. Unfortunately, we've also improved our economic base, so... You know, a lot of this game, book balancing, is about avoiding taxes, which is kind of funny. Feels like I'm playing Amayui. Oh, shoot. Oh, that is a shade of orange I do not want to see on the map. Netherlands integrated much faster than I thought. And you've got some other loser as a subject. And you have alliances. Big chunky alliance right there. There is a dream, of course. When I centralize my grip on London, this is probably my main target. It's really, really good land. It's only 2 sea provinces away. The provinces themselves have great harbour capacity, so I should be able to get good control on them. And potentially a good staging ground for a war with France, especially if I put some good forts over in the wetlands. Although, on the other hand, having France getting beaten down here is maybe better. Haven't decided yet. Oh, even better. I could make it a subject, keep it in scutage, and suckle all the trade power out. That's an idea. Pretty good at these ideas thing. It's Dark Young's Netherlands. Yeah, it's achieved about as much as Dark Young's Netherlands has in 250 years. I wouldn't give him such a hard time if he wasn't giving me such a hard time for Moray, right? He's had 250 years of the freaking Netherlands. I've had 40... No, I've had 52 years as Moray. Starts in 1337, right? Yeah, 52 years. Whew, how many centuries until you integrate Northumberland? You shut your mouth. That's going to be done in 91. That's only 2 years from now. Ooh, diplomatic capacity went way down. See, when I integrate Northumberland, we'll check that again, and then we're going to start cracking out with the... cracking out with the subjects and making London a subject. Curiously, does rival impact antagonism effect here? Why do you rival me? We have believing marriage. Oh well, whatever keeps you off my back, but that is good to know. You've got direct control over one of the isles, but the rest goes to Orkney and Shetland. That's Seychelles. No, it's not Seychelles. Tórshavn? That doesn't sound right. What's this place actually called? You know, in a real language. Orkney, Shetlands, and... I forget. But I'm not willing to believe that it's Tórshavn. Alright, let's balance those books for a bit. We need to keep a close eye on those English rebels. There were no forts that we took over there. Pharaohs, thank you. The non-Egyptian pharaohs. The English don't want to rise up. I am shocked. Give them time, they certainly will. But the important thing is to get Northumberland under my thumb entirely. What do you mean Aragon's not a valid rival? Okay, well, they're busy getting slapped by the French. If only they hadn't lost that vital province. Man, I feel pretty good about this. There were many moments where we were just one bad battle away from dying, but now we have secured supremacy over the Isles. It's hard to really put into words how chuffed to bits I am with this. I'm choking up here. Oh, it's all coming back, you know, all the good feelings about those many campaigns I've played as EU4 countries where I triumphed against all odds. Now here I am. I have to consider when I want to switch the Pale. See, the thing is, the Pale's never going to expand by taking land. It's just going to... Why is the Pale Highland culture? Why is Wales Highland culture? Do Dominions just take the culture of their overlord? Dominions are always your culture. Oh, that even saves me doing cultural enrichment. They're going to do it. Oh, that's why Wales was all English. But now that there is no England, it's going to get considerably easier to culturally enrich the English out of existence. Well, yeah, once I get rid of my English subjects, of course. Oh, yeah. Everything's coming up Thrill House. Dominions is good, but what about Dominion 6? Okay, since I don't plan on doing a lot of nasty antagonistic things for a while, I don't need to waste my diplomats improving relations with people that I need to keep off my back. So Provence, we don't care anymore. As we've been over with a oh, wow, that is tight. That is tight as a tiger. That royal marriage goes, and I'm in a hard place. For some reason, we have this rewarded loyalty thing. I think that was the event. This is tricky. Really tricky. Fortunately, the antagonism will dribble away, but if France ever goes negative opinion at all, I'm in for a bad time. What can we do to improve this? I could give them military access, but they will get rid of that when they're done being at war. Actually, they're already done with their war. What did you even do to Aragon? Aragon annuls treaties with Bohemia, pays money to France. I should have gotten that money. You took very few bits of land, but you stole the market off of Aragon. Oh, wow. And they took the fort that I was planning on giving them anyway. That might not look like much, but Aragon is going to be crushed by that. No Bohemian friend means Castile is going to just kill Aragon whenever they want to, which is good. Strong Castile. Wait, that means France didn't take the province they were warring for. Is there a way to burn off antagonism? Yeah, you can increase relations. The issue is I've already increased relations as much as I can to get rid of that. Yeah, we just need to stay on top of this, but I will offer them military access just to keep them a little less on the fence of killing me. One has to be careful. Apparently I'm still over relations here. I thought we managed to dip this one down a touch. Claim throne on Northumberland. Please no. We don't need their throne, we just need to annex them. And we're getting there. The cost went up for a bit there. I wonder if they... I thought they might have made a town or something, but no. Aragon getting bullied mercilessly by everyone. Business as usual. Hey, Aragon is strong. They have only themselves to blame. They could, together with Portugal, just bisect Castile at the start. Castile's not all that in a bag of potato chips. I mean, just ask Granada, who's still on the map for some reason. Led by a woman? Excuse me? Are you still Muslim? Absolutely are. Muslim Andalusi. How many prominent Sunni female leaders were there in this time frame? Well, I suppose Granada's going to die soon. They can do what they want. If you set a cabinet to diplomatic endeavors, it increases the relation improving cap. That I was not aware of, but even so, it's of vital importance that I integrate my provinces to get a better base tax, to better wow my subjects. I can't believe the English aren't rising up. The Northumbrians want to... Actually, that's going to be a problem when I integrate Northumberland. Where are these people all? Apparently all of these people are in these two locations that refuse to show. But they're both down there. Right. It's quite important that they don't do that. So we're going to go here, and we're going to go here, and we're going to kindly ask them not to rise up. Because if that's at 70%, and then I integrate Northumberland, suddenly I'm 30% away from all of this rising again. That's not okay. So if I can knock that down to 0, then at least it has to climb up to 100 from the get-go. Numbers are not exactly on my side here. I had Orthodox Ottomans. Yeah, I keep seeing that. The Ottomans keep flipping to Orthodox. And they've done it again! There must be some kind of AI waiting there. But I suspect that's partly why they're not so antagonistic towards the Ottomans. They're a tight-knit group, those Orthodox. Shrivens. It's not right. Seems like the Ottomans need some help achieving fullness. Yeah, nothing gets a peasant satisfied. More than 500 men, armed men staring. Well, it gets rid of their delusions. Right? Okay, yeah, you might think conditions are pretty bad for you, and you might think, well, if I were in charge. But let's consider, do you have an army? What's that? You don't? So how do you plan to make good on these delusions of yours? Oh, you still don't? Oh, how bizarre. Anyway, if I could just get rid of these patriots, all would be well. But I'm not sure if this will be enough to change their mind. Might be. That looks really good, actually. Disagreeing advisor. Who is this guy? My cabinet member... He's a nobody? How did a nobody get in my cabinet? Oh, that's a nobody dynasty. He is a member of the clergy, though. Geez. If I have better options, I wouldn't mind killing you. Because there's no other downsides to him dying, and legitimacy costs money. He's old. He's going to die sooner or later anyway. But, well, tell you what. I could get my own family on the cabinet. They might not be very good, but it will boost my crown power. And I'm not losing 10 legitimacy. I'm afraid you have to die. Bye-bye. The downside is you have to pay for cabinet members, which is disgusting. Like, why is this not free? Because that costs scales, and late game it's hundreds, if not thousands, just to appoint a cabinet member. Anyway, probably Randolph. I mean, none of these guys are very good, but you're not next in line or anything. All right, have your mediocre stats help me out here. But yeah, mostly I'm looking to engorge my crown power. All right, come on, Northumberland Patriots, get the heck off my case. How are you enjoying EU5? This question comes up a lot, Yasuba-san, but even if I get asked it a lot, it might be other people's first time asking it, so I don't mind. Point is, it's amazing. Amazingly good. Wait, there are Northumbrian Patriots that want to rise up in London, Stratford, and all these other places. And I can't get rid of these because of their existence. Well, I think I'm going to have a pretty bad time when the Northumbrians rise up. Oh well, not much I can do about that if I can't quash them there. That's fine, uprisings are what we have subjects for. The subjects will help as long as I don't make them disloyal by forcing kilts upon them. Probably sell Jersey to keep France happy. No, Jersey's existence next to France does not cause added antagonism. It's essentially the same as having Heath next to Calais. I know that's not exactly Calais, but nobody knows what Boulogne-sur-Mer really is. So yeah, Jersey does not cause further antagonism. Jersey is just there so I can milk some money out of France, but I need to wait for them to have that money. We'll wait until they have about 3 grand, and then we'll see how they see things. And I modded this to show their money, by the way. It normally shows their base tax in an unmodded game, but base tax is useless information. So I make it show money, which is useful. And it's not information that you couldn't dig for anyway. You guys need to get together, by the way, because otherwise I don't have... Are you crown? Yeah, you're crown. Otherwise I don't get the full bonus of my crown being in charge of things. That's nice. Yeah, the systems in this game are really good. Yeah, they need a bit of balancing, but in general, they're very, very good. And it gives you so much more to do than just blob, blob, blob. Can't be the only one that's pretty tired of being super blobby. Right, these English patriots rising up need to be dealt with, so we integrate Northumberland and we start seeing what we could do with regards to popping out subjects. Like I said, I'm okay going a little bit over the subject capacity. But I need to get my subjects cored, I need to get them culturally enriched with a view to integrating them within about 10 years. We do them one at a time, and as long as I'm 10 times the population as any of them, we'll get it done. The problem, of course, is that being 10 times the population could be a struggle. We'll see what happens when I integrate Northumberland. All 300,000 of them. But I'm going to be getting rid of like 300,000 people, so my population is still going to be about 1.2, 1.1 million. Meaning integration is going to be tough. And also it's a priority to integrate those around London so I get them part of me sooner. How about some more infrastructure investment? You won't need mercs. Yeah, mercs are no longer part of what we're looking for. We're looking to spend this money appropriately. That's a good point. Part of the problem is that I will eventually move my everything down to London. So engorging Edinburgh at this point doesn't do too much for me. But if I have people that are willing to work... Oh, I don't, because my population of Edinburgh is pants. Oh, jeez. I really want to culturally enrich Edinburgh as well. Why is there so much migration to the northern tip of Scotland? That isn't the northern tip of Scotland. That's migration out of my crappy country because everybody hates me. Although there is something to be said for integrating the Isles. Although I need to improve my relation with them. The Isles are still... the Isles are still population, and I will need more population. Not an insignificant amount either, is it? Do you have a core on Arran? No, sir. Oh, I also don't have a core on Arran. Yeah, integrating the Isles is an idea, but they need to have better relations with me. Considerably so. But yeah, bit by bit, I need to integrate all my subjects now. I need to solidify and centralize power. Which I suppose means bad news for you if you like seeing all these big wars, because I can't imagine us going on a big war for quite some time. That said, France could always change things. France just need to say, your arrival, and give me that land, and then suddenly the situation changes not necessarily to the Duchy of Moré's benefit. Scots moving to the Isles, yeah, unheard of. Scots moving for the good with... Oi, now. Speyside beats the snot out of Highland. It's a taste thing, by the way. I've had some good Highland whiskies, and I've had some awful Speyside whiskies. But by and large, give me... Bohemia want 1,744 ducats off of me. Yeah. No. Where did you even get the favors for that? Where are my favors to ask you for money? I don't understand how you build that up. I really need to look into the begging for money strats. And how did they get off asking me for 1,700 ducats? I can't even ask them for that. Could you imagine packing up all your crap in 1,300 and moving across the water just because you hate your duke? Well, we are the Randy Randoms. It's not too unthinkable. Alright, yeah, with a view to integrating the Isles, I think I should get on that. Again, the Isles aren't all that great, but I need more power, and I need fewer subjects to rise up against me. And the Isles... Whoa, the Isles are pretty low on the pecking order, aren't they? Sussex would be a better one to go for. And the annexation of them could actually start... is expected to last until the 31st of December 1836. Excuse me? I'm assuming that's because they are disloyal. Hopefully I'm right about that. Are they going to be doing cultural enrichment for me? They are trying, but they have a suspicious lack of control in their own land. And the English cultural tradition is too strong. That is a problem. Like, I really needed you to be making this land Highlander. On the other hand, I can make it Highlander. That's not a huge deal. But lack of control, really? You got 62. I guess it's just combined with all this other stuff. The English cultural tradition really smacks this thing down. And the funny thing is, he is trying. He is actively trying to culturally enrich this. How can I deal with that? I wonder if I eliminate every English country on the map, can I get rid of the English cultural tradition? Looks like there are some Welsh vassals that are carrying on the tradition. But it is going down. That is quite good. Yeah, but I would need to convert my subjects. That will kill off English culture, which is good. So yes, bit by bit we will destroy English culture. It's just going to take a little bit of time, so I have to be satisfied with integrating some lands that don't become fully English. And that's okay, because it's close to my capital, I'll be able to do the integrations myself. The point is improve relations with Sussex to a view to integrate them. Embassy, okay. And huzzah. The integration continues. We just need Dumfries. Dumfries and Galloway even. It's because they're disloyal. If they go disloyal, progress doesn't count, so it takes forever. Very good. They'll see the funny sights soon enough. They all do. But yeah, I need to get myself some core land. Especially because I'm going to be spitting out a lot of land before the English patriots rise up. Yeah, I didn't think their control issues would be that bad. Look at that, just one spit across the pond from their capital, and maximum control is really low. Oh, of course, conquered. But hang on, you've already integrated your land. That's the whole reason I changed your culture. Once they have full integration of their land, then I switch their culture. So Cambridge can be flipped. They're going to hate me, of course, but they won't hate me forever. So Cambridge, welcome to the wonderful world of being Highlander. Got to be careful not to do that too much, of course. If all of them hate me, there is a chance that they could rise up against me. But if most of them are okay, especially the Dominions, it's so good that I don't just flip the Dominions. Look at that, the Pale actually is struggling a bit on integration. And he's not the only one. Ireland is a mess I'm going to have to see to fixing eventually. Is there someone small in charge of English culture now? You could try and get them to improve the English view of your culture to make things easier. So that wasn't available to me as the Golden Horde, which was quite irksome. So here's a question. Who is the dominant English power? Primary culture, England. The Earldom of Wessex is the primary one. So Wessex. Can this be done with a subject, I wonder? I'm not seeing it under friendly actions. Not seeing it under hostile actions. It's not a covert action. Block building, buy, loan, market, economic, debt, subject actions. Improve cultural view of the Highland to neutral for 10 liberty desire. Sounds like a good deal to me. Now, can I improve that again? Not for 50 years, okay. But that's still good for getting the English off my back a bit. Also, what if Wessex don't exist, could I do it to the next dominant English force? Alright, but there we go. Oh, but the English still hate me. Oh wait, no, that's not right. The English like me more, but I hate them. I think they need to ask me to have a better opinion of them. Is my guess. I'm not entirely sure. And I'm not about to tolerate them. I do not have the acceptance for that. Glad to see the English only make 66% of our culture, but that will change. It can be done with favors from people that aren't your subject. Aha. Well, all the more reason to dominate the dominating cultural force. Right, so English patriots are going to rise up in about 8 years. But Northumberland is going to be mine in 1. Once Northumberland is mine, we recheck how the balance of power is. In the interest of having that balance of power be very much more in my favor, I want more units. I don't know if men-at-arms weigh more than horses in terms of military power. But given that manpower is my big struggle, I reckon we have to take the armored horsemen. Maybe take some armored horsemen and some men-at-arms. And then it'll give us a good idea of just how much we can afford to spread out our control over the English. Hey Jake, long-time viewer says, Nuke Sploder. I was wondering, could you help explain proximity with boats? I'm having an issue where I have harbour to other provinces, but I can't shake off the pirates. Any tips? I can't offer you any because I've never played with naval focus before. That changes with this campaign. I will have a navy. Well, I'll have a better navy than one toy boat ruled by my ruler. But for now, I don't have enough information about that. I know proximity spreads through water. I know that having boats sail around that land will improve that. And I know that the harbour suitability of a province affects the proximity between that province and the water. So, for example, from this province into the water to here, to here, to here, to here, to here, and then over to Newcastle, it's good on the jump to Newcastle, and it's the good on the jump from London to the Bay of Biscay, or whatever this water is called. And you can improve harbour suitability by building certain buildings, but yeah, beyond that, I do not have a feel for the numbers or anything. But that will change with this campaign. As soon as I'm able to, I plan on building up a sizable navy and curb-stomping France with naval supremacy. Insofar as I can, at least. But thanks to France holding on to this land, it might just be possible. In the current patch, pilots are extremely overpowered. Oh, I thought they fixed that. But hey, lucky for me. All right, units commander. Go figure, it's the ones we're making up here. Lucky for me, by the time I care about a navy, will certainly be on the next patch. And that, incidentally, will be when I start caring about trade. Ooh, yes, the Renaissance. Oh no, it costs me a lot, but oh yes, I need that Renaissance badly. I'm willing to completely upend my research queue for that. Ugh, but max literacy is so good. Alright, tell you what, we end at max literacy, then I embrace, and then we go for cabinet and art. I need art for prestige and culture stuff, and I need cabinet for doing everything else. We should keep a close eye on where the Renaissance is in my lands as well. How do we see that again? I think we hover over the Renaissance here. Ah. That's okay, because I can get rid of non-Renaissance land and then embrace and then get rid of Renaissance land. The problem is I'm probably going to forget that and accidentally cast away good Renaissance. I'm also sorely tempted to strip away some nobility power, but maybe do that after the initial surge of English problems. But yeah, I'm in an excellent point to strengthen my realm. I mean, just give me 30 years, I'll probably be as strong as England were at the game's start. The difference being that, you know, England had all this English land and English subjects and could fight against France. The fighting against France might be a little tough. I still don't have as many levies as I could get at the start of the game. Of course, the Scousers don't know about the Renaissance. Oh, petty little English problems. Oi, Scumd, get out of here. Very happy to see my subjects actually building up, though, and I'm extremely happy to see my sailors grow. Oh. Is there a base literacy growth, or do you get it from somewhere? Let's have a quick look at the literacy, shall we? Not very... Wait, why is York the bastion of literacy in the United Kingdom? Better than London, but not as good as Colchester. I think there should be some... Oh yeah, there's like the Oxford University. But yeah, here we can see the breakdown of what's causing literacy maximum. So we've got the temple, got some age advances. Being Catholic just boosts it a fair chunk. But that's just for the clerics and nobles and such. The regular old peasants, it's much harder to get boosts for. But it's worth it, because there are a lot of peasants. And the better literate your soldiers are, for example, the better they're going to be performing. Literacy is good for almost all pops. There is an exception, of course, slaves. Slaves will cause up to 20% pop satisfaction reduction in an entire province, even if there is just one slave. If that slave is well educated, he will make the entire province unhappy. So channel your innie Seti I and maximize the exploitation of your slaves. Killing them off if necessary, you know. Sometimes they grow too numerous. Something had to be done. Oh, my son, they were only slaves. Ah, if Egypt could just have a man like him again. Is the stream struggling again? Yeah, I think I'm going to have to upload my local copy here. That or I'm getting stealth disconnected for my take on slavery. I'm never going to be able to do anything with this worthless province of Béarn, am I? Oh, would you look at that? I think it got liberated from Aragon, so it's once again under my full control. Except it's allied with Aragon. Well, that's better. Maybe I really should consider integrating them. How do you integrate these, by the way? I've never even thought about it. Because I imagine I'd need to start with centralization laws that work my way down to the question of unification. But the bigger question is, why would I ever want to? It's a liability. And it's a border with France, which is currently a huge problem. And maybe in 100 years it won't be such a problem. Truth be told, that's less antagonism than I thought there'd be. And it is slowly fizzling away. Oh, right, yeah, it's because I'm getting rid of it. Anyway, something to consider. Rumors from Iceland speak of a land to the west with plenty of slave potential. Ah, I'm glad you brought that up, actually. Norway. For some reason I can't label you as a rival, but I want to know about those maps over there. No! No, 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 no! That is 10% more integration of Northumberland I have to do. Ah! Okay, that should still slightly outpace the English Patriots. Jesus, grim. Absolutely grim. Okay, not happy about that one then. Yeah, just like that, 3 more years added to the integration of Northumberland. And I need that done before I can deal with the English question. Nah. Alright, my number of diplomats is collapsing rather handily. I need to see where I can pull them back from. Not Brema, that's for sure. Brema are still unhappy with me. How about Magdeburg? Magdeburg are fine, right? Get Magdeburg off my case. Yeah, we can embrace the Renaissance, but not just yet. I want to get my literacy up first. Alright, yeah, getting Sussex to be happy with me is a big deal. I want them integrated. With or without their English ways. Or Highlander ways. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there have been some hiccups with the stream here, so when I upload this to YouTube, they'll get the local version, even though that's, Oh. A seemingly unlikely hunting accident for my son. I was concerned about this, given that I'd married off my other child. What does that do for the succession? Don Chad, who married the French lady, Jean. But they have had a male child, so at least there's that. I worry that that's going to suddenly give France an opportunity. Yeah, they might eventually start thinking they got some throne aspirations for Mori. And the thing is, they would get it. France would win that. Ah, Jesus. Oh, that is so annoying. That's the second time we got slow negotiations as well. Where's the fast negotiations event? And if I recall, that lasts for quite some time as well. 10 years. Ah. What a damn shame. A rare moment of YouTube scrub supremacy. Had to happen eventually. Or worse, you inherit them. Inheriting France would... Well, no, you don't get straight-up inheritances in EU5, as I recall. But yeah, getting a union over France would kind of ruin the run in a way. How about we improve things slightly by taking all that money off of France? This will give me a good idea of just how much I can get for Jersey. I can get more than 1,900. Considerably more, even. Alright, good. Like I said, when they have 3 grand, we'll consider it. If I can get 4 grand or more, though, I'd jump on it. Are you using mods? I'm using a few mods. They almost all entirely changed the UI. I made this mod that made the bottom bit wider for what it's worth. It's called Nice Wide Map Mode thing on Steam. Whoa, what a guy. I want you in my... I absolutely want you on my cabinet. Oh, but actually, we've got someone who's better. Oh, of course, we took an event that made Mr. Gallo better. Alright, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Right, we got these extra units. Let's bring them down, merge them with the main army. I might need them to destroy England when England try and rise up. Well, that's a thought. See this English rising? It's going to be England rather than Chester, isn't it? It doesn't mention the nation that's going to rise up, I think, but I'd be very surprised if it was England instead of... if it was Chester over England. Even so, I shouldn't take the chance. I need to break Chester off as soon as I can. Which means spitting out 1, 2, 3 more subjects, plus Chester, 4. And yeah, that is a significant hit to my Diplo capacity when I do that. Which is why I need freaking Northumberland integrated. Also worth noting that when they get their cores, they become proportionately stronger as well, so all the more reason that I need more manpower. Could I perhaps expand my armories with that in mind? We do have some spare soldiers, but the armory can't have another level. Wait, armories can only have one level? I was unaware of that. I'm still unaware of that. Look at that, they can be multiple leveled. So what's the limit here? Population needs to be much, much larger for more than one armory. Okay, a damn shame, but I do need more manpower. My manpower amount that I'm getting is insufficient. Let's completely curb stop the army maintenance costs and look towards our buildings for where else we can get them. Armory. Dumfries could apparently handle 2 of them. And Aberdeen could take 1, but the control in Aberdeen has got to be pretty bloody awful. Yeah, it's non-existent. Even building them in Dumfries is going to give me severely limited amounts of men here. Kinda sad. Yeah, kinda really sad. Berwick can't have another one. Kind of blows. It's going to blow even harder when I move my capital down to London, but there will be a healing process. Did you do the royal buildings? I'm waiting for relocation to London before I do them because they're rather expensive. Yeah, royal court and royal garden are very, very good. Crown power, cabinet efficiency, diplomats, prestige, amazing stuff. But at 200 and 200 ducats, we're going to wait until we're down in London. I love my diplomats, but I don't think I love them that much. Plus, there are ongoing costs for them. Although I gotta say, the idea of having enough prestige to become a kingdom is very, very tempting. I'd love to be a kingdom. For one, it would give me significantly more diplomatic capacity. You get +1, but that +1 gets multiplied by 25, 20, 50, and 60%. So it's more like +2.5. Which, you know, I could do with, given this number. Yeah, I could do with about 2.5. Arran is a core. I wasn't aware I was working on Arran. I wasn't working on Arran, but it still became a core. That's amazing. How did Arran become a core? Actually unsure about that. Oh well, let's not question it too much. Am I still contemplating integrating the Isles? Well, not with my slow integration problems. I should maybe consider integrating Essex once they have their cores done. Like, I really, really scuppered Essex with this one. Yeah, 1410 until they get that done. The other idea is Cambridge. Cambridge is going to be close to my capital as well. And the control will spread all right through the water and up to here. Plus, it's one fewer Englishman to worry about. Because, yeah, until I really eradicate the English, cultural conversion is going to be disastrously slow. Not actually too bad for them there, huh? But then control hits and then suddenly they can't, huh? Yeah, that is a problem. But look at that, English cultural tradition is dropping. Could be taken care of. Maybe, given all our considerations, I should integrate Cornwall. Even though they're an aeon away. It's still more power to me. And they have made it nice and Highlander for me. Yeah, it weakens me slightly, but I need the diplomatic capacity, so I think I have to integrate them. Plus they're a duchy, making them a little bit more of a pain to deal with. Alright, let's work on them a bit. Let's work on having no diplomats ever. The land will core when your primary and accepted culture is over 50. Yeah, the point is it wasn't integrated. It was accepted cultures for a long time, but the land itself, much like a lot of the Scottish land I had, wasn't actually integrated. So I wish I could see what the integration progress is in some of the other provinces. I mean, heck, maybe we never even need to work on this. Well, we can check once Dumfries is done in 98. God, Dumfries takes a while. And I'm happy to see even more relations with France. Yeah, there we go. Come on, France, we can be best of buddies. Don't you dare think about attacking me. Yeah, it takes like 100 years, but I guess it's also impacted by things like culture. So you'd think the Highlands would be alright. Oh, the Norns! The Norns of Thurzo! Get out of here. I've been to Thurzo. It was a long time ago. Starting to think this spy network isn't really worth it. It's way too slow, and I need those diplomats for something else. I'll do that another day. I wanted to steal the map so I could consider going in this direction, but that means I need to be in a position to actually deal with Norway, which seems far-flung for now. Does a moray exist to stop a moravy? That just doesn't work. Well, we're at the point where we would normally be annexing Northumberland, but because of some event, we now have to wait considerably longer. I'm bothered that it affects the total cost. It should affect the speed. Why? Oh, it's such a pain in the bum. And that will continue to affect us for a while. I think province into military tab has integration value somewhere around the core thing. Yeah, that just gives me the same information as this. This will show you it if you start integrating them with the action. Ah, go on then. Let's take the integrating Galloway and see what it's like. It'll maintain the progress. If I start integrating Argyll, it will show us around here that the stuff is... it's getting there. But it'll be done in 1498. I still wonder why this little Arran got done so swiftly then. Yeah, but Dumfries is worth it as a core because it's a city. And that's going to boost the control, which I do need rather badly. Sorry, Galloway. It needs to be done. Burghers versus nobility. The nobility are, of course, my best friends. Because they're the most annoying ones if they get pissy. The opposite event is almost useless too. Some subjects take over a decade even with it. Yeah, like I said, it should do speed, not the end result. I swear that was something we had in EU4 and we changed it, but I guess some things have been remade or rewritten or rejigged or taken from EU3. I mean, they took a lot of good things from EU3, I'll give them that. Anyway, I offer no apologies for anybody who thinks, oh boy, we're just looking at a static map here. Because yeah, we have done the massive amount of work needed to be the dominant force on the Isles. Now we just need to integrate, centralize, generally be able to make good with what we have. By the way, I will not be integrating multiple subjects at a time. You get a minus 50% to the speed on both of them if you do that. Instead, I will be taking my sweet time and keeping a close eye on the integration around here. So Cambridge got flipped. Northumberland was flipped aeons ago. Those North-scale patriots still really want to rise up. But they supposedly are only going to take Kirkcudbright with them. Now, we've been over this. They said they just want that, that one province, but we tried to curtail them. Wait, now they're saying it's Skye? There is something off with this. Skye and Kirkcudbright. Maybe if I try this again, they won't be such a pain in my bits. I will give it a go. So let's split you. Give the one that doesn't have a general another crown general. Which I don't have because they're all working elsewhere. Okay, never mind then. So yeah, you up to Skye and you to the other place, and we'll see if we can get rid of them again. I doubt it though. There's going to be some mysterious 12 people that live God knows where that still want to rise up. It's beautiful how the map paints on two different map modes. Oh, lots of different map modes to paint. Soon there'll be religious map modes once there's enough schisming going on. They should just do away with the weather stuff. It's annoying. Which is funny, because I had some design drawn up for bringing in a weather system for EU4, and it never made the cut. And maybe I'm glad that it didn't, because it's just really freaking annoying. Like actual weather you can see going by there, but I had grander visions than just little hurricanes passing by. Right, so even though we were told this was going to take a while, maybe they got some kind of... Oh, I bet they took... I bet they did a parliament thing to make Colchester integrated. All right, all right. Notably not a core for the other dudes. What are they called again? Chester. So Essex looking good for integration. Yeah, and they're what, the very first one I popped out, so how's our relation with you? Good enough to eat. Good enough to eat. That will slow down the annexation of Northumberland, which should have been done by now. But yeah, you are looking tasty for the next little meal. And we're quite certain you're never going to get any real amount of assimilation done, yeah? Oh, they're trying. Oh, they're trying. Oh, that's amazing. Right, so we might actually have some Highlanders down in England at my beck and call. Okay, I'm remarkably pleased with that. I can't believe how well this has turned out, and this campaign has thrown a lot of bollocks my way. That French guarantee, the whole situation with the early Scottish annexation of me, the coalitions. Oh, chavs and kilts, oh the horrors. Chavs, 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 chavs. I mean, there's different terms in different parts of the country, right? So we've got Neds up north. But I thought down south they would call them townies. But, you know, news kind of dilapidates when it starts going this far north. Oh, something just popped away. Did anyone see what Patriots just died, or what rebellion just died there? Wait, it was the nobility rising up, I see now. Because there was a nobility insurgency a long time ago. The commoners barely want to rise up. There are 3 people in Skye that want to rise up against me. There really should be something like, if there's, I don't know, less than 0.1% of your population wanting to rise up, just kill the rebels. Cathars? That's a lot of Cathars. Bloody hell. Yeah, weeds in the garden, but they're going to have to go. I'm not flipping to Cathar. Jake, you had a whole campaign about making England ruled by chavs. And until you mentioned that, I had completely forgotten. I guess it wasn't that memorable then. Didn't we do something about going to Chavshavani? Yeah, that was where we started, right? Oh, good, we killed them. We killed the peasants and we killed the North-Scale uprising. And now I think we're in a good position to kill off the Norns. And I might take another stab at taking care of the Northumbrians. Oh, maybe not. But a lot of these Northumbrians are... very unsatisfied nobles. There's not much I can do about that. Yeah, they're all over the place. Can't do much. Oh well. I'm happy to have the Norns dead. It's a very complicated genocide, I must say. Oh, there's just so many to take care of. Quite the reversal of fortune. I mean, the Highlanders were genocided in real history. That's not any part of the reason why I'm doing this. I'm just doing this because I wanted to play as a difficult nation. And Moray was difficult and my hometown, so let's give it a go. For what it's worth, Moray is not a town, it's an administrative division of northern Scotland. Used to be part of Grampian, if I recall well, but then Grampian got split. There was also like Greater Banffshire and all that, but nobody cares. I certainly don't care. Home is where my heart is, and my heart is currently beating in Hungary. Yeah, the Highland clearance sale. Everybody get your Highland land nice and cheap. Yeah, that looks so bad with the weather. What the hell is that? It's like turn-based combat with a will-o'-the-wisp. Alright, do the Norns feel like going away to a happy place? They do! Alright, we are doing God's work here. I believe I said... Yeah, the Northumbrians aren't going to manage here. I have Norman Patriots. Are those on Jersey? Yeah, they are in Jersey. Well, I'm planning on selling Jersey. And that plan will be expedited as soon as the French can afford it. Whew, hey, I finished my Gravedigger playthrough. Maybe I shouldn't have. That game was ass, but I finished it. This integration would have been done if I had not... I'm having a thought here. What if I just don't bother finishing the integration of Dumfries? It'll do itself slowly. No, I think I need to. I need that town with its armory, and I need the manpower quite badly. Okay, got a lag spike just throwing my camera over to the side there. Imagine Greater Banffshire nationalism. It's difficult to do so. But, you know, in the end, somebody has to rule Britain. Why not the Highlands? A lot of good things going on in Scotland. Glasses are free. Prescriptions are free. University education is free. Thank you, England. Yeah, funnily enough, if you just threaten you're going to leave and demand more devolution, England are going to pay for it. Whoa, this is off. It said Dumfries was ages away. It still says Dumfries is ages away. But Dumfries is a core now. So what is there still to integrate in Galloway? Wait, excuse me? Pass. Need stuff to offset the deep-fried Mars was. That's a very rare thing to see in Scotland. Only very select places in Edinburgh, to my knowledge, do that. I'm not even sure if it's done in Glasgow. Because it ruins the Friars. Knew somebody who worked in a chippy told me that. And I'm going to believe them over me, because I don't frequent chippies. Will you embrace the institutions soon? Once it is prudent to do so. Currently, I still have some important things to research. I really want this max literacy. Because the better literacy, the better your research progress, so that should slightly snowball. Not by much, though. Cornwall, maritime presence. Very useful for my one cog. I'm glad to come back to this United Kingdom of Moria. It's more united than anybody's had it in this game so far. And it only took us 50 years, so I'm very, very proud of that. I'm not often proud of my accomplishments in my streams. I mean, you know, for you, making great achievements in video games is a novelty. For me, it's just Tuesday. Wrong day to use. I'm off on Tuesdays. But some of my runs I'm very proud of. For example, doing the knife-only run in Resident Evil 3. I still rewatch that one from time to time. Keeping an eye on my subjects to see if any of them have fully cored their land. For example, Wessex is looking good. Does that mean I'm going to culturally enrich Wessex? Yes, because... And they're not already culturally enriched? Good. Because that will once again curb stomp English culture. We can see here, for example, Highland cultural influence versus English cultural tradition is down at -30. It was -50 just a few years ago. And we go over to Wessex and say, listen, you've had your time to administrate these lands, but now is the time to put on your kilt and play the pipes, my son. Enjoy my culture. Now that does hurt me in a few ways. It hurts me in the most painful way, which is monetarily. They stop paying me when they hate me. And then as they come to love me, they'll end up paying me their actual dues. But we'll get there. I'm going to have to deal with those English soon, but for the love of God, could Northumbria please be integrated? I know we're all on the edge of our seats to watch the integration of a nation here. Have they given up on culturally enriching this land? I think they have. At least they're still Northumbrian. Embraced institutions give a 5% research bonus for each 2. You would get your research that you're trying to get. That I wasn't aware of. But it's so much stability. So much stability. I will wait a little bit on that. I know research progress is very rare to find boosts in. Has England been suppressed? England is gone. England are going to try and rise up. And to be fair, they got almost 500,000 people ready to rise up. But I'm ready for them. When I integrate Northumberland, I'm going to spit out a few subjects. And I'll consolidate my hold on central England. Which might not sound great. It's not exactly the most populous part of it. But then we will integrate... what's the population of Essex? 98,000. I think we can handle that. We'll integrate Sussex, Essex, trade monopolies for the burghers. I think not. Because when the patch comes in, I think trade is actually going to be good. So they're going to have to stuff it one more time, and we're going to say nobility are better than them. Burgher trading is really annoying. They move goods around, and I previously claimed that they did not move goods with in the whole trade system. Turns out they do. I just wasn't looking hard enough. And yes, I do notice that there's a war going on here. A war with a blue nation. Well, it seems like France have their own ideas about into the Netherlands. Although it looks like they were more dealing with Hainaut. Hainaut didn't start as a French subject. What's all this about? No, it's just they want to eat Hainaut. And yeah, I don't think the Nederland are going to stop them. But it's good to see that the Netherlands are pathetic. Well, you know, not exactly news there, but still fascinating to know because I may still want that land. Of course, I got other things to worry about first. Yeah, France is terrifying, but they're always terrifying. Unless you pretty much start as England or Castile or maybe Bohemia, can you really contain France from the very start? Maybe Aragon could make a go of it. Which they win the 100 Years' War, they centralize their power, they're just unfreaking stoppable. Couldn't even entertain the thought of fighting as my mighty golden horde. Bohemia was enough of a thing to chew on. Hainaut starts on a union with Holland. Okay, well, they're going to be losing that union with Holland. And there we go, now you're done. It's 100% and it still says it's going to take another 5 years. So I think this integration can't be trusted. Point is, though, I am very happy to see more integration of Scotland done. Aberdeen or Argyll? Probably Aberdeen. Unless I really think that there's something important I can do down here. But currently I don't think there is. I need to get Scotland cored up so I don't need to worry about them again. There's also the idea that I need to get rid of the Scots. Harrowing thought, I know, but those Scots are not being integrated fast enough. Yeah, +2, and that's on my full control area. It's a bit of a foolhardy thing to put a whole councilman on because there's plenty of Scots to wipe out, and that's hardly going to make me stronger than focusing elsewhere. But whilst Edinburgh is my capital, it remains a very, very good place to wipe out the Scots. Spiritualist hurts, but my massive influence in relation to Scotch culture is vastly superior. You know what? We're going to give it a go. Let's answer the Scottish question the only way we know how. Wait, are you even good at this? No, you're not. But Mr. Angus here... but you're really good at integrating. Whatever, you're pretty bad at integrating as well. Let's have you do it then. So. Assimilate pops into our culture. The Highland culture. In Lothian. Go, go, go. Yeah, the more people we get and the more Gaelic speakers we have, the stronger everything becomes. Can we put a number on that? I love the culture play in this game. Those English have got to be dealt with, of course, but having the Scots outnumber the Highlands is already a bad idea. Assimilation rate is down due to spiritualist, but at least it's not very spiritualist. I'm much more interested in humanist over spiritualist, because culture is so much more important than religion. But the cultural influence is growing. Yes, very good. And our tradition doesn't really matter. Highlanders are not going to be oppressed. How about the Scots, though? Tell me about Scottish culture. But the English culture needs to be dealt with. Their tradition is what blocks me destroying them. We need to get rid of Devon. Devon and Wiltshire go, they're going to have nothing left. So as soon as they get their cores done, that should be it. On the other hand, I'm going to pop out a few more English buggers, and they're going to raise it. But it will be sufficiently crippled. Or so I hope. Tooltip doesn't update the date for countries when other people complete. The integration progress consolidates. Ah, I see what you mean. Bit of a shame, though. So, I was just talking about Wiltshire. Yeah, Wiltshire, I'm afraid you are not allowed to be English. Enforce our culture. Boom. And that will further erode English culture and further empower my subjects to culturally enrich. There we go, down from 50 to only 24% debuff. We're coming around with our big rolls of tartan. We're going to roll you right up. You're going to be like a Mackie roll. Oh god, Cambridge full of Highlanders. I applied to Cambridge University. I went there on a visit, no less. I got phoned up and asked if I wanted to come back for a second round of interview, and I said, oh, please no. I did not like the place. I did not fit in with the big boffins there. I have a sneaking suspicion that I was some kind of diversity quota that they needed to fill out. They took one look at their people and going, oh, jings, we haven't brought in a single one of those bloody jocks, have we? Oh, what about that guy, Jake? That guy was dumb as bricks. Aye, but university's free for those Scots. Okay, bring him in then. I need to keep a close eye on these English patriots, but god damn the Northumbrians. Diversity quota, the ginger wearing tartan. Yes. And for once not wearing a bicycle. Riding a bicycle. I know, I'm sitting on tons of money, I'm not really investing it, but I have a hard time thinking that investing in stuff up in Scotland is going to make much in the way of money. I could check, though. It's just if I put a lot of industry in Edinburgh, then that industry becomes worth a lot less when I move down to London. But the flip side is the movement to London is a fair ways away. And look at that, apparently tanners and tailors are worth money. Paper is always worth money, though. But, you want to make the paper in Berwick? Do they even know how industry works? Worth noting that Dumfries has a bazillion peasants. How's the control looking there? Control max is at 57. That's not bad, but Yeah, the problem with Edinburgh is there's no population there. Nobody wants to move to my crappy capital. I can see why Dark Young said that it's better to not be in Edinburgh. But it's a really good central location. Maybe Perth, then. St Andrews, Dundee? Oh, well, Scumdy's actually not looking bad. Because then you really capitalize on the pearls better. That's something to be considered for all those pearls. You can invest in light ships for maritime presence. I think it's more important to have heavy ships to kill the French when they come knocking. Ships in general sound good, but I think what happens is when I move down here, this is where I do my big build-up of boats and stuff. It's just a much denser coastline. Yeah, I'd rather invest my money currently on making more money. But also creating jobs entices people to come over, so maybe just look at the RGOs and consider what's worth money. Why does it show me... I want to see non-fully expanded. No point telling me stuff that we already have. See, Lanark and their horses, good. Dunkeld and their pearls, well, we can't really fill them out. We don't have the people there, so forget about it. Roxburgh, Stirling with our wool. I'm going to be kicking myself if we are about to have Parliament. Yeah, actually, we could call Parliament right now and do it cheaper. If it's something that's on the order here. Oh, the ruler's son has come of age. Very nice. Hunting cost is for wild game, which is a bit of a waste of time, but gathering... salt and sand and everything, that could well be worth my time. Sponsor a cathedral? Oh god, no. Is there a way to forcibly centralize population? Yes, it's a cabinet option. And my cabinet options are very precious to me, so we don't do a lot of it. Wow. These are some impressive looking guys that could join me. Composer, architect, writer. The problem is we can't do art, so don't offer me artists. It's encouraged migration, I believe. It just makes people want to move there. Yeah, but you can also expel people from places that they are and you don't want them. The subject ties are unnecessary right now. We don't need them to be more loyal. Yeah, you know what? I think there's a lot of gathering that can be done around here. Let me double check what actually counts as gathering in RGOs. In all of my markets, please. Salt, sand, fish, clay, medicine. That does include some stuff down here. That doesn't seem too bad, but yeah, clay is really very useful for a bunch of things, I reckon. You know what? Screw it. We'll get that. Although nobody really wants to do it. Unless. I think there was a law I was wanting to change. I should double check that. Favor the ruler is good. Open borders. Martial society. With belligerence. Conciliatory is probably good for me now that I've done all my killing, right? Probably not, because there's still going to be a lot of land grabbing on France to be done. So no, we should remain belligerent in preparation for that. Burger mining, regulated export. Feudal administration decentralizes, which I don't like, but I hate aristocracy. Even so, centralized aristocracy doesn't sound that bad. You'd think all resource gathering operations would count as gathering, says Tyrion. Get back in your driver's seat of the train or finish off your Mario. Yeah, decentralization bad, but this is bad. There's got to be some other options we could have, right? I think some of these have to be unlocked, though. Not worth spending time on. Happy Peasants is better than Speed of Integration, because we don't really integrate ourselves anymore once we're done with Scotland, so I don't think it's worth it. Ugh, decentralization. Proximity cost to land is actually quite good, but there's got to be something better here. Innovative cultural influence. And I'm going to need that move capital cost down. Ugh. So there's a lot of laws that are a bit blur, but... What do we have? Common law. The estates are happy. Good. All the estates being happy, I think, is better than getting that little bit of centralization. I think, but I'm not sure. Then again, centralization is crown power, which forces them to be happier anyway, right? So there's something to be said about that. Noble levies, I purposely went for that. Same with maritime law, is that right? Capital economy. I want this naval, actually. Should we do naval audits? Keeping the burghers happy is good. Trade range is good, but being able to push towards naval, I think, is a big deal. What do we have here? Regulated naval service. Yeah, I think I went for that because I wanted the plutocracy. And then there's religious law. I want no censorship, actually. I need that cultural influence. Innovative good, humanism good, individualism not so good, but the innovative is pretty huge, so I can get printing press. Yeah, and that cultural influence is very important. At cost of stability, it's better to get Renaissance, no? I'm not looking to change the law like this. I'm looking to change the law in Parliament. Because you don't spend the stability for that. In that case, we'll go for what the nobles want the most, which is our noble art. Sure. Makes them happier. Yeah, go for it. And they almost pass it immediately. We enact the same religious group policy for heir religion. At a massive cost of stability. I don't think so. Oh, massive stability. Okay. How about we just make Poland hate us? Yeah, I'm up for Poland hating me. And then I can kindly ask the Parliament to change our censorship law to no censorship. Clergy are unhappy, but that's okay, I guess. But yeah, innovative, so good. No censorship, please. Strict censorship is what? Spiritualism? Ugh. The tolerance I don't care that much for, but I might later on, so let's take it. And then I can't imagine this is getting through Parliament unless we get some amazing events. Interesting, I went full strict. I need my culture to be stronger. Although it was a small flat amount, wasn't it? Maybe that was a bad idea. Yeah, that's a big swing on the clergy, and happy clergy is better research. But innovative is better research, and I'm a huge fan of innovation. It's better if we can just tick over towards innovative. Yeah, here we go. We are slowly ticking over towards innovation over traditionalism. Yeah, that's some nice cost reduction right there. And the max literacy is so good as well. So yeah, I will take that. It would be nice to assign a parliament member on it. But yeah, one of the big things is the AI is very bad at getting innovative. So if you get innovative, there's a very good chance that you will spawn the printing press. And, well, spawning institutions is good last time I checked. Getting it ahead of all of them. All right, slow negotiations notwithstanding, Northumberland is about to disappear. Thank goodness for that. Marry that kid away for God's sake. Yeah, we've got a few kids to... Wait, that's education. Paul Randolph. It's not going to get me the prestige I need to become a kingdom, though. And I really, really want to be a kingdom. Need a nice event to get that. Anyway, it seems like nobody important wants to marry us, so... Or marry him. Does that mean I should keep him around for the future, or just get him married here and now? Marry the noble Lady Carolyn Ripon. She's a bit of a ripe one herself. I mean, she's twice your bloody age, but, you know, she's got experience. And children of her own. But look at that, the crown children. Oh! Oh, he's getting super seconds. Yeah, this is your brother's wife. Continue the family tradition. Yes. Hag maxing is going now. Alright, go for it. Beat up some mainland miners for prestige. It's an idea. It's not an idea I necessarily like, though. Although I will admit that being a kingdom rank is a huge deal. Maybe I should have done a proper marriage for some much-needed prestige then. It's just, you know, mainland miners hard to come by. What about Irish miners? Yeah, nobody cares about them. I don't have Casus Belli on you, though. I don't have Casus Belli on you, though. Oh, come on. Pale, get some claims or cores or something going here. Of course, I could have asked our Parliament to do that for me. Oh, that's a shame. Any other way to farm prestige? I know you can pay off people's debts. Actually, maybe that's not the world's worst thing. Because the moment I integrate the Northumbrians, there's a good chance that I could become a kingdom, and it's a big deal to do so. So what I should do is look to... Can I take on the debt of somebody else? I could take on Genoese debt. It doesn't tell you how much prestige you get for doing this. Maybe it would if I did it directly with them. But I think it's something like the amount of money you take on versus your income, so having a smaller income works better here. Anyway, the Republic of Gazawatsits. Wait, I can even deal with you? If I were to take on your debt, does it at least tell me beforehand? Okay, that's not really going to do it for me. What if I took on Venetian debt? Yeah, I'd like to imagine this would be worth a little bit more. Okay, what? Who else was there? I think Genoese had debt. Okay, it's just absolutely freaking nothing. What a shame. Do you have enough boats to fight Scandinavians? Nope. Probably don't have the army to fight Scandinavians either. Apparently I'm perfectly balanced with Sweden. What else are you going to do with that money? I'm going to build up my bleeding nation. once it's a good idea to do so. We never did that gathering thing, though, did we? So I guess I'm going to build up my gathering RGOs, or RGOs in general. Again, please stop showing me fully expanded RGOs. Yeah, I like the idea of bumping up our clay, but the income's not really there. That's just done for market reasons. Oh, that's lead. I suppose anywhere that has available peasants is fine. Is that something we can show here? There are goods here, market access, unemployment. I don't need percentage, I need number. Here we go. No deficit of laborers. And then I can go and do things like Glasgow, Dunbar. How many do you employ in our RGO again? Is it 1,000? I think it is 1,000. In that case, you do with a double dip. Berwick, Inverness, Elgin. And at this point, it's not really making any money anymore, but it's more about providing jobs for people so they actually want to go there. Silver and Barnstaple is amazing with London Capital. You can build like bridges from London to Bristol. It's great. Barnstable. Barnstable. Probably easier just to look for the RGO of silver. I thought it was down and around here. I know there's one down here, but is that Barnstable? It is Barnstable. It's not under my control, but you know, I can enrich it. It makes my subject more powerful, though, so I'm keen on making my subjects not believe that they're more powerful than me. We don't particularly care about Parliament. Alright, carry on, for God's sake, Northumberland. Become part of me. I joined not too long ago. You're using a graphical mod. As a mod, it looks much nicer than for me. Yeah, I'm using the nice UI mod, and I'm also using the nice wide map mode UI mod that I made and I keep forgetting the name of. Oh my god, Northumberland, this has been such a carry-on. And that slow negotiation is still going to hurt me when I'm trying to integrate my other subjects. Right. I should take everything that gives me prestige right now. Because if I can just get that up to 50, we can become an not an empire, the other thing. Kingdom. Kind of mad that you need 50 prestige to become a kingdom. Prestige doesn't grow on trees, you know. 50 prestige. You should have called it DDR Jake Thingy so you don't forget. I wanted to have a decent name. I should have called it Fat UI because I put fat on the thumbnail. I have a rule about thumbnails. I never spend more than 5 minutes making one, and I don't even think I spent 1 minute making that. Can you invest in prestige? Yes, but it requires something called the Renaissance, which we don't have. So until we nail our Renaissance fair, that's just not happening. Lots of subjects boost your prestige for what it's worth. Yeah, look at that. My works of art that I think I stole from London, and I'm going to be giving those away when I make my subjects. That's going to be quite sad. Oh, good God. Essex are too powerful. This is going to be a big problem when I start throwing out subjects, so I think I need to start integrating Essex pretty soon, even though they've not done a lot of cultural cleansing for me. They've done some, right? They're trying. There are some Highlands around here, and in fact, they're doing faster and faster as I destroy English cultural tradition. Okay, I'm not too opposed to what they're doing, but the subjects are getting stronger and I am getting weaker proportionately. That's not good. That's very not good. Any privileges worth revoking with all that stability? Oh, the Renaissance is going to cane my stability. And I don't want to rock my country too hard right when I'm about to deal with some rebellions and bring in my subjects. So yeah, Renaissance first and then crushing the nobility. I want to revoke the primacy of the nobility. It's an amazing thing, but it gives them way too much power, plus 100% power to them. And you know what? I'm struggling on crown power thanks to unused diplomatic capacity, which is still bouncing up and down wildly. Okay, May, half a year away. It's been 5.5 hours. We've had one major war. It's crazy how different this is from streaming EU4. We have a throne claim on Portugal and Castile. Explain further. You're really going to have to explain further. And I don't think I'm going to be making use of that for some strange reason, but it would be pretty cool. If only France would be my ally in that. Oh, could you imagine? Using France as the ally to get the power I need to destroy France. Unfortunately, France don't want to be my ally because France are a potential coalition target, and they will remain so for a long, long time, so I highly doubt that Castilian subject is going to be happening. Do you know when the steel technology covert action is allowed? No, it's not something I've explored, but I do think it's powerful given how technological research is not something that scales very well for you, or for anyone, really. I am actually very curious why I ended up with that throne claim. I suppose I could explore my dynasty a touch. See if we can find any Castilian-looking flags. Oh, would you look at that? My grandson is now a member of de Castile. Where are you on the pecking order for Castile? Ugh, I don't even want to load this up. That's way too CK3-ish. What was the name of my kid there? Christ, I don't know. I need to double check his name, don't I? Fernando de Borgoña. His father is Alfonso. Together with Euphemia, but you don't seem to be on the... well, for one, you're over here. Okay, well, there was some marriage going on and we could claim a throne, but I don't think that's going to be happening. Yeah, Highlander Armada. There can be only one, and we do only have one. It's nowhere near good enough. Sounds like French. Better toss him in the loch. Naval focus. Yeah, come on. Come on, come on. I want that naval so I can propagate my control across the water. Problem is, you either want to be heavily naval or heavily land. If you're in the middle, you get the bonuses of neither of them. Yeah, there we go. See, land? Lovely. Look at all that maximum RGO stuff in proximity through land. Or naval. Proximity cost through maritime. Flat reduction. Which I wonder how good that really is, actually. Doesn't that only take it from 40 to 39? Huh, maybe it's not that great. Whatever, I still want to be naval just to try it out, if nothing else. Would scutage help with those one or two big vassals taking up that dip capacity during revolt time so they don't raise levies as well? Yeah, but on the other hand, I just want them put down quickly. Them being uppity for a short period of time is no big deal. Well, so I claim. My big issue is that even when I integrate Northumberland, I'm going to be letting out a lot more subjects here, so it could be that I end up in a horrible death spiral. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. With full maritime presence, you can get distance down to 5. Just like the best roads then. That's pretty good. The Pound Lock Canal I'm not interested in. I'm interested in the literacy, which I think is gated behind that. It better be gated behind that, or else I'm wasting my time on it. Why did that open the Age of Discovery? We're surely not in the Age of Discovery. Age of Renaissance ends in 37, so we got 40 odd years of that left. There we go, yeah. Pound lock into Thirst for Knowledge. That literacy will give me better research speed, which is very important. Maritime presence stacking makes it very cheap, but really it's for very large empires. Land is better outside the Mediterranean, where most land routes are blocked by hills and mountains. I am understanding. Right, so I'm already getting my relations with you, and I want to integrate Sussex and Essex in close succession, just so that I cut down on the power that they have and engorge my own powers. What about Lordship of the Isles? I keep saying, should I, shouldn't I integrate this guy? He's having a hard time ever wanting to culturally enrich these lands. You are still my culture, right? Still Highland, but refusing to actually convert these lands to Highland. That's pretty nasty of you, right? The whole reason I made you what you are was so you could get rid of these damn Norse Gaels. Maybe the clan seat stops them from ever wanting to do that as well. What is this clan seat? Is it a building or something? Yeah, lack of control as well. I can see why you wouldn't really bother, but still, I want you to do it. The cultural enrichment is going slow, but as long as the English are the ones getting kicked in, it's all okay, I suppose. Yeah, there we go, there we go. Show me the Highlanders. Yeah, Northumbria is about to pop. Oh, I've been waiting so long, and it kept getting prolonged. Who do we start with here, anyway? Probably the most uppity one, and that is Essex, right? No, Sussex. Oh, yeah, Essex, actually. Northumberland's way low on the list for some reason. I'm a little iffy about popping out the vassal until I integrate Essex and Sussex, because I really feel like if I start doing my vassal popping, things are going to go badly. But the big question is, who the hell are the English patriots going to be? Is there a way to know the nation they rise up as? Because if the nation is Chester, then I'm undoing a lot of work. Because Chester will get cores and all of this. I'm certain it'll be England, right? There's no way it wouldn't be England. Yeah, the diplomatic capacity numbers here fluctuate way too much. It needs to be based on something that's far less yo-yoing. Yeah, just as they were really starting to culturally enrich. Well, they culturally enriched the north, but it seems like they just kind of stopped. I guess they had other stuff that they wanted to do, and it's hard to blame them for that. But at this point, I really can't put my focus on the cultural enrichment. I still need to solidify my position. I can culturally enrich just fine from London. The control will be okay. But destroying English cultural tradition is all about destroying English nations. Did we ever convert Devon, by the way? Devon and Wessex. I need to do Devon, however, I need to have some of these guys actually fight with me. Sussex, Cambridge, Wiltshire, and Wessex all say no. But Wales will help me out, so I'm pretty sure we can beat down the English when they revolt. Yeah, Essex are on my side as well. I will hold off a little bit on Devon then. Just in the interest of not having all of my English subjects want to rise up against me. Because they could make a fair shake of it if they tried. Alright, there we go. Our subjects change their opinion, and every neighbouring country goes down by 30. Does that stack? Cambridgeshire is at 78. It went up. Okay, but it looks like it didn't go down by 30. Alright, finally some cores. Oh, I've been waiting a long time for this. Look at that integration. Look at that big, firm Duchy of Moray sticking all the way up through the country. And if only I could become a kingdom based on this. It's so close, but... yeah, there we go. We've got the 1.5 million primary culture, but we lack 24 or so prestige. Those Welsh pop plus 2k levies when you fight the English at the beginning. Now they don't even muster 1k. Well, they have been killed off rather a lot. Oh no, look at that, 2.5k. No regulars because no manpower, but still okay. Right, so the big question is what happens to diplomatic capacity. I'll give it the turn of the month to recalculate it. I don't think I really want to bother with Pontefract as a... well, that depends. Where are these rebellious English going to pop out? Yeah, good size name, but it could be bigger. Turn off the cathedrals, Jake. Do we want to, though? Armories, sergeantry, the cathedrals. In Edinburgh Market. Cathedrals and monasteries. Maybe we want to keep them on now. We can afford them, and it does make people happier and just better. I think we now have the economy to actually handle that. I should go to my... Oh god, how do I even sort out all my closed buildings? I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, they increase literacy and stuff, so I do want them on. It's just, how do I know which of my buildings are closed? I don't think the icon here shows partial number of buildings closed. Filter by closed. Ah, clever. Very clever. The filter system, powerful. Hey, maybe the cloth maker can even make me money. Same with the scriptorum. Peel tower... isn't it good because it makes a lot of soldiers? It is, and we have a lot of people there that could be soldiers. Soldiers are good. Soldiers make me stronger. But the peel tower costs money. I don't want to spend money. Yeah, that's not an irrelevant amount of stone, weaponry, or tar. Maybe just destroy the peel tower, but I gotta say that is a lot of soldiers, with decent control now as well. I don't think so. Proximity cost of bridges make it irrelevant right now, but the wharves can certainly come on, I reckon. Build up those sailors. The granaries make population growth better. Temples make people happier. Marketplaces can remain closed. I'm not doing trading yet. Cathedral does literacy and migration and conversion. The conversion is not very relevant yet. The monasteries. Literacy for clergy is good. The expense is high. I really want those monasteries open. I'll open them and see what the costs are. Soldiers in province increase levy size. Yeah, they do, considerably. But do I want to pay for that? It's just levies. Then again, the levies probably contribute to my power compared to my subjects, which might make it worth considering. I do think peel towers are powerful things. It's just... there we go. Doesn't joining a chivalry order give some prestige? I think it gives ticking prestige, but aren't we already a member of an order? Yeah, we certainly are. More importantly, they consume more goods you produce. Yeah, great. Drive up the price for them. See, my subjects are still duking it out amongst themselves. Kind of a shame that I didn't leave the Irish till now, because now I could hoover them up for prestige, but so be it. Right, so I need to think about what I'm doing with these other subjects once we know our diplomatic capacity, which should be at the turn of this month. Or do I just start integrating one of them immediately? Even though we have slow integration going on, it might pass eventually. I almost think that no matter what we end up with, I still want Essex consumed, because they are annoyingly powerful. I don't know how they end up with such a big number there. It must be because of their regulars. So I would propose that we just immediately start integrating Essex. Sadly, though, they are unhappy with me for reasons unknown. So we need to get rid of that annex another subject modifier. We'll get rid of it soon enough, though. Alright. Oh, that is so good. Diplomatic capacity dropped a whole lot down. Essex, Sussex, Cambridgeshire. That does mean that popping out London, Canterbury, possibly Windsor, but possibly not. Yeah, the problem is that Chester got cores here. That means they get all three of these. Not very pleased with that. Because it could be troublesome to integrate them when they have... How many thousands of people here? Ugh, the people are getting in the way. Like, there's 40, 60, 70, 150... It's like 200,000. I need 2 million to integrate them easily enough. But I could get that. Could. Another idea is to pop out... well, I want to keep Oxford myself, actually. Oxford has a university, I think. Yeah, last time I checked. Meaning maybe I should have not given away Cambridge. But yeah, because integrating London will take forever, I need a subject to do it for me. So the subject gets this land. Quick check on the Bank of France. It's not fat enough for my liking. Yeah, I think it's sufficiently okay to go a bit over that as well. Especially with those English patriots, Northumbrian patriots wanting to rise up. Question is, who do we spit out then? It's important that I give away land that would become Chester. Historical subject, Kingdom in... No, not England, not by a long shot. Chester have all of these cores. It's a lot of cores. So I need to spit out this and this. Maybe even as one subject. I was saying I didn't want to do it because the population is too high. And it is really dangerously high. 2 subjects would be much easier to manage. Especially considering the amount of towns there are as well. Yeah, I mean, there's Boston, Lynn, Lincoln, and Norwich. I think we just do you as one and you as another. Alright, I'm okay with that for now. Custom subject right here in Norwich. We seem to be doing alright in fiefdoms, and they're not getting much power together. And I think that does well for me. Oxford as a uni? No way. Is that wee island to the north still bustling metropolis of a city-state? Which one? Man, or the Hebrides, or Orkney? Alright, there we go. Fiefdom of Norfolk, engage. And I need the fiefdom of Lincoln as well. This is quite the hemorrhaging of my country, which does feel kind of bad, but I really think the best way to integrate London is to get Chester to do it. Which means this has to go. Rather annoyingly, it's a bit of land that is disconnected. But you integrate a single province faster, right? Or a single location faster. So I just have to make a bit of a butchered nation here, right? Yeah, I'm going to make some amalgamation that absorbs bits of land here and there. I could actually give some of it to Flint, but because Flint is already culturally enriched, they would take forever to integrate it, so that's a no-go. So let's be very, very careful here. Don't want to give away the wrong land, and I don't want to accidentally create Chester. So it looks like the first things first is to give them Chester, the province, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 locations. Is that right? Yes, because I don't want to give them Lancaster and Preston. They get Chester, and then they get Stoke, Glossop, and I think it was Huddersfield as well, which is a shame, because I just got a core on Huddersfield. That is quite annoying. Didn't you want to keep an eye on the Renaissance when you were doing this? Yeah, I did, and I completely forgot. And that probably just made it much more expensive, because I think the Renaissance was around here. Yeah, it sure was. Yeah, but it's not over here. I'm glad somebody remembered, but I sure didn't. Does it show where the Renaissance is? I thought this... There we go. Yeah. I just kicked away loads of Renaissance land. Okay, but I can kick away some non-Renaissance land as well. So it almost balances out. Alright, first things first. Custom subject on Chester. Create custom Chester. I get another fiefdom. We like fiefdoms around here. And then they get the actual Chester core land. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It should be easy enough to remember. So thankfully this doesn't cost a diplomat. Seed location, not province. You get Liverpool, lucky you. And then you gotta keep doing it one by one. Seed location, Manchester. Seed location, Blackburn. All this land that everybody's ever wanted. Yeah, I could sell them these locations instead if I wanted their money. But for 10 ducats, no, they can just have it. Because I think there's a cooldown on doing that. Seed location... I know it was Glossop. Were the other two Stoke and Huddersfield? Yeah, looks like it. Seed location. Stoke. Seed location. Seed location. Seed location. Huddersfield. Even though I had a core on it. Does that mean they get the core? Ooh, well, not core, but it's integrated for them already. And does that mean I lost my core? No. Well, that could be usefully exploitable. In EU4, when you seed a location by choice, you tend to lose your core. But not this time, it seems. Right, before I gob out all of Chester, let's consider, well, for one, embracing this institution. Cost, what do we care? Give it to me. And then we can line up the very, very important techs. Art for culture and stuff. Cabinet seat, because it's very powerful. Crown power is powerful. University is maybe a bit premature, actually. Cultural tradition, influence. The rights and ability, I think I'll want. They won't like being curtailed, though. And they are pretty good, so I might still want them on the cabinet, and I don't like dissatisfying them. Frankly, I think all of these are bad. So maybe don't even bother with rights to the nobility. Yeah, centralization is nice, but it comes with a lot of downsides. The Chancery, for some reason this is available to a horde, even though they can't use the Chancery. But the Chancery is good. Makes the cabinet better. I think that comes a little late, though. Expected cost of court might be worth considering. But these are the important ones. Maybe even a theatre, because theatre gives more cultural... No, tradition isn't what I want. It's cultural influence that I want. Hey, look, art schools do that. Is that artist of mine still alive? Nah, he died without producing anything, even though I paid him 78 ducats and 15 prestige, I think. 10 or 15. Plenty of other nice-to-have techs, but these are the important ones. Could you make Glasgow the drug capital of the world? Import all of the alcohol and tobacco-related goods. So I could fill Glasgow with beer making, liquor making. I'm unsure if the land here can support tobacco. Flatland, oceanic, grasslands. I haven't looked into all the places you could have that. But yeah, you could fill Glasgow with narcotics. And why wouldn't you? It's the right thing to do. Am I ready to spit out Chester? Let's see at the turn of the month if I can handle the Diplo capacity. Because it's looking a little iffy right now. I think I really need Essex off the map for me to gobble up to spit out Chester. But I might get away with it. Anything's possible in this messed up world of ours. There's also the idea that I could give out Berkshire and Buckingham so that Chester don't get Reading. It's not Reading, it's Reading. Because it's quite important that they don't end up with too much population for me to reintegrate. And that is an additional 30k to them. Making them 200k is dangerous. Because it's a lot for me to reabsorb. I think it could be done. I'll spit out Reading and Buckingham so that I can integrate that before I reintegrate them. Unless I really think I can get enough... oh, we do lose the core. Alright, cool. Maybe that's because of the cultural change. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I think I could integrate other lands fast enough to be able to integrate Chester. It's a population gambit. Oof. It's going to hurt. It's only going to hurt a little bit. Giving up even more to my subjects just seems kind of bad, but at the same time, I'm going to need this land integrated one way or another, so I think we do give out Reading and Buckingham. Is there a Buckingham Palace? I don't know when that was built. Probably not. I'm not seeing it. But yeah, I'm going to keep Oxford for the university. And then we'll spit out Reading and Buckingham. Alright, it must be done. Create custom subject in Reading. Make another fiefdom. And then give Reading Seed province of Bordeaux. Not Oxford. And then the big shot. Hold the phone here. What's the population of Essex? This is a big deal. 100,000. So I need to have a population of 1 million to get the boost to integrating them. I'm not going to fall below that by spitting this land out, am I? No, it's not 200,000 people here. All right, very good. Create subject. Historical subject. Yeah, the historical Chester who owned London. And they do only get London and such. They'll be given Dover, Canterbury, Rochester, Hayth, Tunbridge, Harrow, Kingston, London. Yeah, I'm okay with that. As a fiefdom, I suppose. Shows me the diplo capacity, but I think it's something we can stomach. All right, whew, I really gave up a lot for that. And I really hope it doesn't bite me in the bum. But the first thing I think I'm going to do with Chester is force them to be my culture. Because that way, court language of French, excuse me. Because that way they can immediately get to work eradicating the English culture here. And I do want to gobble them up in 10 years flat. So, we're going to enforce our culture upon you. You're going to be very, very unhappy. London gets forcibly converted heavily into Highlander, so we get that ostensibly for free. And now we really need to hold our breath. And holding that breath involves integrating some of our subjects as fast as we can so that we end up slightly more powerful. Essex are actually happy enough, so we can begin the annexation of Essex. Apparently it'll only take a few years, and that's very, very promising. All right, go on then. I hope they don't resist the annexation, but there you go. And then once Essex is inside of me, we start chewing up our subjects one by one. Once I have enough control that the diplomatic capacity is not terrifying to me, then we can start leaving them for a long enough time to do some cultural enrichment. The important thing, of course, is to eradicate English as a culture so that there's no cultural tradition to get in the way of our genocide. There's no putting it gently. But as it stands, the English cultural tradition is dying, giving us a boost instead of a malus to eradicating them and wrapping them up in kilts, giving them plenty of red hair dye, force-feeding them haggis, telling them to toss a caber, and it not being a euphemism. Life can be good. Honestly, Blue England looks good. This makes a lot of sense, right? If you were based in Scotland and you had actually conquered England, direct control only really possible if you could move your capital down to London, which really happened. You know, in just about every sense of the word, England annexed Scotland, but politically, Scotland annexed England. And what did they do? Immediately moved their capital down to London, adopted all English customs, pushed them onto Scotland, and just kind of pretended there was never a Scot involved in it in the first place. I gotta say that James was a crafty bugger. England paid to be annexed by Scotland. Yeah, they've been regretting it ever since. Yeah, Darien disaster. Scotland is broke. What do we do? I don't know. How about we become one? Yeah, Act of Union. Oh, that makes it sound a lot less like we're being conquered. Scotland is full of some good plays, and that was certainly one of them. Yeah, every Englishman issued his mandatory kilt, sheep, and bagpipes. But you can see why I'm doing it like this. Imagine how long it would take to conquer, core, culturally convert each of these provinces, especially because a lot of that stuff depends on control. Direct control from Edinburgh only flows so far. That looks good, but that stuff's going to tick down to its maximum, right? Yeah, maximum control is actually half of what we're seeing here. And I imagine York isn't going to be too pretty either. Well, not too unpretty, actually. Nice. I like it. Oh. I'm pretty happy with the speedy integration of Essex. Again, they were the first one we popped out, and I made a big mistake with their conversion. But it seems to be working out. I'm starting to think that maybe I'm a bit too gung-ho on assimilating them, or integrating them, rather, because they are assimilating at a speedy nip. But I do think I need the power, otherwise the diplomatic capacity. If these guys ever suddenly get a jump of power, it's going to look a bit ugly for me. So I will take this land, it'll be cored for me, and, you know, I could do some cultural enrichment. If I station my army here and use a couple of my, not diplomats, but the other guys, cabinet members, I could work on that. Speaking of things working, remember when Edinburgh had majority Scots? Well, that time is still today, but they are going away. The Scots are getting up and going. Linlithgow's majority Highland. Stirling's getting somewhere. Look at that. There is no Scottish cultural tradition. And now there should be no Northumbrian cultural tradition because I just knocked Northumbria out of existence and there are no other Northumbrian nations. Oh, it feels so good. Doesn't it feel so much better than click button, spend 50 diplomatic points, get that little toot jingle, and then eradicating people? Actually forcing them to genocide themselves. Now that's where the real power play is. I'd enjoy good Scotch being more available, says Ninjalix. See? Opening your mind to the idea of Highland dominance. Ah, Jings, this is good. This is wonderful. And all this very possible because I didn't invite the entire mainland to fight me. We spent a lot of diplomacy keeping them off our back. They're still really, really not happy with me. I mean, holy smokes, the Netherlands. Oh, yeah, the Netherlands do want to coalition me. Not much can be done about that. I've improved relations as much as possible, so we just have to hope that they don't, because their navy certainly beats mine. If they did attack me, I'd be able to handle it. The problem is if France get involved. And France are solidly on my side. Jolly good. Militias are a risk. No, if that's actual manpower, which it is not. Huh. Yeah, I don't think so. One of them gives me a little bit of money and that's it. Is your court language still Gaelic? Does it hurt anything if no one else in the court speaks it? Kind of. There are some bonuses I don't get from it being such a weak language. Where's that shown anyway? Where is that shown? I thought it was under laws. It is under laws. There we go. Yeah, we speak Gaelic here. The Celtic family, the language power is pathetic. But because it's common tongue, the commoners are quite happy, and importantly, cultural influence goes up. I could force my subjects to speak that in their courts, but it would cost some... where is it now? Where is force language? I am certain there's one that makes them speak my language. But I'm sure as sugar not seeing it. Because I'm quite certain, yeah, their court language is certainly not that. I think that Wales would be better in real life, but London is okay. What? Don't know what you're getting at. Okay, I was quite certain there's a way to force them to speak my language. Is it under something else, like friendly action? Isn't that the hegemon action? That is between you and other nations that aren't your subjects, but I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it to your subjects. Maybe it's right here and I'm not seeing it. Seed, province, here it is. God, I was looking right at it. Yeah, loyalty 15. But, hey, they keep my language. So that's a way to strengthen the language, but they're going to be annexed by me anyway, so I don't see a point in that. More to a point would be making all of the Irish speak Gaelic, because that would empower my language, and I don't plan on annexing Ireland anytime soon. Although the way these guys are growing, I might be changing my tune on that one. Bleeding Irish there. They're busy not culturally enriching their lands, and that's why. Laudabiliter. Maybe what I would do then is I would... I don't know. I thought maybe like annex the Irish and pop out custom subjects and then just divide Ireland up, which would be pretty good because having a lot of Gaelic-speaking subjects over here would strengthen the language and the culture. And Ireland is really not a good place. Direct rule from London to Ireland is quite awkward because of the position of London. Whereas at least as my subjects, you know, they'd pay me. I think there's something to be said for direct rule. By the way, how can subjects fight each other? I've noticed none of the English have fought each other, but these Irish are fighting each other like rats in a cage. What's the limitation there? Because if I make an Ireland, I would like to have it enforced that they do not bicker like hens. Uh-oh. My population went down further than I expected, so the integration of Essex is actually going to take a bit longer than expected. But once I have Essex, I can start eating up the people that are less than 100,000 strong. Yeah, like Sussex. Like Cornwall. And I'm going to get a 100% boost in the speed of doing that, which is a very big deal. It's their Ireland Kingdom stuff. I'm aware. I am well aware. They've got a High King. Wait, I'm their High King? What? Why didn't this show up as my international organization? Wait, that's not right, right? Right? No, I'm not. Who's the leader? They've got lieutenant, but who's the lord? Is it you? Lieutenant is a temporary but powerful special status in Lordship of Ireland. But it's me that's in charge. Why can't I change this? I'm not the leader country of the Lordship of Ireland, and I'm not the lieutenant of the Lordship of Ireland, so I can't change the rule of Ireland. That is the Lordship of Ireland, which is different from the High Kingdom of Ireland. Lordship? There is no High Kingdom of Ireland here. Did I destroy the High Kingdom of Ireland? Nobody... Oh, there we go. There's one. There is no vote. There's no conclusive king. Everybody's voting for different people. Okay, then I don't have to worry about that. But the new one is a shame. Why does it not show up as my stuff here then? Here we go. The Lord of the Lordship of Ireland. Why can't I change the law? Because I am not the leader country of the Lordship of Ireland. What? The Pale is a dominion, so you rule it, but it's not your country, so you can't interact with it. That's for the Pale only. Huh. That's a shame, because I really, really want to culturally enrich these individuals. So what if I integrated the Pale? Well, that would take 50 years, so never mind. It's a bit of a pain. Well, whatever. One by one, I will make these people Highlander, even if they're not converting their lands particularly fast. Well, forget particularly fast. Look at that, it's minus 100. It's not going to be ever. And they're all under my Laudabilter Whatsits. God, how can I get rid of this Lordship of the Irish thing then? I am unsure how to interact with this thing, because I would really like to change the law of Ireland. Oh well, no idea. 2025, that's still an issue in Ireland. Well, we'll seize direct control if we have to. The point is that these people still need to be culturally enriched. Because I've done a good job of shattering the Highland, the Irish cultural tradition. Used to be minus 50, now it's minus 36. Just like the English one is down to plus 0.44. Good. It's rising a little bit because I created some more English nations. But I'm still happy to see some Highlanders being spread here. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that I'm integrating Essex. But at least Sussex is doing some work here. Yeah, Sussex have two different provinces to do. But like I said, it's fine if we don't get lots of Highlanders down here right now. The important part is getting more direct control. I need to make sure that these people love me enough to be integrated by me. So I need to think of an order here. Did I already culturally enrich Chester? I did. I do want to integrate them as soon as possible. I don't need to wait around on them doing cultural enrichment, but they are doing cultural enrichment. Oh, that is so good. Yeah, culturally enriched London will go a long way for me. Yeah, not having to deal with the English in London is going to be a wonderful step. All right. Since we're focused quite inward, I'm okay to improve relations with Chester. And I got to think, who else is going to go down? Needs to be based on population. 113k over in Devon. There's Cambridge, of course. 115k in Cambridge, and I'd like that university back if they could be so kind. And they are busy culturally enriching Cambridge for me. Okay, well, that makes life easier. All right, let's improve opinion with you to be ready to integrate Cambridge. And am I man enough to force Devon to be my culture now? I've answered my own question. Come to me. It just speeds things up a whole lot better. Fewer English there are, the less English cultural tradition there is. I'm just deathly scared that they form an organization against me. There we go, there's English cultural tradition. Falling. Actually raising slightly. Norfolk, Lincolnshire, Berkshire. Oh, of course, these are the ones I popped out. Cheshire? Yeah, of course, Cheshire's up there. And then there are the three little scrot bags under the toe of Wales. That all works out fine, though. Can someone please answer? I'm new to the game and I want to learn, says Mr. Blonde. And they are asking, how does language impact annexation? I don't know. Does it even impact annexation? I guess what I could do is I could force my language on my next victim. Did we decide it would be Sussex? Sussex are cut off, but I do need just more right now. Spiritualist? No, I want to be humanist, so do not take that. Although we're currently going towards it anyway. Just keep the clergy happy. Happy clergy, more research. Wouldn't be too hard to get an answer for that now, would it? I just need to think who my next target's going to be. How long ago did I spit out Cambridge? It was quite an aeon ago, so I suppose Cambridge could be done next. If their population is okay with that. 101k, 1.08 million. That actually isn't good enough. So I guess we're going to do Sussex. Alright, so the point there is let's find out. Let's force Sussex to use our language. How do I keep failing to find it? Now I'm not seeing it again. Oh, because they are speaking Gaelic. Alright, well then we can find out when we start integrating them. Which will be in 4 years. I see subjects waiting to be taxed more heavily. More gold, my majesty, once again. I don't plan on manually integrating any of these English provinces. I will continue to spit out subjects and reintegrate them, rather than spend a decade for my precious advisor's time. So it'll be a bit of a chain, right? We annex some of these, we make new subjects, we annex, we chain up, until all of this non-integrated land is fully integrated. I could maybe consider doing Kendal and Preston on my own, because they are tiny. Probably not worth gobbing out for any particular reason. Although one idea would be to give them over to you. But I think you've kind of got your hands full with different provinces here, right? I've held on to Kendal and Preston for ages. Maybe I don't care that much. I'd be keen to know how long that would take. Angus is looking to be done in 99. I'm still keen on making Edinburgh at least majority Highland Scot. And Angus will be done pretty soon. Excellent. Well, more stuff to find out. Which country will you throw the proverbial log at? It's all very internal, right? I can't imagine we do external wars for at least 25 years. Unfortunately, that means France gets the opportunity to consolidate, and I miss out on opportunities further afield, but the risk of overextending is a little too high. Although there's also the idea of Norway. I mean, I would love to have Iceland as my own subject here. Again, make it Highlander and such. But I would love to have some spy networking going on so that I can discover what's beyond. How's the Bank of France looking? Only 1.7k. They're having a hard time building up the dosh that I need and want. The Northumbrians want to rise up, but thankfully still only those two provinces. I could prevent that uprising, actually, if I just give it over to my subject here. But I'm more than a little curious to see how long it would take to integrate just those two little locations. Any way to get rid of the Scots by sending them all off to Iceland? I suppose I could force their expulsion and then they would choose somewhere else to go, but they'd probably still go within my country. I am so annoyed with the Isles. Why are you not converting? I think it's whatever that clan seat thing is, makes them not want to convert culture. Damn Norse Gaels. They ruined Norse Gael land. But yeah, given how well I'm able to spread Highland culture in England, I really shouldn't be too unhappy that little bits of it aren't working out up there. There's the literacy. That could actually be the big hit I need to make the United Kingdom a bastion of literacy in all of Europe. I kid you not. Wow, Hungarian subjects are happy. Well, that's assuming Halleck actually came under Hungary. They're probably still under the Golden Horde, right? Still licking the golden bits? I can't believe the Golden Horde have held it together. Typically in the AI hands, they just fall victim to tribal succession crisis and then blip. But it looks like they just switched dynasty and continued looking good. There's no way they're going to win, right? There is no way. You could run 10,000 games and I would not expect a single one of them to have a dominant horde. You know, like a Golden Horde that actually keeps all the Russians suppressed and doesn't get bodied by everything else around them. But I would love to be... I'd love to have my mind changed. Alt history is fun history. As long as it is... what's the word? Not even believable, but... gosh, I should know this word. Whatever. It could happen within the confines of the reasons we have. Oh, this is just pick somebody to be happy. I like picking people to be happy. Nobody in particular wants to rise up, which is great, so let's ensure that those nobility are taxed accordingly. Almost 1 in 10 Highlanders can read. We're about to surpass real life here. Plausible, thank you. Yes, plausible outcomes are cool. Yeah, to think I could get a 100% boost on this Essex stuff, which would actually be in real amount of 50% boost if I hadn't shafted my my population. But yeah, getting London back fully cored and already Highland enriched. It was part of a very big plan that I had, and I won't claim it's a plan I had from the very start. I noticed after the Chester cores from their revolt against me. But yeah, being able to get these cores quickly was a big deal. Just making a custom subject here wouldn't give them cores, and they would probably struggle to core London. But pre-cored London, now that's something. Otherwise, I would have to give away all English cores. Now, regrettably, that even means Northumbrian land, then spit out England here, and that was a no-go. So this is very applicable to other campaigns. You can use revolts to create cores to make kind of custom nations that already have cores. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright, very good. I think we can even speed up. A whole lot of not much is going on here. The main thing is if I run out of research or cap on diplomats. Otherwise, we just work on the annexation of our little subjects and our pathetic spy network on Norway. I'm satisfied with this. So it'll also be good to get rid of one of the bigger offenders to my diplomatic capacity. Do the French have gold? Yeah, we're keeping a lazy eye on the French gold situation. They're making plenty of money, but I want at least 3 grand out of them, preferably more. But yeah, I do not want Jersey, not by a long shot. They want Jersey by a long shot. But look at how much more they could pay for me. I'm not taking anything short of the maximum they're willing to give, I think. I can hold on to Jersey for a long, long time. They're not going to have any desire for that land more than they have desire for stuff over here. Then again, there is this problem, right? If France decide to fight based on this, that could be a big problem for me. I don't like these petty squabbles. Northumbrians can suck a fat one, true, but... Actually, this is just good, isn't it? Because we're already maximum traditional. I want to be capital economy, but that's going to take a lot of work to change. Is there a Steam mod collection with the mods you're using? No, and I wouldn't do that because I have some little mod, something wasn't quite working with this other thing, so I made changes on my local end, so I wouldn't want to do that. I've already put up the Steam mod for this, but I think it's been incorporated into Glorp UI, so you could just get Glorp UI and you'd get whatever you want, really. It's very adjustable as well. Ah, man, it feels so good. I'm basking in the glow of taking out England, and it was a big one. And no, I'm still not trading. I still think trading would be a net negative on my economy due to the way economic base works. And even more than that, I think I'm right. Kincardine, yay! All right. Angus is done. And it was done ahead of schedule. So let's find out what the integration of Kendal and Preston would be. You reckon you'd get this done in 24? Oh, that sounds like nonsense. I don't like the sound of that. I'm certainly not leaving you there for that many years. I don't know why it would take so long. We absolutely dominate Northumbrian. Oh, you're saying it'll be done in 1401? Then why are you telling me it's going to take until whatever you said? Anyway, I'm not convinced that's worth my time to integrate for those two crummy provinces. They're about to rise up anyway. I'm curious if them rising up resets my integration status. I actually think it does. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think it does reset integration. So, boo-hoo to those Northumbrians. Preston, Lancaster, Princeton, Stratford. Where the heck is Stratford? Where is Stratford? Do we think there are more than that? I'm starting to think I might be able to crush these guys with my army. Just there are some little bits of them hanging around here. Northumbrian Catholic clerics and nobles are still unhappy down here. I am unhappy that they could reset my integration, but whatever. It's not a huge deal. Better to get on more lucrative integrations, like Aberdeenshire. Or that last bit of Moray. Let's get Aberdeenshire. It's on the eastern coast of Britain, so there's a hope that we could get control spread up there someday. You could save, try, and reload if it doesn't work. Not a fan of saving and reloading on my streamed runs. I'm not a big fan of save scumming in general. And if I'm going to do experiments, I'd rather have dedicated experiment time, not just, oops, well that didn't work, let's just reload. To put it another way, I love to roll with the punches. I find it adds a lot more to an experience knowing that things could go devastatingly wrong and there's no cushion to fall back on, right? And we've had devastating things happen in our campaigns before. We've had everything and their dog attack us when we were just little Montenegro playing EU4. Similarly, we've played as Livonian Order and had all of this land annexed by Riga, and we've had to live on the peripheries and re-demolish them. Yeah, we've had some pretty big setbacks. What was it, like, how long was I a subject as Hisin Kaifa? But we rolled with it, and let's not talk about the 40-year war with the Ottomans. That's still too soon. I get to make those jokes, you don't. If the integration is done in 1401, I guess it will also be done in 1424. That is true. I don't like it, though. Commoners can handle a little bit of put down, but yeah, the schism continues to just be a source of bad events for us. Quick check that I'm not spending any money that I don't have to be spending, which is good. How about all those cathedrals and monasteries that we pay for? It's fine. It's worth it for the minuscule boost we get to our research. Hey, Brema. All right. A bit of cooling down time seems to be working wonders for getting this whole antagonism business sorted out. And yeah, now is the time to look inward. You'd never consider this in EU4. You'd always be thinking about the next war, the next nation to cripple. Even if you're not taking land for yourself, you know, just occupying them, sitting on them, watching them bleed. But here, there really is that sense of, okay, sort out my trade, sort out my economy, sort out my nations and my subjects and my culture. It's so good. People keep asking me, what do you think about this game? It's so, so good. It's a dangerously addictive game. That sailor situation is growing kind of high. I'm not keen on having a big expensive navy that I have to look after, but I am keen on being able to move my units around. So let's have 4 cogs for 1. And then I'd really, really like to research a better boat. I don't know what the boat meta is in the game right now. Maybe it's something like big ships are best, so build them. Or maybe it's something like galleys you spam out and you crush everything, so build them. But I do need a superior navy to France. There's early Carrack here. But if I hold out for Age of Discovery, then where's the boat here? You'd think there'd just be regular Carrack, wouldn't you? Carrack is under pike and shot. How long do I think it's going to take for me to fight these guys? I think I would need an early Carrack before then. And I do want the dock anyway. So I suppose I'd be going dock, early Carrack, and building up some of those. We can always upgrade them, right? The upgrade cost can't be that bad. Right? Of course. Give me a dock and an early Carrack. We'll build those up to defeat France. Heavy is for fighting, light for getting maritime presence, and reducing pirates. Yeah, we'll see how the next patch balances out the pirates. I'm being told that they are ludicrously powerful, and that boats don't really do anything against it. The Hanseatic contour itself gives some presence here. Protected harbours as well for a bit of harbour cap. It's all good. But you might have noticed that I gave away my coastline here in the interests for the English to build it up for me. Well, man can dream. And I am certainly dreaming here. Dreaming of pressing that claimed throne on Castile. Oh, that would be nice. Oh, hold on. I might not be the only one with that idea. Okay, no. Aragon are getting thwomped here. Which is good. I want Aragon to be consumed by Castile, and I want Castile to be a genuine threat against France. And I've heard that the event to cause the crown of Castile and Aragon merging, it just has such esoteric triggers that it never really happens. Wouldn't know, I've never played in the region, and I won't play in the region until I do my Granada run. Which for all we know could be the next run. Grand Palace. We do get it at a discount, and I do get some very, very much needed prestige, but I plan on moving my capital, so I don't want this. Currently. Oh, or we could just not do it. Couldn't I just start it and cancel it? Let's find out. Cancel construction. How much money do I get? How much money do I have exactly? Wait, is there a way to find your exact money? Does anybody know? If I wanted to know this exact amount down to the decimal, I wonder if it uses floating values or how it actually does that. But anyway. Well, whatever. 324. Cancel this. Uh, 3, 2, 4, 1. So, did we make money on that? I didn't pay attention to the costs there. But okay, yeah, just don't spend money, get prestige. Wonderful event. William the Conqueror. He crossed on a legendary cog for his queen, personally paid for. Did you mod to tell you on the country screen? Oh yeah, but only on other people's countries, not my own. I don't think I get to see my own information here. Crumbs. I usually press escape to get rid of this, but it has a priority for dismissing every pop-up you have. That must have been the other one that we got. Cultural influence is very welcome. And it's good if my subjects get it as well, because they will also spread my glorious cultural influence. Speaking of, have we failed to convert any of our subjects to Highlander? No. So all of the south is good. The center needs to be dealt with. And the northerners need to get their cores before I convert them. Not done, not done. You're already converted, and you're going to take some time. And I appreciate that. Glorious. And just to be sure, they don't speak Gaelic here, do they? Oh, okay, so the court language is Gaelic in Essex. So no, the court language does not affect annexation. I think Mr. Blonde, possible name from Perfect Dark, wanted to know that. Nope, no effect on court language here. But the fact that they do have that as their court language does slightly improve the language power. And when it becomes powerful enough, the aristocracy will be happy. And when it's the same language spoken in the market, that'll make my burghers happy. But since the Earldom of Chester have that, that means that the court language is not going to be Gaelic for now. Can't wait for the Castile and France union. I would cry. If in this campaign, where I already have to take out the biggest, baddest nation on the planet, they also get Iberia for free, yeah, I'd be quite sad. Because breaking unions is a lot harder than making unions. And I am really glad that our opinion is nice and good, France. Could we keep it even better? I'll give you food access. I just really, really need to keep them off my antagonism radar. Oh, God. Yeah, let's just be nice and friendly. Nobody has to die, France, especially not me. Mr. Blonde is from Reservoir Dogs. No, I'm quite certain it's from Perfect Dark. So the devices we give you are working? Good. Because we believe that does not work should be destroyed. Just try it, you Scandinavian freak. Didn't know what Scandinavian meant back then, so I thought it meant alien. Yeah, Perfect Dark was good. Pretty painful to play right now. However, you can play it on a PC port, which maps mouse and keyboard controls, and it makes it so much easier. Ridiculously so. Console shooters are just kith and kin of devil. When I have these kind of situations where lots of pops get angry at me, I like to spread it out on the lowest maximum pop anger value because it takes so long to degrade. So I always go for petty squabbles here, even if I lose a bit of control and whatever, because at least all of these will be gone in about 10 years. But yeah, they absolutely can resolve their own petty squabbles, I don't care. And that makes you an alien, you Swede. I'm absolutely a Swede. And I am, I believe, literally an alien, being here in Hungary. I have a bunch of different Hungarian official documents, but I'm not a citizen, and I don't plan on being, because Hungary is a rare case of a country that does expatriate taxing. I think they have an emigration tax here. And I am not keen on any nation chasing me down for taxes when I leave. Says the man chased down by Sweden and Britain and America. For taxes that they want. Not even unpaid taxes, it's just they want more of my bloody money. Wow. We actually integrated Urquhart without doing integration on it. How long have we held Urquhart? That was from the annexation of Scotland, right? It's been a long, long time. Again, I wish it showed how our integration was going here, but that's a good sign that I don't need to spend effort integrating that. Oh, well, come on, Aberdeen. Spent ages in Aberdeen. I'd say I know it like the back of my arse, but it's a different place now. Really dilapidated. Yeah, America. So if you do business with America, America is one of the only countries in the world, if not the only, to charge a withholding tax. So if any of their fine American citizens or institutions pay money to somebody abroad, Uncle Sam withholds 30 or 33% of it. And Twitch, being an American company, has to kowtow to Uncle Sam and tell me I can't have 30% of my money until Uncle Sam takes his cut. So yes, even as a British Swede living in Hungary, working online, I have to pay American bloody taxes. Isn't it good? Maximum RGO size going down is not acceptable, so the burgers are just going to have to stuff it. They really do need to know their place. I wonder if that happens from power or from happiness, but yeah, they are certainly not allowed that. And I'm glad we've got our better... Oh, wow. That just goes surging up. Wait, whoa, slow down. What's all this? I completely missed the fact that we were about to have a revolt. Well, good thing they didn't get any forts, but ow. Welcome, England. Can be a really sad time for you to get an alliance or something. Apparently they're no match for me, but I took my eyes off the prize there, and I think I'm going to be paying for it. Alright, well, my loyal vassals will at least get involved and kick your arse. Or so I'm led to hope and believe. Gosh, that caught me unaware. England's the last thing I want to see more of. Oh, but we were wondering if it was going to be England or Chester. That doesn't answer the question, though, because Chester already doesn't exist, so it was never going to be there. Nah, revolts are jokers. Yeah, revolts are pretty awful. Awfully weak. Even so, they've still got their capital in Oxford, you know. I want that university. I don't want you to get it. I'll just take Hereford and then destroy you. Maybe even with these regulars attaching to me. And hey, if you want to get softened up there, it just means I'm more likely to go and destroy you on entering that province. Hereford down, sir. Good. Continue with the downs. The whole system of a downs on these guys. Get over to Nottingham. Got a friend from Nottingham. He's a bit weird. He's a bit Saturday morning breakfast club weird. But he's a good lad. And anyone says a bad word, I'll kill him. Oh, Lord. Oh, okay. It lists all of his heir stuff, but then tells us what he's gotten. I thought something bad had happened to him. Alright, you're heading south. I mean, I imagine you go down to St. Albans to die. I'm okay with that. Game's kind of chugging with all this going on. Wouldn't it be better to let your vassals lose some levies to reduce their population for easier integration? It's a thought, but the numbers wouldn't be relevant. You know, they might lose a few hundred or maybe even a few thousand, but we would need them to lose tens of thousands. And on top of that, I don't want them to lose population because I want that to be population that I have to make me stronger when I integrate them, even if it makes the integration take longer. Squish. Goodbye, England. Hereford should take care of the rest of this. I'll take Bedford. I'll stop telling people to attach to me. And my main army can go and take down any English re-raising of levies. It's pretty cool that your rebels are actually big rebellions like this, but it's really uncool how they, one, have to wait to raise their levies, so you can just jump on them with a standing army, or even levies that have been raised for another war, or just raised if you're an army-based nation. And two, they don't have the resources at all to bring anything real. It'd be nice if they got a nice lump sum of cash to convince somebody to join them in their outbreak of war, or raise some mercenaries. The best we saw was somebody raising like a handful of mercenary boats against me. Now, obviously, I am benefiting big time from England's rebellion here being just completely enveloped by me and my vassals. There's meant to be a but in that, but I got nothing. On the plus side, I'm going to get some bonus money out of England for this. I want to check to see if it reset the integration here. The integration on these provinces should be at least 1%. If it's flat 0, then I know that the uprising did cause... Whoa, we've got to be careful here. I must take their country away from them. Humiliation for prestige. Prestige is growing. What? Oh, whoa, now this I didn't know. If your heir and ruler are in charge during a war, you get a boost from it. That's pretty cool. Did I include heir, by the way? I need to double check that. The ruler gives more than the heir, and it doesn't look like it's scaled based on the size of the army, so they just need to be there. Interesting. You know, if I get 5 off of England for humiliation, I'm just a couple of good events away from becoming a kingdom. No, that's not true. I don't have the population. Alright, but I do still think that prestige is better than a little bit of money. A rare take by me. But that's the 100% I'm looking for. Come on, get to work, my subjects. I'm not paying you to just sit around and gawk at my superior handling. Maybe we can milk the rebellion. Strap into the milking table, England. I'll get the gloves. Such a horrible swarm. I mean, how are you meant to survive that? It reminds me of some of the impossible starts in EU 3 or 4. You know, back when we could change the date and time. Well, the American Independence War wasn't so bad, but stuff like fighting as Bohemia in the... What was it? Was it the Hussite Wars? I think it was Bohemia during 30 Years' War. Christ, no. You gotta fight like everything. Austria's right there with a superior everything. I think that was before the zone of control laws even existed. Alright, so it's the 1st of December. England are... Excuse me? We cannot send an offer with more than total war score. Well, I don't want more than the total war score. There you go. Jake, there's an Annex Revolter button. Yeah, this one? Annex Revolter England. Or are you telling me there's something else I need to care about? Mori annexes and humiliates England. Yeah, are you saying that there's another button for it? I don't think there is. Yeah, there we go. Annex the Revolter England, humiliate England, take some dosh. You make me double think myself here, Baron, but I'm quite certain I'm annexing England here. Bye-bye, England. Now, how about that integration? Cabinet, integrate Aberdeenshire. Stop that for just a moment. Integrate, say, Redford. You keep it. Okay, that's good. Yeah, 2.5%. That's not bad. Anyway, back to Aberdeen. Whew. What was that question? Oh, another rebellion is coming. I think we're fine on that one. Right. Goodbye, levies. Thank you for everything. Wasn't much, but it was something. Keep my army, I don't know, down in London. London's the last thing I want to revolt away from me. It's my new head of operations in due time. Oh, I should have gotten rid of the Northumbrians during that time. I could have parked my army up in Northumbria, because all the other Northumbrian patriots would have... Oh, they're gone anyway. Right. Death to Northumbrians. You're going to Hallow, right? Get your arse up to Preston, split in half, take care of Kendal. We might be able to see the end of the Northumbrians. After that little rise up, I believe it gave plus... What are the Welsh doing in Stoke? Go home, Welsh, you're drunk. Yeah, that pacified Northumbrians. I think they got swept up in the English tides there. The Norns want to come back, but I'll deal with the Norns in due time. There's an integration map mode, yeah, but it... wait, maybe it does show... No, it still doesn't show the percentage here. It just shows the active ones that you're doing with... Wait, what? Oh, I see. It's showing that because I temporarily put someone down on it. Never mind. Whew. Yeah, pretty happy with the selection of map modes I keep at the bottom here, but I definitely needed a wider map mode UI for it, which is why I made one. Alright, will the Northumbrian Patriots kindly bugger off? Dead as doornails. Excellent. Then it's just the Normans over in Jersey and the Norns up in the north, and neither of those are a concern. Are neither of those a concern? Because, I mean, look at them. They're never going to rise up in time, and even if they do, they're so small that we know we can just park an army and tell them to sod off. Life is good. Life could always be better, though. So I've got this army that no longer needs to really worry about doing anything. So I'm going to stop paying them till I can build up defensiveness rather than offensiveness. And we will consider... Oh, look at that! Majority Highland all over Lothian. That is good. But could it be better? When I move my capital, and that won't be long from now, we're going to be very far away from here, which puts us very far away from being able to convert this land over to Highlander. So we need to think, do we want to jump on that while the control is still here? For example, Dumfries remains disgustingly Scottish. There is also the idea of Paisley and Glasgow becoming more Scottish. But there is also the idea of completely slaughtering the last of the Scots up in Lothian. If I completely eradicate the Scots, it means I can drop them out of an accepted culture altogether with no downside. But the fact that they're accepted doesn't really make much odds here, right? Highlander versus Scots. Truthfully, it's a bit meaningless. If I was going to be focusing on anything, I should be focusing on the Northumbrians and getting rid of them. York, for example, is quite populous. I mean, the former hot seat of England here. I could move my army down to York and begin culturally enriching the Yorkies. That makes a bit more sense, considering the Scots are an accepted culture, and I can't imagine having many other accepted cultures. I mean, I won't accept the English. I'll be eradicating the English. So let's get our army over to York and have a bit of a change of pace here, shall we? Begin the assimilation in York to the Highland culture, of course. So yeah, thanks to the devastation of Northumbrian culture, we get the 50% bonus. Lack of control destroys that, but bringing my army in will sort things out. Also, huzzah, my granddaughter. Maybe check if the English has enough, the French have enough bank. No, the French are struggling on bank for some unknown reason. Maybe they're doing some weird things like investing in their country. Fortunately, they're not really investing in their navy. Now, that would be terrifying, but I would like to invest in my navy at some point. These cogs take a fair whack of time to make. So how do you feel about that now? There we go. Getting almost 100 Highlanders a month. It's okay. Seen worse. Also capped on that, and Parliament is possible, eh? Well, no sense not centralising. Do it in Edinburgh. Integration process. Kettering gets brought up, but I'm not interested in the English. Like I said, I'm handing that over to subjects so they can culturally enrich as well. Army exercises, forest exploitation, Hereford, Banff. Freaking Banff. Plutocracy, market regulations. There's not a lot of good things going here. Was there a law that I wanted to change, perhaps? I did no censorship, although I immediately started to wonder if that was a good idea. Monogamous marriage being the only marriage available to me. Can you upgrade ships like you did in previous games? I believe yes, you can upgrade ships and regular troops. Careful though, I hear some of the upgrades are bad, although I haven't looked into them. You know, I keep checking these and I keep not seeing anything that I actually want to change, don't I? Still need Marshall because belligerence is going to be useful against the French. And I definitely want to favour myself. Crown power is just too good, even if all the estates hate it. Maximum taxing is good as well. So yeah, I guess I don't want to pass anything there, so... Expand forestry cost goes down. Could be that I actually want to do a bunch of lumber because cheap lumber is cheap buildings. So you know what, let's do some forest exploitation. And then let's take the opportunity to go to our production of goods. And, I mean, does it count as forest or is it just lumber? I think it's nothing but lumber. Why is it... Oh, I see, I see. I'm not on the RGO builder. I thought something looked weird there. Not a lot of good options here, but whatever. Let's prepare for the future. I mean, Banff have 4,000 peasants at the ready. I'm just going to bump this one up to maximum. In the end, we want lots of wood. Just give me all the bloody wood. Go on. It's on me, lads. Now, the cheaper costs can't be used on your subjects, as I recall. Although I can double-check that, can't I? Show me not owned locations that I can do this in. This would increase their base tax and whatnot. But if I wanted to plan from the future... Well... No, we don't get the reduction. The reduction of cost here is based on the price of tools. I know a thing or two about tools. But yeah, I don't want to expand the power of my subjects, because then they start getting funny ideas about diplomatic capacity. Yeah, the wood economy always wins, baby. Ah, man, spreading Highland culture. It's like a plague, right? Coming from the north, coming from the south. Highlanders everywhere. They could be in your very walls. Could be teaching your kids. Could be serving your policemen fries and donuts. Oh, finally. Culture. We finally researched culture. So we can pour money into the endless well that is prestige decay. Ugh, that is not very good. But at least now I could hire an artist, for goodness sake. Alright, we got one dude. They say free to hire. I bet they're not free. I have to lose prestige for you to work on art. And you're a god-awful artist. And you're English. I'm gonna need a damn good reason to do this. I can't hemorrhage prestige. I need it for becoming a kingdom. Alright, not happening. Too bad. Culture in the Highlands. You're going to discover knife stabbing. No, there's a real cultured way to do knife stabbing. You go into a park and you put down 2 bottles of Buckfast and a knife. The drunks will find it and they'll share the first bottle of Bucky and they'll have a good time. And then some of them will get the wise idea that if they take the knife and stab the rest of them, they can enjoy a second bottle of Bucky for themselves. That's some good Highland culture. Right. Doesn't answer any of my questions, though. Do I want to pass this? I do like the idea of a capital economy. But we're never getting away from traditional economy at this rate, right? Traditional idea is also bad. Ah, but telling the Republic of Asti to go and suck a fat one will get the Parliament support that we need without relying on events. And we can consider if we want to do anything more beyond that. Alright, all's well and good. I think it's 50 spy network to steal some maps, right? I think I'm going to be spying on Norway for quite a long time. Oh, right. Cultural influence also affects spy network speed. Funny, I didn't know that because we haven't had a good reason to do that. Oh, life in Edinburgh! As representatives of areas are sometimes quite distant from Edinburgh, many Parliament members often find that life in Edinburgh during their visits is very different. Some find it cramped and filthy. Oh, jeez. It's proven even harder for the delicate sensibilities of our Parliament members to endure the hot months of Edinburgh. Come on, it's July. It'll be like 18 degrees. Alright, take your 30 duckies and get off my case. Right, why is there a disgusting blob of green in your realm? Are you referring to this little number here, ferns? I mean, what could be done about ferns? I sincerely doubt they're just willing to submit to me. Just for the sake of it. Well, actually, could they? Become our anything, and they say, absolutely not. We hate your guts. And even if we didn't hate your guts, we still don't want to. Yeah, regrettably, there's no casus belli to be had there. How about the casus belli on the French subject? Nope. Wasn't there one other? There are 2 others, actually. There's some little dude over here called Murisk. No casus belli. And Emal here. No casus belli. I'm not willing to go out of my way for these casus bellis, heavens no. But I am interested in rearranging Ireland so it's full of little Gaelic Highland miners so they can spread my culture better. I just hope they don't infight. Does anybody have an answer to that question, by the way? Subjects, when and how can they infight? Because we've been noticing some infighting here between me and my own subjects. I don't understand why they're able to do that, though. Maybe it's a High Kingdom of Ireland thing. keep Ireland as my little house plant. I like the sound of that. Alright, this slow annexation of Essex is the gateway drug to the faster annexation of lots of other places. Highland London. Not long now, they'll be the majority in London. What the hell are these? Picard. Jean-Luc, go home. You're not allowed in Canterbury. Maybe it's a tribal thing? Yeah, well, they are certainly a tribe. Did Jake just hit 1 mil pops? We've been there before. We've been at like 1.5 million pops when we annexed England. But I spat out a lot of English subjects so they can administrate the lands for me. A cultured move, if I dare say so myself. I have a lot of spare diplomats right now, and I should really be working on fluffing up their opinions of me. Sussex is going to be next for the annexation. But who after you? When I do you, I'm going to get, let's see, 1.1, 1.16, basically 1.2. And then I could possibly do Devon, as long as Devon are culturally enriching for me, which they are not. Devon have a problem with doing my cultural enrichment. Why? I did make them Highland, but they don't seem to want to integrate any of Devon for me. We'll keep them around until they see sense in doing so. Bristol's looking pretty nice in Highlander. But, wasn't I thinking Cambridge? 117 might be a little tight for Cambridge. Could certainly try it, though. Yeah, lovely Highland, Cambridge. I also just generally want to do this area. How long until I can do Chester? I know it hasn't been very long, but I want Chester inside me as soon as possible. 1404, okay, then that's not out of the question. Even if I don't get the 100% boost. Oh, I don't like the look of that. France need to always think that I'm their best bloody buddy. Alright, let's keep pumping that up as much as possible. France should always want to be joined by the hip to me. I'm still improving opinion with you. I'll take care of you. I guess we prepare for Wiltshire. Issue is Wiltshire. No, I thought Wiltshire had 3 provinces, but alright, let's do it. Keep my diplomats busy. Every time the population map mode comes up, it's just a mass exodus from the Isles. Come on now. Don't like talking about that. In time, my land is going to be an amazing land that everybody wants to live in. I don't know how much time, though. More than we probably have. So that's the idea of getting the Lordship of the Isles happy, even if he doesn't want to culturally enrich my lands. Oh, humanist, yes. Stability also, yes. Now that things have calmed down a lot, I'm more than happy to rip some of the influence away from the nobles. I'll make sure that all of my navy and stuff are ruled by my heir and ruler to maximize crown authority, to minimize the cost of stripping away their rights. So there you go. You guys all just get together like so. If I wanted to really maximize it, I could also go and put my my son. I was going to say as head of the cabinet, but it seems I already made. Ching's Gallo is still going, but yeah, Gallo is a member of it, or as the leader of it. The leader of the bunch, you know him well. 1837 would be a great year for the Scots in this game. You'll have to educate me as to why. Just like I don't educate my children. Not my children, but rather my grandchildren. Who's even next in line? Our ruler's son, Viscount Don Chad, next in line. Meaning his next in line son, Ado Randolph. He's a gregarious individual. Let's actually focus him on that, give him the Diplo education to make him super Diplo man. I still like that that coat of arms. It's better than the flag we've got. Exiles in Norway. Our eyes and ears report they've taken in many of our political enemies. Oh, exiled from the Moravian courts to seek opportunities elsewhere. No. Not allowed to do that. Alright, 29 is as good as I can do in the crown. It's time for the nobility to have their socks rocked. They won't be happy about this, and I won't be happy losing quality and discipline. But in a way, quantity is better than quality, and that 100% bonus they get to their strength has got to go. So, sorry, primacy of the nobility. There are other things that might be better to get rid of than that, but I pose this. When they have less power, it's easier to strip the other ones. And since that is the single biggest thing to rip off, then it's good to take away the rest. I'd even take away their noble levy size, and even levy combat ability. It's good, but it's aristocratic, and I really hate the nobility being powerful. It doesn't even make them happy. Probably want to get rid of land rights as well. And the fortification licenses. Man, all the things you give to the nobility are just awful. Makes them too strong and too not happy enough. Traditionalist also has to go, and this doesn't even make them happy. France start with 200% power for the nobles. Yeah. That is madness. Never played France, so I wouldn't know. Commoners once again becoming unhappy. Well, add it to the pile of unhappy people. Wait, it says that the commoners are the unhappy ones, but no, it's the nobility which are really unhappy. They'll see the funny side in due time, and I'm not above giving them a gift to stop them from doing a proper insurgency. No, I'm not entirely above it. Demographically speaking, this is going quite well. I do want to see York ruled by the Highlanders. Again, it's only about 100 a month, so it could take a damned bit of time. It might be considerably better to integrate some more of this land. But this guy, he's not the ace of integration anyway. Are you going plutocracy, or are you only just keeping the nobles in check? Both. I don't like powerful nobles, because they take away a lot of the money, and it's difficult to tax nobles for a lot of dosh. I prefer to have the burghers be powerful, rich, and paying their taxes. Because usually when you give stuff to the burghers, it's very nice things. I mean, I already gave them tons of privileges. Allowing them to build roads, centralizing me. I think I want to get rid of market fairs. Decentralization is not worth the prosperity, because prosperity is easy. But yeah, development, innovation, more innovation for not a lot of burgher tax and not even a lot of power. More innovation is good. Capital economy I want. More capital economy, or was I over the same thing? No, different. Plutocracy boost. More plutocracy boost. Like, I like all of these. I'm not going to be happy about how powerful they get, but surely I just need to become more powerful myself. Yeah, burger nerf when? Basically, at the start of the run, I gave out all of the estate privileges that I was happy and comfortable to give out. I didn't revoke all the ones that I was happy that I wanted to revoke, though, and I do think the clergy are too powerful in my country. I like communalism, though. Communalism makes it easier to rip out these things. What's the opposite of communalism? It's individualism, right? What does that get us? Individualism makes the estates unhappy and increases migration. It does improve morale, but I think it's better to have... The swing on estate happiness is massive, so I'd rather be as communalism is popular. Privilege is cheaper, and the rebels are less likely to get mad. It's only a 50% on migration, no big deal. This I could get rid of, though. The literacy rights. The clergy literacy is damn good, but traditionalist is damn bad. Because innovative is just king. Currently we're still traditionalist, but we are moving that. I do like the clergy so far. Besides, if they get upset, what are they going to do? Pray at me? They're going to rouse up the masses to pray you away. And I give my masses weapons. So it doesn't sound like a good idea. Oh, what's that? Another road built not by me? Hell yes. And England's already full of roads, so screw Scotland and Scotland's roads. It does drastically affect your research speed, though. Yeah, there we go. Clergy estate. Oh, that's satisfaction. The literacy is based on average literacy. Although I wonder if certain people's literacy matters more. Jings, I got that plus literacy, but it certainly isn't growing very fast, is it? Yeah, it changes monthly by 0.01%. Well, someday it'll grow reasonably. The silhouette of our capital has not been as full of cranes, half-built towers, and monuments in generations. We've been characterized by an ever-increasing number of building projects in Edinburgh. Yeah, I've definitely been building a ton of things in Edinburgh. The population hasn't shunted at all. Everybody hates my capital. Oh, jeez. Okay, sure. There's almost more people in Inverness. And there are more people in Scumdee. Okay, never mind that. You know, one of the things about Scotland is our capital city is not our most populous city. Monumental architecture for development boost. I mean, that's pretty good, but 10 prestige. I need prestige badly. All right, go on. Really want to push that up to 50 and get my population up to 1.5 million. It won't be easy, though. I need a lot of positive prestige-giving events, because I can't think of many other ways to boost prestige other than warring wee miners, beating up with humiliation. Need schools to increase literacy. Literacy also increases how much money you make. I'm aware of these things. Someday we will have an infrastructure. That day will probably be when I integrate the southeast of England and start building it up. Because I'm going to move my capital over to London, and I'll be able to do that because it's going to be full of Highland hillbillies. I dread to think what the move capital cost is going to be. Ugh. Okay, well, I can live with that. Somebody said that if you make less money, it becomes cheaper. I don't believe that, but I am willing to check. You know what? Why don't we check right now? Uncheck these, reduce these, no minting. No more of this money income. The move capital cost is 593. After doing that... I am not above being humbled. That shouldn't work like that, but there you go. Good grief. So that's not based on any kind of economic thing other than just raw income. That is busted. Yeah, most things are based on economic base, but whoever put in change capital just pasted on economy, income rather. Well, that's heavily exploitable and shall be exploited. Does cancelling trade change it? Yes, because trade gives you income. Possible government reforms. You know, I didn't even notice that was part of the things that we could do, but... I've needed that diplomatic capacity all game. We're not getting rid of that anytime soon. Traditional economy. Why did I ever take feudal nobility? Did I take it because of loyalty of subjects? I probably did. And I would want to change that. Not yet, though. Give it time. Because the cost is flat. Plutocracy is nice, but the other stuff is a bit weak sauce on plutocratic ethos. I love defensive, but this other stuff is waste of time. Can be a member of a high kingship. I have failed to make that work, and I certainly don't want the other things. I don't want aristocracy, even though crown power is great. Did I mention how much I don't want aristocracy? Crown power. Centralization. Estate satisfaction better. How can it not be royal decree? That's just so much better than everything else we see here. Hell to the yes for that. Give me the royal decree. Wow. You know how long it took us to get crown power in the 30% for Golden Horde? I tell you, that was not a 14th century number for... Oh, no. No. I don't want to be offensive. I only barely didn't get the cutoff for this, but this event is the one reason, one of the biggest reasons I don't like offensive. You get this event, you have no choice but to just lose 12 stability and go further into offensive. Even though I'm trying to go defensive, and the cutoff is being 25 offensive. Ugh, that's bad. Horrible event. The first thing was autocracy, not aristocracy. Yeah, but it gave aristocracy. Did we just have a boo-boo? Yep. The king is dead. Long live the king. Don Chad. Unfortunately, he does not give the big diplomatic capacity that his predecessor did. Oh, that is bad. That is a big hit. Okay, well, too bad. You should have been better at Diplo. Oh, the other son wasn't he, so of course I didn't focus on you. Right, York, Dumfries, or Newcastle. We can move our capital. It just changes prosperity, right? Who cares about prosperity? Not this guy. Keep it in Edinburgh for now. Okay, so now we've run into a bit of a problem. Okay, the diplomatic capacity went back up. I guess I hadn't recalculated. Not that bad then. Still painful though. What does the capital look like, and what happens to the Highland names? The capital is Edinburgh. It is now majority Highlander. 100% control, as it should be. Freezing bloody cold, because it's the 1st of January. It sounds like home to me. The Highlander names, I got rid of them. It was getting too confusing to remember, especially with the English Gaelic names, what they actually are. Maybe join a chivalry order for the extra stats. Yeah, what a weird thing. Just press this button, get stats, but sure. The Kingdom of Hungary served me well. Military capabilities, dip rep, prestige. What are the other one? It's just that. Okay, fair enough. We did say yes, right? Okay, there we go. Hungary loves me. It'd be amazing if that's some kind of trap. York is getting there on the culture. We're taking our sweet time annexing Essex, but it's almost done. And once it is done, we start tearing apart the other ones. Could you show the culture map mode? Oh yeah, I mean, it's the whole point of this run, right? Highlander culture, which only existed up here at game start, has spread almost satisfactorily, considering that we've only just hit the 15th century and Moray starts as one of the worst starts in the game, I would dare to say, having not tried many. Welser are open in Nuremberg. A German merchant banking family from Nuremberg. And he's come over here? Well, no, he's in Nuremberg. This is just an event about a new bank. I don't know what I meant to do with the banks. I don't want to ever borrow money, because you have to pay interest on them. Right, Don Chad. Wait, was he always bald? Oh, he's no son of mine, then. You are in charge of what exactly? Well, not the Navy anymore, that's for sure, but you probably should be. The Navy doesn't get into any hot water. And the army is still not led by somebody. There we go, Son can take care of that. He's a good military man after all. Wait, he's not my son, but he is related to me, and it's good to have crown members that we can post around. Right, so our kiddo here is not very good. Like, he's really not very good. Look at these crappy stats. Not that we have better options. Also, we're having daughters, which I don't like. That's Jean, the French woman that we married. Let's hope that you can grow up and do me better for giving me lots of sons. Okay, maybe all Hungarian Order Knights are bald. Well, the guy that sang Ne Mince and Mori, he was bald, but he pulled it off quite well. Alright, it's finally done. We've finally actually integrated some cord English land. Huzzah, amazing. All my subjects like me even less. Now, I just had a cunning plan. You know how you can't start integrating somebody unless they have good enough opinion? Why don't you start it before that debuff kicks in? So I believe I said I wanted to do Sussex, unless Cambridge is a better option right now. Cambridge might be a better option, because it's not until 1404 that I can do Chester, right? Not until 1404. So how about we... No, I don't get the speed bonus on Cambridgeshire. All right, then. Sussex it is. Start the annexation here. Before they get that negative opinion boost. The negative opinion boost, sure. And then boom. And it doesn't really matter, because the effect wasn't big enough. Does mean that this annexed other subject is really gonna stack up when I start annexing all these guys. But here's another thought. What if I don't pop out more subjects until we're done with the rest of them? Then they won't have that debuff and everything's okay. Ooh, delightfully devilish, Jake. No core, not enough cores. Okay, we're still not converting these guys to Highlander yet. Banks have good buildings for you. London has one to check. No idea how to get them to be built, though. Maybe it's like a good relation thing. I certainly tore down a lot of my relations with the other guys. Yeah, Peruzzi and the Hanseatic League are, for some reason, not very happy with me. I wonder if that means they'll screw me over. I mean, how bad could a bank screw you over? Be reasonable. Alright, well, feels good having us land, unfortunately. Without my capital down here, it's not going to do a whole lot for me. But when I integrate Chester and Sussex and smack my capital in London, this land is actually going to be appealing for me. Oh, how about you guys? How are you doing on your integration? Not well. Okay. Well, it's still going to take time to integrate England properly. But we're getting there. The English will try to rise up, and the English will be slapped down to be put in place. I'm going to double charge your interest. All the more reason not to rely on the banks. Right, now that we've taken over this land, I do foresee a time where all these peasants get put to work. So, unfortunately, that is all maxed out. Do I just want to max out the wheat? Well, not really, because there's not enough people to work it currently, so we'll do what we can. We haven't done the movement to make this cheaper, but honestly, come on, it's pretty cheap because of the cheap lumber, so just get it maxed out so that people have work to do. Get the food going as well. Yeah, I get lots and lots of wheat. Gotta spend my money on something, after all. Wait, Hereford was here. No, screw Hereford. Hereford will eventually be given to somebody else to take care of. Same with Bedford. Did an Irish run. Couldn't move my capital to Dublin because England shoved so many English population into the province. The bastards, right? Look at these Anglo-Irish that are infesting the place. And there we go. There's Dublin full of 41% English. 38 Anglo-English. Don't worry, we're working on them. Well, actually, we're not, because there's this really horrifying modifier in the provinces that I need to deal with. Minus 100 because of laudability. And I have absolutely no idea how to take over as the Lordship of Ireland. It's me, but it's only me because it's me in the Pale. So what am I meant to do? Integrate the Pale? Wait. 39 I can integrate the Pale. But then I have a lot of Irish to deal with. Well, is that really true? I do also get border with a French vassal, but maybe that could be useful to me. See, my dream is to have the Irish just taken over by lots of subjects, but maybe direct control is the only option. I think I have to see what happens to the economic balance in next week's patch. That'll decide what I do with Ireland. But yeah, I have a dream where Ireland has Desmond and Limerick and Cork and Waterford and Meath and Mayo and Donegal and all of those as their own little Irish states. But I don't want them to infight. I just want them to be there, being good, culturally relevant, Gaelic-speaking Highlanders. And of course, they need to produce lots of goods to ship over to London. Oh, what a mess of a market here. It's okay, I don't trade. Started as Munster too. A rough start. Yeah, I suppose with the English being so dominant on the Isle, that could be troublesome. But you get a special CB that makes life easier. So this annexation, look at that. Sussex is much smaller, plus 126% in addition to the Highland boost. So yeah, they're only going to take as long as I need to begin the integration of Chester. And Chester love me. Chester needs to continue loving me. And then once we're done with them and Chester will take a bit longer because of the damn population. But once I have all of that, we just start eating up all the English. This should afford them enough time to actually do some culture swapping. And I'm really bothered by them not culture swapping. Why are you not doing anything? You know, all the people down in Cornwall became Highland. And Bristol's making a mark. But for some reason, these guys don't want to do it at all, which means they have something that their councilman is doing instead. Maybe they'll get access to the extra councilman, and with their third one, they'll do that. Is there a way to see other things? What could a council member be doing, anyway? They could be promoting, which they're not. They could be increasing development, which they are. Increasing development in both provinces. Okay, I mean, I don't mind you increasing development for me, but I'd rather you culturally enriched for me. Munster cannot use the special CB because there's no other Irish province that you can't fight for immediately other than the ones that are controlled by England. Well, sounds like you got a kowtow. I had to kowtow to Scotland at the start. I even helped them in their war against Balliol. You know, not to pat myself on the back too hard, but I've been doing pretty bloody good in this campaign, despite the many, many things getting my way. Boy, have there been many things. I still want to become a kingdom, though. That's proving difficult. From console checking them sometimes, they mostly do increasing stability and legitimacy within the cabinet. It's very easy to see when they do cultural enrichment, though. And I'm very, very happy to see what Sussex have done. It'd be nice if they could also get started on Reigate. But again, Reigate's so close to London that the control will allow me to do it myself. And yeah, once I'm done integrating this, those poor English, I will manually turn them into kilt-wearing, haggis-eating individuals. Walden is saffron as an RGO. Walden. We have saffron here in Britain. Wow. Saffron is incredibly valuable, and it's going to be quite close to London, so it's a brilliant RGO to have. Not only that, but the commoners are in heavy control here, meaning I can just exploit them a whole lot. Great. In that case, we want to build up Walden to have more of that RGO, to the point where I will give them a market village. I'll give them 3 market villages. How much does a market village employ, by the way? 1,000, okay. Can't think of much else to give them that would be worth their time, though. Yeah, well, maybe that's not quite true. There are other nice things to be made here. Fiber crops are always good for paper, and we love fiber crops, right? Maybe give them a bit of both, especially because they upgrade into labourers, which are better for us. Rural cloth making also good. Just do a bit of everything, right? Yeah, there we go. Although it's better to specialize. That said, the market village isn't particularly a specialization. They make like crappy little bits and bobs. But it does also give market access, which is going to be quite important. But I think fishing villages will be better for that anyway. Peasant power. Yeah, maybe, just maybe, some fiber cropping and rural cloth making wouldn't be quite so good. Get their market villages going. Keep them all employed. Wheat. Yes, I see the wheat. Look at that, my subjects making their regulars, trying to think that they are better than me. But with all this strength, I am becoming better than them. So maybe I should start popping out more of my subjects. Even if they are going to start getting the "we hate you because you annexed subjects" modifier. The sooner they get their conversions going, the sooner I can culturally enlighten them, and the sooner they can do even more for me. No, I need the population to integrate the other guys. I need to hold off on that a little bit. I'm finally playing my first big EU5 war. The micro takes a lot of time. Yeah, the big wars bother me in this game. They're not very fun because the enemy just keeps on bringing back tons and tons of levies. You know, they're happy to commit genocide with their own units. So they will just keep throwing until the last man. I'm so happy to see the nobility absolutely curb-stomped. No kidding, right? Minus 100 really feels like it halved the amount of estate power they had. The problem is I'm going to be fighting the burghers and the clergy for power, so... there's none of these burgher things that I want to take away from them. Oh! Oh, wow! It's there, but it's not going to last. If I just had the population. If I just had the population, we could be there. The Scottish Elan giving me everything I need to be a kingdom. And yet, there is a minor problem here. I'm short 384,000 population. The right kind of population. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, hey Jake, if you accepted those English, I'm sure you've got 500,000 English. I don't. Okay, well, never mind then. I'm sure if you accepted the English and the Northumbrians, you'd be able to do that. The problem is accepting them costs a lot of prestige, and then I'd have to kick them out. Yeah, so there's the tolerate their culture for 5, and then there's add accepted culture, which is, I don't even know how much. So that's out of the question. We just have to hope that we don't hemorrhage too much prestige, maybe get a few more positive prestige events as we integrate our subjects and get that stuff back, but it's going to take a while. Also, pretty much not surprising, I'm not able to get my spy network on Norway. I think I need to rival them to make that a possibility. Is 1.11 the population of only accepted cultures? How does that work? No, the entire population of Moray is 1.11 million. And it's made up of 386,000 Englishmen, 338,000 Highlanders. Oh, that's insane. The Highlanders will blot out the English. Amazing. Ooh. Whoa! Come on, you buggers. I just need that population. Well, we need to get integrating then, it seems. There is an idea that I could do multiple annexations, and it wouldn't be that bad for me. But that alone wouldn't be enough. And besides, Chester's the next one I want to do. Chester's 170k. Sussex is 69k. Chester can't be started until 1404 anyway. Bothersome. Oh, bother. What's the next biggest lump of people we could bring in? I could quite happily bring in Wessex. Might take a little bit longer because I really want to 10-1 my subjects as I eat them. Because doing this would take me up to 118, then 128, 135. Yeah, I wouldn't be big enough to get you in one bite. I could get Devon. I could get the joke of Cornwall. Yeah, I think it has to be Cambridge. Yeah, Chester, Cambridge. Sussex, Chester, Cambridge. And then we'll see. Man. Get all these nice events right when I can't become a kingdom. Seize 120,000 province off of each vassal and you're there. Not incorrect, but probably not worth it at this point. Huzzah! Hey, do you want to be in a royal marriage? No, not really. If I need a little bit more desperate... Wait, are you the source of that claim on the throne thing? God knows. God even cares. As it stands now, Sussex will be done before 1404. Aye, 1403 September it'll be done. But the Chester thing starts quite shortly after that, right? Yeah, Chester's July 1404. I'll hang about for that one. Oh, finally. I waited a long time for this, but I finally have my 3rd cabinet seat. I would quite like a crown member, if at all possible, to strengthen the crown, but no, we don't have one. Alright, in that case, what am I even still looking to do? Probably integrate provinces. Higson's a bit old. Ooh, Maitland. Maitland's pretty good. And young-ish. He does strengthen the clergy further, though. I think I'll let Maitland in. I hate the fact you have to pay for this. And that the costs scale out of control. Yeah, he's good, so I can switch him between integrating provinces and assimilating provinces, which is a pretty big deal. And the first thing I want him to do is actually integrate Argyll. Try and get the north dealt with. There is the idea that I could actually integrate some of this. Maybe I should take a pickle at how long it would take. Nah, sod that. Integrate Argyll for me, please. He says it'll be done in 1406, but do we believe that? Feels like these are getting done faster than expected. Well, whatever. Yeah, cost scaling is pretty weird in general. Pick a really old one, replace with crown earlier. No, because you have to pay for them, so I'd be paying twice. And if there's one thing a Scot doesn't want to do, it's pay. Not even once. Funny how unhappy my vassals are becoming with my leadership here. Probably because of all the annexing of vassals I do. They know they're next. But other than Devon, everybody's pretty happy with me. They do have to be somewhat loyal in order to actually be integrated by me. But yeah, if there's not a risk, I don't really worry about them being low happiness. But I am currently thinking how to spend my diplomats right now. Because we're already improving with Cambridge, Chester. There's no point improving relations with Sussex any further. If I really think Wiltshire is going to be soon enough... Really, I want to do the ones that are actually culturally enriching their lands, because then it's just good land that I'm taking over. Bristol's looking really good, though. The thing is, control might take a bit to get over there. Obviously, this place is out of the question. Well, if we like Bristol, let's at least act like it. Let's improve opinion with them. Thank you, Wessex. And Norfolk have a lot of population, but there's still a while before I can culturally enrich them. And we can check that over here. Look at that. Not till 1405 they'll have their... Wait, Norwich is a better place to check. 1406. Lincoln's looking like 1406. And you have got a real mishmash here, but at least it's all no man's land. It says it's going to take till 24. I doubt that. I think it'll be faster than that. Yeah, they'll be fine. And you guys? You're getting there. Good lads. Reading almost done, in fact. You know the difference between fiefdom and vassal? It might be illiterate, because the tooltip, it reads the same. There's a minute difference in what they give you. The important thing is that you run the fiefdom. So any bonuses that they get for the ruler goes to you, which is usually good. So fiefdom I see as being better than vassal. On the other hand, if you suck as a ruler, maybe a vassal is better. On the other hand, if you split between vassals and fiefdoms, then they won't combine their modifier for wanting to rise up against you based on their total power. So, for example, see all these vassals? They have this measurement of... Well, all my vassals are pathetically weak, so we're not even seeing it here, are we? Yeah, no, we're not. But there would be a all vassals power compared to Overlord if they had any power. And that would get all the vassals together. And that is separate from the fiefdom one here. It's country centre. Well, fiefdoms is only -5. The vassals don't have one because they're all useless tribal nobodies out there. And tributaries also have their own one for tributaries combined against you. So having a diverse cast of different types of subjects is really handy. Try them all. It's okay being illiterate. We're playing as Mori now. We're working on literacy. Who knows? We might have gone from 10 to 11% in some places. 11, 11, 11, 11. 13 on the capital. 24 on the capital to be. Yeah, those illiterate bums out there. Clergy are losing faith in me. I'm not surprised. Aberdeenshire, 1409. 1406 for you. Yeah, like I said, I expect this to take some time. We are just solidifying our control over here. That's what France have been doing pretty much from day one, because they haven't had to bother with any kind of hardship whatsoever. Freaking France. They get everything just handed to them on a silver platter, and I gotta work my nails off to secure my starting island. Pops with... What? Where do you think I'm gonna get incense? How do you even make incense? You need an incense farm, RGO, or a perfumery. And a perfumery is an age 5 thing. Where are they getting the idea that perfume even exists? Are you seeing perfume in any market that we know of? Maybe they smelt something in the Aquilia market one day. And where are they getting it from? They're only getting it because the burgers are importing it from God knows where. pops with needs. I'll need them, all right. Like some dough. Alright, if I continue having too many diplomats, I'm still going to put them to work. Because you can improve opinion with your subjects pretty damn high. I'll even do you. Ah, man, it is kind of relaxing now, just knowing that England have kicked the bucket. They're going to rise up again, but the English patriots are losing a lot of steam on that one. Yeah, nah, we've got their arses kicked thoroughly. The people of York are embracing Highland ways, 30%, 46, 44. Actually, majority over in Whitby. Excellent minister. Oh, yes, prestige. It's all prestige all the way down. I'm hoping to preserve over 50 prestige for becoming a kingdom. Yeah, I own all of this and I can't be a kingdom because I'm not populous or prestigious enough. But we got the popularity eventually, and it does help. Cultural influence is good. Skill of new artists, that'll be the day. Antagonism going down is good. Dip rep is good. Market attraction doesn't matter because I don't trade. I'll trade when the patch hits. How about that? But yeah, if you're looking for big exciting times, the fact that I was able to diplomatically maneuver around the omnipresent threat of France, just have to phrase it that way so we don't get any ideas that I lucked out on this one. I knew what I was doing with France. Because of that, we hadn't had to face threats on the mainland. And remember, at the start of the stream, or the end of last stream, we were looking at the sale of Heath or Hastings to France. And I still considered it for a long time, but ultimately I've decided against it. The only thing France are getting off of me is Jersey, when they can pay me about 5 or 6 grand for it. And yes, that price is increasing. In the same way that my coalition is decreasing. This was like 300 members in the past. A new heresy of Hussites have appeared. I don't think Hussite looks like a good religion, because it doesn't give any inherent literacy, does it? Whereas the likes of Catholicism are pretty good for it. Yeah, look at that. 25 literacy on the clergy with you. Although you can't tax the clergy. I never want to tax the clergy, so what does it matter? We will be straying away. I just don't know what religion yet, but it won't be Hussitism. Goodbye. There might be some tenets that give literacy. So there are some base tenets, and there are tenets that are linked to certain branches of Christianity. I need to take a look at the list before I decide. I was originally going to go for Calvinism, because that would be very fitting for Scotland, although we're not Scotland. But Calvinism is a meme. Like, the effect that you have on battles could be very powerful, but it also looks really annoying to deal with. Because it sets your dice roll at the start. So you go to a battle, you try and get a good one. If not, re-roll it, come back in with another. Sounds like a hassle, so I'd rather not. I rage quit Catholicism once the Council of Trent rolled around and was miserable, because everyone votes against you 24/7. Yeah, I am isolated enough to choose my way with religion, but thinking about it, that's still 200 years away, right? When does the Reformation actually hit in this one? The Age of Reformation starts at the end of Age of Discovery, so we're looking 1537. A bit earlier than I thought. The everything is preordained thing is very funny. Yeah, funny, but not fun. At least I don't think it's fun, right? It's not like I've tried it. And look at that! It's not migration out of my lands anymore. They're just trying to migrate to my own cities, although that does include people preferring Perth over Edinburgh. Oh god, Muriel. Stop giving me daughters. I suppose I got lucky with our pa having lots of sons, but what is this? Son, daughter, daughter, daughter. Useless. Because they lose their dynasty on marriage. What I could do is I could make them marry a lowborn, and that, I assume, would let them keep their dynasty. However, letting them marry a lowborn has the obvious problem of costing legitimacy and prestige, and I can't afford to do that until I'm a kingdom. You could keep them around for the cabinet as well. Yeah, but I want them to procreate. And it also costs... is it stability? What does it cost to promote a woman into cabinet? Because it's not seen as a done thing at this time. Can't see that as an option right now, can we? No, not currently. 20 legitimacy. Well, that's not too bad, but I'd still rather not pay it. What was that pop-up? Oh, yes. Again, I pressed escape to close something, but it closes that even when it doesn't have its cooldown up. God, that is some good crown power. Considering what we've had, I'm very happy with that. And looking at it, London is now valid for moving my capital to. Excellent. This is the one great event we're getting out of the schism. France are happy that I'm constantly doing nothing. So they're only too happy to give me more opinion, unless you're telling me I could get prestige some other way. But no, like I said, keeping France on my good side is of vital importance. That royal marriage is surely helping as well. Yes. France is getting like 50 ducats a month from that schism. Well, I'd like them to save that money so they can give it to me for Jersey. Not a big fan of Jersey. Jersey and their Normans. But at least the Normans have their own revolt risk, which I can placate in a heartbeat. Alright, very good. We still have the unhappy nobility, but they're becoming happier. So I might not even need to pay them to get them off my back. Alright, pretty close to the annexation of Sussex. Chester around the corner after that. Got to get that population of mine high as you can. I would be considering seizing a province to temporarily get me up to where I need to be. Maybe even a few. Leicestershire get noble power, but the nobles don't like me. Well, I can't afford the nobles to like me even less. Besides, it's just Leicestershire. I mean, what is this land even to me? They can take care of it. That's a chunky province. England's full of all these tiny provinces, and then you go up to Scotland. Moray, Aberdeen. Huge. Difficult to do palace economy in. Yeah, what year can you expect the Reformation to start kicking off? Because I'll need to start thinking about which to go down. It's 100 years away, and we're only 70 years deep into the game. But I feel so damn accomplished, man. Just killing England actually just feels like I slayed a dragon there. As freaking Moray. Not only that, I've held on to it. It's not like I've just gone and taken over this land and suicided my country. There were very measured approaches here. Well, no one else is passing my back, so I have to. With France, what is the plan? Get them via union or many land wars? I'll have to war them. My plan is actually to use this Irish land that they have. I'll have a claim on it at some point. I'll take it. I'll get ticking war score. I will defeat them with navy. And then I will periodically take good battles with them to build up war score, potentially up to 50. And then I will rip their something. I don't know what yet. Because even with 100 war score, I mean, what can you really do to France? Not a whole lot. But that's something for me to figure out. If I rip down their forts, they'll rebuild them. That won't be a problem, and that still costs antagonism. I could take their coastline, but then what does that really achieve? Then it's just land that they can take over. I could take subjects, scootage those subjects, and then continue fighting France and not have those subjects involved. Then call them in at the last moment and give them the land. That sounds like the best way to deal with France, because unlike England, France have a gazillion different nations with cores around here. So yeah, we've got these guys who don't want to show me their name. Anjou. Brittany is an obvious one. Normandy, Gascony. These guys who I still can't integrate. Probably never will. You could swipe Brittany. Yeah, but could I really? Brittany is still a subject of France. I don't think I could just snipe that. They'd have a problem with it. It's ridiculous. France just have so many freaking vassals. They don't deserve all that land for free. They just get Normandy. They just get Brittany. They already have 50 vassals giving them ungodly amounts of prestige. I'm mad. I'm mad at just how overpowered France is in this game. But even madder that they're not doing much with it. Okay, good. You've got Alsace-Lorraine. Good job on you. But what did you do to Aragon? You took this province. Look at what Castile took out of them. I love you, Castile. I just wish I'd taken 2 grand off of you earlier. Alright, probably the final parliament to be done in Edinburgh? Maybe, maybe not. Bohemia are kind of the same. Bohemia got reined in when they stopped getting all that HRE land for free. That got fixed in the most recent patch. The earldom of Uas could like me more. Yeah, no thank you. Census will increase population growth, which is pretty important for getting the population I need for Empire rank. However, how much mining could I do? If I were to go on a RGO mining operation, that's not as much as I thought, but I wouldn't actually mind maxing this out. Lots of jobs to give people. If I were to include my subjects, how would this look? I can't believe that's at the bottom of the list. Oh wow, who would have thought Wales is the to-go place for mining? Yeah, having jobs increases people's desire to live and work there for whatever reason. I think I could max these out. I do like the census idea, though. Mining operations much easier to pass. I don't think census would give me quite as much population as I'm looking for, at least not until later on when I unite more of the lands. We'll do the mining operations. And then I do want it to pass. And if I... Ooh, 2 towards traditionalist. Moving towards innovative. Lose research. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't like losing prestige either. I don't like any of this. Give me some events that make it better, please. And while we're at it, RGO Builder. Show me the mining that I can do in my own provinces. This button doesn't work, does it? If you expand all RGOs as much as possible, it misses some. It has every time when I've used it. Yeah, look at that. Mixed Hexham, mixed Penrith, missed Kendal and Leeds and Scarborough and Darlington. Yeah, I just missed so much. Now, before that, I should consider that I am not going to... Thoughts, Jake, thoughts. I don't want to expand on this non-cord land. So I'm actually going to pool the one on Nottingham. Donk. And Chesterfield. Oh, even though it's lead. Because that would make my subjects down the line feel better about themselves. And if there's one thing I'm not allowed to do, it's make my subjects feel good. They start thinking they're too hot for their own good. Just like that song. We need the calm songs of the calm times. It doesn't do it if there's not enough peasants from what I've seen. But it... Oh, that's salt. Pretty sure it max did Lochaber, and Lochaber certainly didn't have that. But maybe you're right. Maybe it only does it when there are available people. But then what's the point of a mass button? Like, I want you to do all. Okay, sir. You didn't do all. Yes, sir. Then you gotta manually do it, and that's a lot of scrolling and clicking. I don't like click fatigue. I also don't like paying so much for stability, but we should consider what the next horrible thing we do to the nobility is. Aristocracy needs to die. Decentralization needs to die. That is quite a bit of aristocracy. Doesn't even make them happy. I think both of these could go, but since this one doesn't make them happy, it's a good one to get rid of. Yeah, get the heck out of here. Donk. Oh, but that makes the nobility unhappy again, doesn't it? Maybe I could just keep tearing these apart while they're unhappy. I mean, to hell with stability. It's not like I'm going to war. Fort licenses is always one I shoot. Yeah, wait, what's this about the Scottish clans? Traditionalist. And that runs contrary to innovation. So I would quite like to get rid of that as well. Yeah, this one's going. Might as well. Donk. If the nobility are unhappy, let's make them super unhappy and get the most bang for buck out of stability increase. I mean, I could do another one. It's not difficult. Yeah, to hell with the Scottish clan system, right? We're beyond that. The agenda impact on nobility and their happiness and the stability decay is probably worth the aristocracy thing here. Maybe. Efficiency of the cabinet's not too bad to have, I suppose. Ugh, this is really bad, though, those land rights. That's a lot more aristocracy that I don't want to see. Yeah, screw aristocracy, you're all getting out of here. But we're not happy, okay. Whoa, that supercharged how unhappy they are. I think it gave them rebel... I think it gave them rebel advancement. I wasn't aware that happened. What I am aware of, though, is that they want to revolt all over my lands in the north. And they want to take this castle with them. They're not allowed this castle, so goodbye, stockade. Well, as long as they don't take my capital, but I think I do have to just beat them down for this. Yeah, I think it'll be fine, right? Just get their arses kicked and all will be well. What happens when you destroy an estate in a fight like this? Is there any positivity at all? Maybe the next horrible thing to do would be against the clergy or the burghers. So they do have quite a lot of power, and the clergy power does bother me, but the privileges they have are generally good. Maximum diplomats, that's nice, and it doesn't really give them any power. Doesn't make them happy either, though. I like communalism. I like communalism. I like communalism. And, okay, this could go, but literacy is good, and it doesn't give them that much power. And I guess a bit of traditionalism isn't so bad if we just keep pushing on innovation. And yeah, I like almost all the burger stuff here. What does communalism do? Yeah, I did bring it up, so I should probably mention it. Here is... no, that's traditional. Here's communalism. Communalism makes all the estates happier. There we go. All the estates become happier, as opposed to being unhappy. That's a swing of 7.5% for all estates. It makes the people less likely to join fights against you, and it makes it cheaper to revoke privileges. That's all good for what we're wanting right now. I mean, maybe in the future the morale and the migration could be better, but not currently. Also, Sussex, welcome. Welcome to City 17. Looking difficult getting that total population where I need it to be, because remember, Chester is only another 180k. So realistically speaking, we're looking at 1.4 million and I need 1.5. Is there anywhere that we could just pluck 100,000 people from? I don't think there's a single place that I can do that. Although Norwich is 40k, Norwich and Yarmouth together. Whoa, Fakenham is 50k. Damn, son. I want your land. There is that idea. The problem is he's not integrated it yet, but he could. Right, I could nick 1, 2, 3 provinces, become a kingdom, and give them back. He won't lose his cores, I don't think. Question is, how much can I bully somebody for their land? Especially if I'm giving it back. Consider that. Where is it anyway? There's return land, but where is just seized territory? Here it is. No locations available. Okay, so you have to border the province that you want to seize from them. That makes life a little more unpleasant. Although there's also the idea that I integrate Cambridge, which is the plan after Chester. All right, so if we just keep our prestige up, we get Chester, we get Cambridge, and then we are happy. And I like being happy. I could actually start with the annexation of Cambridge, get them done now. At least get them started now, and then Chester can come later. Because otherwise I'm sitting around for half a year doing not much of anything. Also, I get the Speedy Gonzales boost on Cambridge. Although that won't give me the Speedy Gonzales boost on Chester. Um, 1407. That will delay Chester by a little bit. I think it's worth it, though. Sure, go for it. Get them all inside of me. Yeah, look at that speed. Much smaller, and that kicks in at them being 1/10 your population. Come on, nobility insurgents. I thought you were going to rise up. I was poised and ready for you. Does anyone know how much a vassal annexation for the Yeah, I just said they need to have 1/10 of your population. And then if it's even smaller than 1/10, the bonus grows. But if they are even slightly above 1/10 of your population, you will not get this plus 100. So if you are 1 million population... Oh, crap, I went to try for that. If you are 1 million population, they must be 100,000 or fewer. Inverurie, Banff and Braemar. Greater Aberdeenshire will be mine in no time. It took me a while to figure that one out. And it did make me wince when I noticed that Tavera's population was in the millions. But it's pretty much a necessity for an integration. And it's even better if you culturally enrich them as well. Because that's another 100% on it. Otherwise you have to fight against their culture. And I'm not in the mood for culture warring on integration here. That said, oh, would you look at that? Oh, they're about to love coming here. All right, Cheshire. That's funny, because we have Cheshire and we have Chester. That's not confusing at all. I need to enforce my culture upon you, whether you like it or not. Is there a downside to doing this? I mean, other than the fact that they hate me. And then begin improving relations. Communalism is one of the no-brainers, in my opinion. It's that estate swing. It's just so huge. Uh-oh. Temporary insanity of the monarch. Even more stability loss. Wait, Jesus. I really hope I don't have to go to war for too long. I think the admin means the least to me right now. Well, no, the military does. Donk. Unfortunately, that impacts diplomatic capacity, but fortunately we've become big and strong enough that diplomatic capacity is not a concern anymore. So life is good. A few years for Cambridgeshire and all as well. At least I'm doing a faster job at eating my subjects than France is. They still got 25 of them. And they've had all game to work on that. Yeah, that's right, Andarius. I want my capital down in London, and I want a real iron grip on this land. And I would also quite like to get going with the cultural enrichment. So once I'm done getting my cores around here, the question does arise, do I want to do Ross and Sutherland? But maybe I'll just leave them to their own devices and work on the cultural enrichment of the Scots. Because like I said, the control up here is going to fizzle away. Oh, hang on. How's York looking? York is looking pretty damn Highland. Although Northumbrian is still majority in York itself, we're gonna kick them out of there before we consider other cultural enrichments. And I dare say we will do that around Edinburgh. Yeah, it would give me sick glee to push the Scots out of Glasgow. It must be done. Yeah, the clergy are unhappy. Wait, why are the clergy unhappy? I don't even pay you. Oh, of course, low stability affects the happiness of all of my estates. Ach, well. They knew the risks. I knew the risks as well. What? Oh, what are you up to? The Great War between two Irish OPMs. Now, I couldn't, get involved in this, could I? Like, proclaiming a guarantee on one of them? That would be interesting. Where does proclaim guarantee? Don't you have to be a great power to proclaim guarantee, actually? Or maybe empire, kingdom rank. Ah, buggery, of course. So many things you're just not allowed to do as a lowly duchy. You own all the bleeding British Isles and you're still a duchy. Oh well, I'm going to sit back and enjoy a drink for everything I've accomplished at least. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've eaten. We've been at this for 8 hours. What's my weekly one-shot tomorrow? I think it's Coal LLC. I don't think I bought that yet. I've been hoping it suddenly becomes on sale before I have to pick it up for the weekly one-shot, but oh well. So, a bit of a question. Do I want to do 2 integrations in parallel? I could consider that in the 1st of July. It does reduce the speed of both of them by 50%, but that stacks additively with the other effects. So it's going to go from 2 to 1.5 speed for Chester, and it's going to go from 3 to 2.5 for Cambridgeshire. And I think it's worth it. I'm willing to believe that it's worth it. Expected to last till 1411, yeah, but I need you, so let's just get started on it. Yeah, look at that, 1.5 and 2.5. Yeah, but I think it's worth it. It does cost more diplomats, but yeah, we'll get Cambridgeshire done. And the important thing is that Chester is culturally enriching London yet more. Yeah, there we go, 62% kilt-wearing haggis chompers over in London. Slowly kicking them out of Harrow as well. And yeah, there's certainly some splotches here. I would like to deal with that, but it's not happening just yet. It's a shame. These English should be doing a lot more conversion than they are. It is baffling to me that Devon refuses to. Most of the other ones do, once I culturally enrich them. Ah, almost done with you. Excellent. Yeah, so I wonder what their issue is. Looks like they are not working on it over here. I suppose it... Oh, well, here we go. They're only doing it over in Huddersfield, which is a shame because I think it's the same across the entire province. So if they do it here, they're not concentrating 5 on 1. It's just 1, whereas it would be 1 across all of them if they owned the whole province. But I ain't giving them that province, so too bad. Just population now. Yeah, population is all I need to become a kingdom, but I'm a little shy on that. So I have to hope I get another prestige event before I integrate my subjects here. Because, yeah, for some reason, a lot of people have died in Britain. Couldn't put my finger on why. So I got 1.2 million. Between my subjects and I, it's probably more like 2.5 million. And then there's a surprising number of Irish over there. Some might say too many. But don't worry, we'll deal with that in due time. But yeah, population in the Isles is looking a bit sad, especially when you compare it with the gargantuan population of France, who has not even integrated all of his subjects yet. It's disgusting how far we are behind with Britain. Because England starts with, what, 3.5 million people? And I'm sure, well, can we get a number on the amount of English in the world? There's only 1.7 million English pops in the world, and that includes what they've done to Wales and Ireland. Yeah, by the time I get population, it'll be prestige. And that's the way it was before, because we had the population when we did the land grab, but we didn't have the prestige. And now, well, we're back around the other way. Ooh, good, good. Please, please, please get me out of the offensive hell. I hate that event that's just you lose 12 stability and get pushed further into offensive. Then the game laughs at me. Unused trade capacity. I'm well aware. I don't do any trading and I'm well aware of it. I better not be doing any trading. No, no, and no. Good. Trading costs you money in this current patch, generally speaking. Although I have enough crown power that I might be able to make some money doing it. It's just that proportionately I make so much money off of vassals, which does not account towards the economic base, that I still think trade would be bad. Could you build settlements? Is offensive that bad? Some people have tried to tell me that offensive is good, but the events are really bad, and the 50% loss of fort defense I see as being very, very bad. Especially because that means your enemy is going to siege you down twice as fast as you siege them. So, you know, you take like 3 forts, you move over to the next 3, they come in, they de-siege those forts at double speed. Horrifying stuff. And God forbid you forget to put garrison in one of them, then you got to re-siege it all over again. Ugh, man, I'm having bad memories of this. Happy to see that because land is core, only your dominant culture spreads in core provinces. Is that true? Or am I talking about my rear end again? Yeah, there we go. Only primary and accepted cultures grow in core provinces. So that means when I core the English lands, no more English. They won't even breed. They won't be allowed to. We're building a future that everyone can be happy with. I think offensive should be good as the Isles, as they're never on the land. Exactly. The point is, it affects the forts that I occupy on other nations as well. So I occupy forts in France, which is painful enough to do as it is, and then bloop, they just take it back in a heartbeat. Plus, I just like defensive over offensive. That event being one of the big reasons. Almost done with the Aberdonians. It's just Aberdeen itself. Should be done in no time. Because unlike the cultural enrichment, all of the integration is now focused on Aberdeen itself. Slower because it's a town, but nothing we can't deal with. Oh, the Highland Wanderer kicks in. We've got the dock in order to make our way over to Early Carrick. I don't have London, but the moment I have London, I want to build it up a fair bit. I should look at the like of Prittlewell. It's very close to London. It's going to have good control. Same with Colchester. Highland Majority and Highland Majority. Excellent and even more excellent. They're maxed out on RGOs. So many towns here. I'm not sure I want this many towns, but whatever. Do they start with all these towns, or have my subjects been making all these towns? I'd be surprised if they have the money to be doing that. Ideally, I want about 1 town per province, although I suppose if there's plenty of food to be had, saffron isn't a food, is it? No, of course not. Wool is food, wheat is a lot of food. Guess we're okay with that. Also, that could stand to be a bit more wheat down the line. No, Chelmsford was made by your subject. I saw it. Well, if you saw it, I can believe you. Anyway, I'm still thinking what I want to do here in Prittlewell. There's all this wool over here, so I'm quite tempted to spin it into a lot of cloth. Cloth can also be used to make paper, although I suspect with good access to... Hold on. Can you do anything with saffron? No, just pop needs. Alright, then why doesn't Prittlewell just become my mass-produce cloth area? Don't see a good reason not to, and cloth is good. Although Spinner Guild is not showing off as being the big moneymaker here, is it? No, weapons are being shown as the big moneymaker. But I think I'd want to make my weapons down in the likes of Hastings, where there's all the iron. I assume that's the best way to make weapons. Make weapons out of iron and wood. Or make even more of them out of tools, wood, and coal. I gotta say that tools, wood, and coal sounds really good. Wait, make them with gems? I don't think so. Gems and stones. Nah, but I gotta say that second production using coal sounds amazing, but the coal is further north. Yeah, making wood and iron weapons down in Louis sounds good, but tell me more about the creation of tools. I thought there was a way to see production method here. I know there is here. Well, I thought there was here. There we go. How am I still struggling to see this? Bronze tool, metalwork, iron foundries, iron mills. Still just seems like it's iron all the way down. I could have sworn tools could be made out of something else. I'm going to want a ton of tools, but I reckon it's just use blacksmiths to turn iron into tools as the way forward. Stone tools. Anyway, yeah, I'm thinking tool making down here, and I'm thinking tons of cloth making over here, whilst we have the wool. I would like to plan this a little bit ahead of time. There are other potentially more woolly places to do it, but I believe there's a bonus if you make the good inside the province, so... just get it done here. It's really close to London, so surely good for the production. Make me my spinner guilders. Just get up to level 4 on it. If you can build settlements anywhere, they would help your pop growth. I think granaries also help pop growth via food access. Yes, but that's kind of a slow burn and something I want to do when I have more money than sense. Right now I'm interested in maxing out RGO and production in towns. Once I have done that, then I'm going to spread all the rural stuff. Market towns, little rural lumber mills, and of course granaries and settlements. Because yes, I want to make Britain incredibly populous with Highlanders. Because we need a lot of them to get our influence going. God, you do a whole lot of things over in Colchester. How's the price of wool around here, or cloth rather? The price of cloth is quite low. Is the use for cloth even really available? Kind of think of it, what's cloth going to be used in? Tailoring. Yeah, keeps those tailors nice and cheap. How's the price of the stuff in my market? I thought there was something that showed you current market price of that good in your market. I thought it was here. Ah, there we go. A little bit overproduced and certainly going down, but trust me, the demand will grow. Believe in it. Pops can't demote? Yeah, Pops can demote. If there are too many of them, then they got nothing good to do with their time, then they'll absolutely demote. That's why there's a modifier on maximum amount of Pops in a city when you build certain buildings. Then they can hang around without need for demotion. But let's say you had a lot of soldiers in a province because of stuff you built, and then you destroy it. Those soldiers could well demote down into peasantry. Or labourers, or whatever's available. Right, so I was talking about down in Louis doing things for tool making and weapon making, right? Problem is there's not a lot of population here. Ah, but that's because Chichester is where it's all at. And Chichester suffers on control, or is it will until I have this and move my capital here. But even so, there's a lot of people working here, and I would like them to work on weaponsmiths. Give me 3 weaponsmiths going, and while we're at it, maybe build the Tools Guild. Because tools are cool. There we go. You want more glass gilding? And you figure that out, not me. Preparing the economy for when I get down here and move my capital to London. And I think I'll do that immediately so the game doesn't get any opportunity to think that London's control shouldn't be 100%. After very early game, settlements are not possible. I thought there was a minimum population, or rather a maximum population before the settlement kind of ceases to be. But I still have a lot of horribly, horribly low population lands out there, and I want to get them settled so I can RG them up. Our rowdy child, you say? Viscount is 16, he's the heir. Did he end up being any good? Well, he's good where it no longer really matters. I don't think we're going to have problems reigning in our subjects now. But that's okay, you could be the last major hurdle for that. I think I'll keep you around and arrange a royal marriage to get us just over the lip for prestige. So you're not going to be marrying just yet. Then again, I do want you breeding as soon as possible, so that's a difficult one. Oh, Bohemia! I rather like the idea of marrying into Bohemia. With a nice wee 19-year-old lass. All right, keep my prestige on life support, shall we? Sure, get over here. Isn't diplomacy also useful for assimilating? As a council task, yes. But in terms of just being the ruler, no, not really. But it makes the estates happy. I think it's military that's not very good. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. I tell a complete lie, because, yeah, you affect your cabinet actions. And if I go over here for how this is affected, somewhere. Here you are. Yeah. Don Chad's diplomatic ways improve this. I should have thought about that. Okay, maybe good rulers are better than I thought. We're currently majority Highland over in York, and since moving the capital down south isn't too far away, and because it'll propagate up here fine enough as it is, I want to assimilate Scots. Which I probably shouldn't, right? This is not the optimal thing to do. But there's just something to be said for removing Strathclyde's Scottishness. Reverse clearances. Glasgow will be even less understandable. Also, really good rate at which this gets done. Gonna move you over to Glasgow to enforce a bit more control, which should allow this stuff to happen faster. Maximum control just went up by barely anything, but that's still something. Those nobility are gonna rise up any moment now. Bloody burgers costing me money. The legitimacy is useless to me. But I suppose happy burgers are good by their own right. The nobility are about to rise up. I'm somewhat ready for them. That does mean you don't do much good, so get your ass back to Edinburgh for now. Yeah, it's not like they're going to rise up in a fortified place or a town or anything, so I should be able to just raise my armies and kill them pretty quickly. Young will suffer even more with Lifeline. He did beat Lifeline, right? I think he had to use save states, but he still got it done. It's not like I'm not guilty of having save stated some of my runs, so I'm not going to hold that against him. Even though I brought it up in a way that sounds like I hold it against him. You're imagining things. You're delusional. At the rate this is going, maybe I could integrate some of these lands. It's just that it would be... The ones immediately closer to London are probably worth doing, like Hereford and Bedford. Get the Ross done? I don't know. Like, this stuff doesn't seem worth my time. Go on then. I'm curious about how much Ross and that have already come over to the light side. They're already 40% integrated, which is greatly amusing. Yeah, you integrate Ross, you integrate Argyle. In fact, Argyle's almost done. That's also good. Alright, I like what I see. A couple of months and then the nobility rise up. But we have that dealt with, surely. Oh, look who's also rising up. The Pale. I don't like the Pale. They keep taking over more and more land, but they're not culturally enriching it. I mean, how can we get rid of this high thingy of Ireland? I still haven't figured that out. I think that's a good reason to just integrate the Pale, but they also have a really large population. At least they are my culture, so it wouldn't be too hard to integrate them, but it also takes a while, not until 39. Yeah, I worry about that, right? Having all that Irish land. I also worry that if I spit out Irish, are they going to end up with the Irish clan stuff and I just end up with the same problem all over again? Maybe I should just accept the cores and purge them myself. But egads, the idea of having to do that without the cultural hegemony, which I'm never going to be having, by the way, I'd have to do them province by province. That's just not an option, I think. Largest duchy? Yeah, I'm willing to believe we're the largest duchy. How could anybody be bigger? Wonder if I can humiliate the nobility. Get some more much needed prestige. Right, this is definitely a larger army than I need, right? Why don't I split you in half? Get you properly balanced and whatnot. And then send some of you up to deal with Perth, and the other ones that don't go there, just get some other loser in charge. Hey, Viscount. My heir. Putting my heir into battle seems like a prestigious thing to do. Alright, there we go. Get a real taste of battle. Alright, there we go. Game doesn't even pause for civil war. How nice. Just go and get that taken back. Get Scumdy. And get me my levies. I shouldn't need all of them. Certainly hope I don't need all of them. Just enough to aid us in this wee scuffle. Unless I find that the nobility actually rise up with all of my bloody everything. That'd be nae good. Are they getting some boats? Pale have asked us to help them in the Pale Offaly War. And we assume leadership in the Pale War against Offaly, which they've already 100% won. Okay. So I have just taken control of this. Well, I mean, I do want more... yeah, I do want more. Sure, I'll take bleeding everything you've got. Yeah, more prestige just handed to me on a silver platter. I'm happy with that. What do we do with Offaly? I could just make them into a tributary and force them to give me stuff, but maybe what I should do is... No, because I need this humiliation. Just force them to be a tributary and force them to be Highlander, and then that will force convert some of them, but I suspect they're still going to have that issue with high kingship. Yeah, good AI, doing good for me, though. Yeah, just give me money. Wait, we can't do this. Because it's 110. Alright, you can keep your bleeding money. Huzzah. What a weird war. But there's a surprisingly large amount of people living over in Tullamore. All the more reason to force them to embrace my glorious culture. Now, will they be able to convert anybody there? Yes, because they're not part of the weird Pale leadership, which I still don't really understand. Why in God's name do you have this thing? Hold on, start law debate. Start a debate. Can I? No, the button is here, but I can't do it. Currently, the winning vote is projected to be this horrible thing with 3 votes. Ugh. Yeah, this horrible thing, reducing assimilation, is just not what I want. Guess I'll have to destroy the Pale. Oh dear. Just go and kill them. I don't really care. They have the defensive situation, but surely I just throw enough bodies at them, they'll keel over. Take Braemar while you're at it. It's their version of the capital of the area. This shouldn't be a big deal. I mean, what are even uprisings in this game? Misery for them. If you get the opportunity to pay for research progress, sounds amazing to me. We're still gunning down from behind on Age of Renaissance stuff. And we only have until 37 until the next age kicks in. Currently we are working on just the Cattock. I'll consider what to do beyond the Cattock once I have the Cattock. Just joined. Is that prestige above 50, I see? Yes, and we are desperately trying to get enough people. Well, I'm not sure how desperate it is, but we are wanting more people so that we can make our way up to kingdom rank. Oh, that's right, that's not the capital province here, but that is. Man, it's so powerful being regulars over levies. Oh, nice of Baron to help me out of my civil war. You know what, lads? You done good, just Gingham. The more of you that die, the more struggle it is for me and my my population woes. Oh, and that's right, we can't do Doric with just those lads. I thought I sent somebody up to help, but I guess I thought wrong. Alright, you go and help Doric. So yeah, looks like the nobility rising up reset their happiness. Quite conveniently, I might add. Annexation looking good. 1410, 1413. Dead nobles. Slight increases of prestige. Being in war actually means that we can keep our prestige where we need it, but I don't want to just lengthen this war to make that happen. Yeah, they get plus 50 opinion for being recently massacred. Very good. In an effort to bind their family to Randolph, it is proposed that there should be a marriage here between my courtier and my third cousin. The nobility are happy, or the nobility are unhappy. Yeah, new nobility, and they're already doing this to me. 20 legitimacy to give you cabinet right, but you're not very useful to me, are you? You're just a niece. Get out of here. Keep those nobility nice and happy. So nobility's right, after all. And while we're at it, let's get those levies back home. Oh, it's still just raise all. Yeah. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, there we go. Never anything to worry about. Goodbye, levies. And get my lads back together, ensuring that Glasgow all speak Gaelic. Yeah. Units back from levy duty. Love to see it. Wait, plus 34k pops a month? That's just from the land that I took back in the Civil War. Don't get too excited. That said, we've got 175,000 more coming my way, so we're getting ever closer to kingdom rank. Oh man, Gallo. Gallo was an amazing cabinet member, and down he goes. Now, I could take a pretty poor crown member, or I could take a pretty good nobility individual. Am I still keen on cheesing off the nobility yet further? Not that I have a lot of stability to offer up to them, but are any of these still wanting to go? This doesn't make them happier, and it's just bad for me, I reckon. I think we should just get rid of the one that's just bad. Well, with the traditionalists. Maybe there is something worth giving them. Does anybody know of something to give the nobility that's actually good? Some people might say primacy of the nobility, but I don't think 100% is worth it for a paltry 5 discipline. Conversion of nobles blocked? No way. Only nobles as leaders? No way. Innovation? Artist salary down, but 50 power for not much else? Yeah. This is quite good. Pushes me towards naval. The artist one is okay if you're desperate for innovative. Serfdom is, I think, better than free subjects, but I want to go free subjects anyway. Monetary feast for centralization. I don't think centralization needs that much of an extra push. Decentralization, no. Aristocracy, no. Fort limit, no. Happiness, no. Absolutely not. Individualism, that actually gives them a lot of happiness for not a lot of power. And influence is good. This could be considered alright, but the thing is I like communalism, so I don't want to go away from it with individualism. So yeah, if you were going individualism, elaborate court life actually seems kind of good. Feels like a way to keep the nobles busy without giving them too much power. So I'm open to elaborate court life, but not for this run. Otherwise, noble navy is a little tempting. It's not much power, it's good happiness. And the thing is, as I continue to erode their rights, they're going to become less and less happy. Look, they're already building a troll castle. Court costs are expensive. Aye, they are. And that's an additive, not a multiplicative 1%. I like that naval push. Naval is hard to get. The galley maintenance cost is a bit useless, but very happy with that happiness that they get. Oh, you know what, you can... I'm going to get rid of something else and give you the noble navy. Probably the Scottish clans. To hell with the clans. A little aristocracy is okay. But yeah, they get power for no happiness, and it's not all that good. Yeah, to hell with this. Goodbye. Think of it more of an exchange. What was that I was giving them? Was it Noble Navy? Probably. There you go. There we go. Now the nobility are fairly irrelevant, but they shouldn't be too unhappy. Alright, very good. The game is telling me I can form Alba again. No. But I never filled that cabinet position. Military might not be what we need. You're a bit old and crusty, so you're going to die before too long. Nagy Dennis, pretty good at their job. But Fremantle is also good and they're younger. Ah, Luke of Sussex, good balance. Bit old, but good balance. So yeah, you get back to integrating Ross. We're still assimilating Strathclyde. And we could do our final assimilations, get them done nice and quick. Integration, not assimilation, especially up here, so those what are they called? Don't start rising up, the Norns. There we go, get on that. Bleeding Norns of Thurso. Because they breed. And they also run away to Orkney. Can't believe the populace of Orkney. 13,000, it's more populated than Edinburgh. In freaking Orkney, where they built a town that's better than Edinburgh. I am thoroughly disgusted at this. You can make the Crown member the head cabinet now. I could. Is he any good, though? Not really. It will boost Crown power, but I don't think it's worth the 230 ducats that I have to pay for it, so no thanks. Yeah, now the Crown power is fine, and because I'm not trading, it's not all that relevant to boost Crown power. Commoners are nice and weak. The clergy are too strong. I need to rein in the clergy a touch. But which of these give the clergy a lot of power without anything to... Yeah, these aren't a lot of power. I reckon... Oh, good, we got the early Carrack. I reckon... Well, I don't know how I'm meant to destroy the clergy power. I've never seen so much clergy power. Must be all these cathedrals and things. Well, more burghers and more centralization and control should deal with them rather handily. Right, now I have a lot of choices with what I can advance into. We've gotten the must-haves out of the way. Is there anything from the olden days? Army tradition, but I'm going away from Catholicism, so I don't want to take these Catholic-only stuff. Construction speed doesn't seem that important currently. Heart School, yeah, that'll be the day. I believe we mentioned something about Chancery being very, very good. Why was that? Chancery gives literacy and cabinet boosting. And it can only be built on the capital anyway. I mean, that efficiency boost is already quite good, and that does stack. But I also want more cultural tradition. Unlock education of the elites. That is good. Laws tend to be good. Innovative and artists. Efficiency of cabinet, but aristocracy, no thank you. Innovative and humanist. Noble and clergy unhappy, but literacy up for damn near everybody. That's got to be good. Even if they're cheesed off, I don't care. And innovative is great. Alright, let's get that. If they're cheesed off, they just pay less court, that's fine. Court accounting, that's money right there. Protected harbour is good for harbour capacity. That's going to be useful once I start solidifying my control over everything. This will be gone when I'm no longer Catholic, so I don't want to waste my time on it. Barks will be useful eventually, potentially even quite soon. Let's go for that. I want to infiltrate, administrate. Right, I'll take it. One day I want to make my own cannons, if only to sell them. Correct section's got to be good to have. Coastal fort, I believe, is quite good, right? Maritime presence. Disembark time modifier goes up by a lot. Privateer raids. I don't think we're getting raided up here. Maybe it's not worth it. It's hard to say. Anti-piracy will be useful at some point, right? Yeah, when they rebalance the numbers, but I'm sure that's coming by the time that's useful. Initiative is great. Naval initiative could be useful down the line. Legislative efficiency is a bit of a waste of time. It just speeds up the law coming into effect, right? Yeah, the speed is waste of time. Well, that's even a modifier I do not know. Maritime presence is great. Control without boats. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. I want that Navy morale at some point to deal with France when the war breaks out. Inquisition law? Conversion. All the states happier, but the thing is, this will go away when we're no longer Catholic, and that day will come. Stability investment is just free money. Maximum RGO is good. The cost of making cities, I think, is yet another horrible scaling cost. Oh well, hopefully we have enough time to get all those before the next stage comes in. Are you turning to Sunni? God, no. But we are going to betray the Pope and turn to a different Christian branch. Haven't decided which one, though. Probably not Calvinism. I wanted to for the flavor, but Calvinism's just bad. Don't know why I'm still improving relations with Wessex? No, Cornwall. If you annex even more, does this number go down even more? I can't be the only one that wants to know. Let's have a look. So if I begin the annexation of Cornwall, it does stack. Okay, well, let's not do that then. Oh, I can't immediately cancel. Oh, damn. Well, I want to cancel. Although Cornwall won't take very long. It'll take like a year to annex them. I just don't want to. Oh, whoa, we have a problem. I have no diplomats. Okay. That's still quite bad. Alright, well, let's stop improving opinion with Chester. We don't need it now. We don't need it with Cornwall either. I guess we're integrating Cornwall then. Not as planned, but things often aren't as planned. That's still going to be me at 0 diplomats for a while. At least until Cornwall's annexed, but I guess that's only going to take a year. Yeah, okay. And curiosity killed the diplomats? It's okay, when I get my capital moved, we'll be able to get a maximum diplomats building on the capital. Also, stop paying army maintenance because I want to go defensive. And bring the... No, we still keep the army here though, don't we? Younger brother's in charge, and all is relatively well. Get those Glaswegians speaking Gaelic. It's a real language, don't you know? This is great. There are very few Scottish outposts. There's Kincardine, there's Fraserburgh, Selkirk and Dumfries. Still very bothersome that my subject refuses to convert the Norse Gaels. I don't know why he doesn't. There's a tiny bit of assimilation going on in Harris. But otherwise, I'm going to have to take care of him myself. Oh well, I'll take care of you. What's Scotland? Yeah, there is no Scotland. There's only Highland. Everybody can get Highland. Building up the tar kiln, that's one way to get tar going. Something I think we struggle to find in general. Too much blue on the map. That was one of the things that was said. There's too much blue, so we don't want more blue nations, like a blue Prussia, despite it being Prussian blue. I'm happy that I'm actually making money here. I thought that would be more of a problem with my situation, but a lot of it is coming from my beloved vassals. This is both irrelevant because I don't trade, right? Maybe the burghers trading could be useful, because then the burghers make some money. Where do we see the burgher money again? The burghers have 34 ducats. Clergy have 100. Why was that number rapidly changing? Maybe they were getting their turn of the month stuff. The commoners have a surprising amount of money. What do the commoners do with their money? Do they actually build things? Oh, there's a library being built in Dumfries. After I went around and closed all the libraries. Do you actually speak any Gaelic? Almost nobody speaks Gaelic. It is a dead language. There are a few old people in the way out of beyonds, like Hebrides beyonds, that speak Gaelic. Of everybody I know in Scotland, I know 2 people that speak Gaelic. My mother and my aunt. And they didn't know it from birth. They actually learnt it as a curiosity. So that's no different from, you know, the 1/32nd Scottish heritage American person learning Gaelic. That still makes it a dead language. Which is maybe sad, but it's not good language, right? If your language is good, it won't die. Let's put it that way. Yeah, that Gaelic is very dead. I guess it's fine to integrate this land because it's fully Highlandered. I want to leave the lands to be... Oh, it's finally happening. Oh, they took long enough, but yes. Finally, Highlanders and Exeter. Good, then I know these people aren't completely useless. It's a shame because I want to culturally enrich the Northern English vassals since they've taken over their lands now, but there's a bit of a delay on that right now. Might as well speak Latin. Yeah, yet another in the dead language family. Right, I don't think too much of you is my son, but hopefully you can crank out some Westphalian babies. Of course, they'll be Highlander because, yeah, do not marry off your heir to... if your heir is a woman, do not marry them off to a man of a wrong religion or wrong culture, because it's very not matrilineal. Although it stinks a bit, just make them marry a lowborn. And then hope that that lowborn is your culture and religion. I swear I've seen it not be. Alright, I think we're at the point where we can hide constructions overall. Like I hide my markets. We still have 0 diplomats. Hopefully that's not going to be a problem. Amn't I integrating Cambridge? I am, so I'm improving relations with Cambridge. There we go. Get me 0.05 diplomats a month, please. I can't. Like DDR, I kind of preferred the messed up province names. Having them all normal names makes the campaign less fun to watch, says Black Winds. It is easier to follow, though. And I think that's more important for me, because I keep going, where's that province? Our third cousin and heir to Alba. Wait, what? The heir to Alba? Alba doesn't exist. Right? Oh, the game insists that Alba is the number 59th power in the world. Okay. If you say so, game. I don't know what an Alba is. Never heard of it in my life. Celestial Alba. I married my 24, 26, 30 female heir to an Orthodox Greek on accident. The next few generations are going to be interesting. Oh, it's annoying is what it is. Every time you have a wrong culture guy take the throne, you get this nasty event where just people don't like you. Multiculturalism is good, I'm told. Alright, there's our of-age lassie. You're kind of prestige fuel for me. I hope you're not offended by that. But nobody wants to marry you. Ignoring the acceptance. We could if we had the range, possibly. No, not even. Nobody wants to marry you. Alright, I'll keep you around as marriage fodder for now then. But otherwise, I don't think Bridget has much use for me unless we make you marry a... Hey, where's the lowborn option? Do we not even get that? Because I don't want you adopting another dynasty. I want crown children here. Oh, of course, no diplomat, so it's not going to show me eligible options. Thank you. Yeah, it's yet another thing where you need a diplomat to even check. Okay, well, just give me a year. Sure, we'll crank a diplomat out of somewhere. That shouldn't be too bad. We'll get Cornwall crunched in. Unfortunately, that's going to be a lot of damaged relations with my vassals. They don't like me annexing subjects. And it's very, very slow for this thing to be dealt with. Yeah, when that thing hits 200, it's going to be pretty hard to overcome with improved relations. Alright, educate those elites, please. Like I said, education of the people. I don't care about this equilibrium. I care about everybody being able to read and write. Innovate, humanist. Humanist being particularly good for our goals here. Yes, please. I must say that the equilibrium here does make me want to have good stability. But it should get better, right? The worst of the stab hits that I'm going to do based on pulling rank and taking away people's privileges have already been done. Bye, Cornwall. Welcome, cores. Yeah, I'm happy to have cores. What do you even have for me here? A fishing village. That's just what the market needs, more bloody fish. Anyway, this is going to be relatively far from the capital, at least until we get some maritime presence on the channel. So I'm just going to let it sit back and do its own thing. At least it's my land and not others. Come on, Duke. The Hussite Wars. Do I have to take a side? Apparently I don't have the requirements of... Oh, Christ, I'm not reading all that. Anyway, I can't join in. Ooh. That is really good, considering I've just boosted the... Oh, that's good as well. No, I'm taking that. We have a higher cap on literacy than we're able to get right now. So that's a really big boost to how high it goes. Like a 10-fold boost, I think. Let's take some regular laborers here. Average literacy of 11, changes maximum 15.5. And that's actually going to go up to 20 because of education of the people. And that's going to go up so much faster. What an extremely well-timed event for once. Tell me it lasts for something crazy like 10 years. Oh. So that's, what, 1% a year for 10 years? Yeah, that's amazing. Just amazing. We are actually going to have the most literate people in all of Europe. And I'm not even joking. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be a bastard. Pope doesn't count. He's not people. Yeah, geez, those subjects are extremely unhappy with me. It's going to be minus 200 real soon. But that's okay. I can start making other subjects, and then they won't be so mad. I could even start making the subjects now, but I'm really, really hoping to become a kingdom. Please, game, oh please. I just want to be a kingdom. Pope is God. You're right. That's another way to look at it. Okay, I got 2 women to burn off for potential prestige. If and when I get this this much-needed population. The trouble is, it's still a while away, right? 1413's 5 years. 1408 is this year. Is that going to be enough to make Chester small enough? No, not by a long shot. Chester's got too many people because I gave them Kent. Should have maybe considered not giving them Kent, but I did. Lutherium gives you plus 10 to maximum literacy. That is juicy. Lutherianism. When the Reformation hits, everyone's going to have whatever religion. We'll take whatever seems good. I'll have to make my subjects, if I still have subjects at that time, take it as well. But religion spreads really quickly, and it's largely irrelevant. Yeah, they want to revolt, but then you just kill the revolt. It's only people dying. I said we'd have our last parliament in Edinburgh. Seems I was wrong. We get another one. Bolster the government. No, how about something that gives me prestige? If such a thing is even possible. That seems like a lot of development. And we go towards naval, but you know what, that is a good chunky amount of development. The problem is it's all up here in Scotland and Greater Scotland. Yeah, integration is far less important to me right now. I'll get that naval infrastructure. Surely development is good for all. Although it needs to pass. The shipbuilding speed doesn't do anything for me, but this does need to pass. Hopefully the requirements here don't cost me prestige. Cost me 5 prestige. And this last one isn't enough to nail it. Yeah, jeez. Okay, well, let's try this, and maybe they give me something else that's better. Oh, God. Okay, I don't think this is passing unless we get a nice thing, because I can't afford the prestige. Claim throne on Norway, Sweden. Ah, man. Heaven help me, how? Was it because of that lassie that I sent over to marry into to Norway? Ooh. Prestige and support. Gosh, that is rather nice. Claim the throne. Yeah, I'd have to sail over there and kick their arse, and I'm not in the position or the mood for that. Oh, by the way, those Tunnocks that I picked up. That naval maintenance is not nothing. There's early Tunnocks with 40 cannons. What's the upkeep on a Tunnocks? Well, the upkeep is quite a bit of stuff, including booze. And 4 sailors. I don't really have a lot of sailors. How long does it take to make a Tunnocks? A long time. Okay, I'll build one then. We'll see how it turns out. Yeah, unions are really easy. Marry off a daughter, wait a while, claim throne CB. If I was in a position to be taking it, I think I would be. Oh, not willing to lose prestige, even if I have to lose this parliament thing. Am I, though? Because, no, I'd need another event to go my way. Screw it. Waldensian. Literacy plus 5%. Clergy power goes down. That's also rather nice. It doesn't sound all that bad, does it? But, that's only a little bit of traditionalist. I can handle it as long as Thomas here dies. Oh, also losing 7 stability. Goodbye. Come on, capital down in London, everything starts looking a whole lot better for me. Not that it's all that bad currently, but my desire to be a kingdom is overwhelming. If I'm a kingdom, then I can spit out a whole lot more new English subjects. That said, though, the minus... The annex another subject malice here is overwhelmingly powerfully bad. Also, these subject opinion modifiers? Actively annexing my country, other countries is doing that. I see, I see. Whew. Even with limited diplomacy, your junior partners can declare war and drag you into it for offense unions. Oh, that sounds unpleasant. And to think we actually have a union, so I certainly hope that these guys don't declare war on France. In fact, what I really hope is that Aragon just annexes that land so I don't have to think about it anymore. Because I'm not keen on thinking about it. Okay. One more good event and maybe we pass this thing in Parliament. Because I'm not willing to do a local army. I'm not willing to do clergy and administration. No, stop looking at it. Actually, I mean, that's not bad. It's not a lot of power. But spiritualist is not what I want. I want to be humanist. And I'm not losing prestige over this. So yeah, one more good event is all we're looking for. Seems like you pass a union law, it'll strengthen your union. Yeah, but it costs prestige to pass it. Ah, boo. Yeah, failing to pass it pushes me more into land as well. Alright, goodbye, Cambridgeshire. And that means that it's just you, Chester, left. And we actually get the, we get rid of the 50% malice on speed. 4 years and you're part of me. If I yoinked these 3 provinces off of you, I could become a kingdom. Seems like it might be a bad trade. Considering all I need to do now is integrate Chester and I can do it. Just need to hold out on my prestige. Ah, a good event will come along and get me what I need. Believe. Not with that prestige you couldn't. Ah, but you see, I can marry off one of my children. And that will get me the prestige that I need. And I'm holding on to these, this one child in the hope that I can do that. Yeah, it's not a lot of prestige, but maybe some places are more prestigious than others. Like Brittany. Yeah, 4 out of that. How about marrying my own subject over here? The Isles. Oh gosh, marry right into the Isles. Anyway, yes, that is being considered. As well it should. For some reason... Is this subject integration capped, by the way? Yes! Oh, that is a wonderful thing to find out. No matter how many subjects you annex, this caps out at -100, so you actually can just keep chaining annexations as long as they like you enough. Brilliant. And how about everybody likes me even more? No, I need those diplomats. Struggling diplomatically. For one, I need to make these people start changing their culture. Yeah, English. You are already Highland, though, but these two need to change. Double check that they've actually integrated everything. Yes and yes, so... If you could be so kind. Enforce my culture. And maybe I'll leave you for a little bit, because... There is a chance that things don't work out and I need to seize a bit of land off of you, and you've got the most populous land that I can think of around me. Is that true? Quick glance at population. It would have to be adjacent to something I already own. And look at that. 43k, 52k. It is pretty good. Yeah, with that in mind, I think I will force you, who have integrated all their lands. Yep. To see the funny side of being Highlander. And get to work. It's a growing temptation to stop spitting out 2 province English miners and start spitting out single province English miners. There will be a lot of them, yes. And it'll be annoying to get each of them with, upped on... what's the word? The opinion. However, as you might notice, they're pretty good at converting one province. They're pretty bad at doing multiple. And now I should have enough power that it doesn't matter that we have a lot of them clogging up my diplomatic capacity, especially with my good diplomatic capacity child coming on the way. Alright, good, it's decided. And thus it shall be done. The Isles still exist. Yeah, there hasn't been a good reason to integrate them, and for whatever reason they refuse to culturally enrich their lands. Look at this. They're not putting the work in. Unless they have some, like, little province somewhere that they have been doing it. But I'm not seeing it. God, what's even the point in culturally enriching these people? Vassal swarm stats? No, it's more like vassal administration strats. I'm not swarming over anybody here. Alright, looking good. There's still 20% of Scots in Glasgow, though, and I'm of the opinion we could chase them out. Ah, yet another person to marry off. And yet more cores. Also excellent. Tell you what, while you're there, could you go and kill off the Norns? I don't want to see them on my list right now. And maybe even take on the Normans as well. The English, of course, are doing their thing, but they'll do less of their thing when I spit out some subjects. It's growing. The English are now outnumbered by the Highlanders. Yeah, Highlanders in total existence number 839,000. The English number 1.6 million, but within my realm they're outnumbered. And we're taking care of that. Can we sell Jersey to France yet? Only when France are drowning in money, and they're not currently drowning in enough money. Jersey is my little nest egg. At some point, Jersey's going to be worth like 5 or so grand to me. And at that moment, it gets sold to France. But I think the AI tries to stock up a certain amount of money relative to their income. So that's probably why it's taking so long. Alright, great. We become a kingdom, and we move our capital down to London in one fell swoop in October 1412. Unless there is a certain event that will ruin everything. That's going to add 10% to the cost of annexation. Alright, huzzah. Oh yeah, the integration of Ross is done. There's not much left to integrate in Scotland. What a difference it makes having that third cabinet member. I can't believe Byzantium gets to start with 4 of these things. Yet another ridiculously overpowered nation. Alright, just get this done. The over in Skye, I haven't touched it, but it's actually managed to integrate itself for 85%. Yeah, this one's going to be done in no time. Too many Norse scales, but... ach well. Yeah, my subject has completely let me down over here on the cultural enrichment side. Apparently there's still some Norns that want to rise up. What's the... what? No, those are English patriots. Tell me about the Norns. There are the Norn people of Perth. How could I have been so blind? The Norn people of Perth. Alright, get on that. Kick them out of here. At least the Normans are only in What? What Normans? We killed all of them. Where did you come from? There must be some kind of migration out of Jersey over to Bodmin. They just move over here and are immediately cheesed off to the maximum. How? Just impossible to please some people, I suppose. Yeah. What is a Norn? It's actually a real thing. If you go all the way up to the north of Scotland, people start acting really weird. And you start thinking, are these actually Scots? And the answer's probably not really. So the Norse Gael Patriots of Skye and Stan whatever. I don't think they're even worth clamping down on right now, but I may as well while I'm in the area. Let's go and take care of that. And then we're going to go down south and destroy the Normans. No Normans in my Britain, only Highlanders. So they're even weirder. Yeah, they are weird up there. It's the incredible isolation. Can't really blame them for it, but you can point out that they're weird. Oh, I'm excited to see my literacy already. Come on. Oh, yes! We're positively glowing. And we can go even higher. We can go up to 20. And that kills off the rebels. Excellent. All right, so you guys just march your bottoms down to Bodmin and... what's the fastest way over to Jersey? 6.5 a dozen. Go over to whatever that place is called. I will summon the navy and bring you over to deal with those rebels. It's the teleporting navy, because everything bleeding teleports in this game. Well, culture is man. Man is Mansk, but in this game it's just Norse Gael. Which again, I mean, shame on my subject for not culturally enriching the area. I don't know what they're wasting their time doing. Outer Hebrides, all done. And now the integration... well, we're almost out of places to integrate, but I want to do Lancashire. I don't trust somebody else to take care of that. I'll deal with the Northumbrians myself. It's not unthinkable to accept the Northumbrians as a culture. It would make my life a little easier. But I just want all of this to be Highland. Even the Scots, who we accept for now, are gradually going to be re-administered, shall we say. We shall say. Annexation 1412, please don't give me the bad event for it. Just adds 10% of the time. The total time, not the remaining time. The Norns were the first warning to Jake for what was waiting for him in Sweden. That's another way to look at it. Oh, it's been some time since I've been in Sweden now. I think you can get over there fast enough. Just embark and get over to Jersey and have this not be the moment that France declares war upon me. Come on, can you make it to Bodmin in time? Absolutely. Norman Patriots become a weird color pattern. Wait, what? They are really mad over there. And that's because the clerics are up in arms. Yeah, these 3 Norman Catholic clerics are livid. And they're not satisfied enough by my song and dance here. I could bribe the clerics to get them out of here, but there's no way I'm paying that kind of money just to not deal with their nonsense. Although I will admit that those Norman patriots could pose a threat to me eventually. It's alright, selling land to France is always an option. Get our boats back to Edinburgh. Do I even want to? I mean, Edinburgh is not really the capital anymore. Or soon it won't be, rather. Better to have them hide out in a fort, so maybe send my boats over to Wales, a Welsh fort. Yeah, that makes sense to me, because the most likely thing I want to do is move my troops over to Ireland. Yeah, so those Normans, huh? How about that? Well, the clergy aren't getting any happier anytime soon, and I'm keeping my prestige. Nope, not leaving this chair. If they were to get their damn incense, they'd calm down. Well, at least incense we have, kind of. You can make saffron nice and smelly. I see those troll castles, nobility, sawed off. Festival grounds as well. Wait, isn't that bad? Peasants get powerful and more food consumption with no upside. I suppose more powerful peasants mean, well, more peasants have control of the area for me to tax better. It's one way to look at it. It's maybe not the right way to look at it, though. Bleeding peasants. Alright, it's looking really touch and go for the prestige here. I need a nice little event to bring up the prestige where I need it. But believe that we can get it. Very important to me to become a kingdom rank, after all. Hey, we got our boat. Get our boat down over here and then figure how it's operating. That one Karak would probably easily be mobbed by galleys and such, so maybe I want at least 3 of them. Curiously, how does this game figure out the market from which they get their goods? I mean, what market is this area? Maybe they just don't reinforce from that place, but they still have their ongoing costs. Whoa, that thing costs me already. What about mothballing? Is that even a possibility? Detached, damaged, repair, mothballed. Yeah, there we go. Maintenance will be halved and you'll be 10% strength. Works for me. Maintenance is dire docks. You still have 2 kids to marry off? Says I've only got 1, but I thought I got a second one. Yeah, it might be at the beck and call of a good event. And the thing is, I can't really release more English subjects until I get that event out of my way. Which is troublesome. Well, what isn't troublesome around here? What isn't troublesome is the realization that we don't need to worry about the collapsing relations between me and my subjects. So, see these guys who have more or less done all the cultural enrichment that they can do, especially in Bristol and... who are you called again? Wiltshire. Well, I'm working on Wiltshire, but I'm not... oh, I am working on you as well, Jinx. I'm working on a lot of them. Which of my subjects am I not currently wrapping my lips around? There's Berkey. But Berkshire is going to take a wee while before I'm done with them. I might integrate this at some point. It's not going to culturally enrich very well. But by the other hand, do I really need to rush all these integrations? This is the area that I need to integrate. Everything that's near the capital. And of course coastal. So this, and this. I don't need to hurry on you or you. You guys can take your sweet time getting as much cultural assimilation as possible. Yeah. So that really means Wiltshire, population 151k. So that actually I'll be able to get the 10 to 1 by getting Chester in. Norfolk's a different story, but I need to give them some time to integrate. Alright, I'm okay with that. I'll be even more okay if Berkshire are on my to-do list, so let's improve relations with them. Whew. It's been hours of just subject management, but I have no problem with that. Throwing a party, and another person to marry off. 2 lasses to marry for the much-needed prestige. Let's just hope the prestige can hold out until we get the annexation of Chester done. The aggressive expansion has surely melted away. Look at that. It's just France and some nobodies. That said, Netherlands would love to coalition me if given half a chance. Let's do something about that. Let's just get them off my back while the going is okay. Going might not be good, but it's okay. But yeah, we've needed this chill time, right? All the immediate continental threats hated us. And now they're starting to chill out a bit. Oh, and look at that. The Pale actually annexed those lands that were sticking out. So now all of Ireland is under blue dominance. Look at that. Subjects of... well, that's French. Wait, you're still alive? Oh, Will. Please tell me my subjects have gotten a Cassis on you. Oh! If I need that last squeeze of prestige, I can get it right here. Yeah, see, I don't mind that at all. Let's do it. Let's follow through on the threat and just declare war here and now, because then my rulers being in charge make them look even more impressive. How did you dismantle England in 70 years? Is it hatred? Determination? There was a lot of determination. A lot of careful thinking and forward planning went into this campaign, even though I had to come up with it on the fly. I know that sounds contradictory. And there's no but there. Alright, you've got to die. And the fun thing is that you can call in subjects even if they're on scootage for some bizarre reason. Look at this. Why is this possible? They're on scootage. Anyway, go and kill that tribe for me, please. Our invincible armies and whatnot. I think the Dominion gets involved anyway, so maybe that was unnecessary. But this is just to gain a bit of prestige. Very prestigious thing, you know, beating up Irish. If you feel like people don't respect you enough in life, go find the Irish and beat them up. Who the heck doesn't like me right now? Oh, of course, the Berkeys, who I just told to take my culture. Lincolnshire. Oh, of course, I told them to take my culture as well. O'Falley, once again, I told them to take my culture. Noticing a running theme here. I didn't tell you to take my culture yet. And that's because I might need to steal some land. But looking at my population and considering that I'm about to take another 186k, I think I'm in a good enough situation to tell you to take my culture. Because this is definitely somewhere that I want integrated. It's good, fine, close to London land, so high control. Alright, everything's coming up Thrill House. Ginger's killing Ginger, so sad. Really that sad? The sad thing is that we can't culturally enrich... Oh, no, he's still got his laudabilitaire. Whatever that is. And that applies to everywhere inside his great big pale dominion. Does he not have limited diplomacy or something? Dominion. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about limited diplomacy, so I guess he's able to go and crush all this. Really hope that means he doesn't pick a fight with France. That would not be good for me. Let's see, you guys over here, Himani, are still my tributary. But it would be interesting to see if somebody might have claims or cores on you. Yeah, no. Because I thought about releasing them as a tributary. Alright, thanks for all the fighting. You're really just here so that I can bully you. I may occasionally need to humiliate people. Oh, I can tell them to stop being a pirate. Remove their galley lords and enact anti-piracy policy on them. Right, you're not allowed to be a pirate. Get out of here. I'm not going to force you to be my trib, but I will beat you up for fun and profit. Yeah, no more piracy, some humiliation, and war reps. Sounds good. Alright, that's barely keeping my prestige on life support. We still need to get Chester annexed. Such a good exploit getting all this cord with Chester. Was it an exploit? Revolt's getting cores on everything they revolt on. Yeah. It's a thought. Can you be married off? Okay, that's yet another person I can marry off. The options are not plentiful. I think people want my women a bit more. Oh, yeah, everybody wants a piece of Bridget. But that's being held in reserve because the higher prestige, the faster it goes down. You did still have to integrate manually. Yeah, but I don't plan on integrating any of proper England manually. No, Isles, we're not having this marriage on your terms. We're having it on my terms. Oh, look at that, building settlements, right? The rebreeding of Britain is in full swing. By the way, all this land that I took, what say we just turbo max the RGOs? I know it's not going to be as cheap as it could be, but this is going to be a real place of work. Okay, the horses are already done. Maybe some things like the wheat. Actually, there's loads of peasants there, and cheap wheat makes people happier to, I don't know, be alive. Cheap stones, all good. And I think we said Chichester's going to be home of, yeah, plenty of weapon making and tool making. Look at that actual profit. If only I had control of the area. And not bad. Look at that satisfaction not killing all my control. This is not my Golden Horde game. Oh, is this how people feel when they just play England from the start? They just get all this handed to them. Nah, they don't understand the real joy. Fighting tooth and nail to get to this position is part of the payoff for me. And this is just us biding our time for the moment that we go and absolutely slaughter one France. I went to bed. Mori doubled its size. Aw. I know I smacked you down, but I hope it didn't get you too down. Yeah, if you consider the actual influence that Moray has, yeah, we have the British Isles, period. This is our punching boy, and this is our casus belli on France. Otherwise, it's all taken care of. We don't speak about Orkney. We especially don't mention how Orkney is more populous than our capital. 13,400 there. The population of Edinburgh isn't even growing. That's the saddest thing. Closer ties to the House of Lancaster. That's just a courtier. That's not actually anybody important, right? I don't see the problem here. Yeah, you're not Bridget, and you're not Margaret. Margaret? Margaret, right? It's for the good of Moray. Unfortunately, that's going to rob you of your dynasty, but I'm not playing Crusader Kings here. Gotta remember that. Damn it, Chester. Stop struggling. Get inside me. London was only yours for safekeeping. It's merely resting in your account. I'm so impressed at my ability to just keep France off my back. Yeah, the incredible ability to click on them and press improve opinion, but there was more to it than that. It was thought through and calculated. Yeah, but if I ever touch France, they're going to change their mind about that. Württemberg. Gosh, you really do just get littered with throne claim casus belli, don't you? We are much weaker than Castile. Okay, good. It's not unthinkable to do that to the Netherlands. They would be a half-decent individual to have that happen with. But that would mean having to actually get the royal marriage. And they're not interested. And they don't have anybody eligible. Pretty impressive how many CK3 systems have managed to fit into this game. Impressive, but also not what I want. I don't really want to be playing CK3. Come on, Chester. At this rate, I would have been faster taking in probably Wiltshire. Maybe not. Doesn't Wiltshire have... well, no towns at all. What a sad place. I'm going to want some more towns. We've got Woking, of course. Is that always a town? But anyway, it's going to be palace economy. This is going to be full of towns and cities cranking out goods to sell to the mainland scrub lords of Europe. Yeah, some automations of characters would be very good. I believe there's a popular mod that automatically handles the marriage of your of your characters, so you don't have to bother. And it gives you 2 years of leeway in case there's something good you do want to do with them. So I think it waits for them to be 18 and then marries them off. Duress and Tongue. Yes, this place is really called Tongue. I knew a guy from Tongue. Poor guy. He was plagued with an incredible stutter. We're talking Scatman John levels of stuttering. But even so, he enjoyed playing Left 4 Dead, so he's not all that bad. What am I even looking at here? Fans and prominent figures of the artistic world. We have an artistic world. We have an artist? He's working on a novel. Well, we are literate, I suppose. He's inconspicuous, so his art sucks. Should I just whip them? Highland Catholics of Edinburgh are unhappy. The thing is, making Highland Catholics unhappy is no big deal because they're already the perfect... they're already the perfect culture and the perfect religion, so them losing pop satisfaction is no big deal. But I don't want to be traditionalist and I don't want to be serfdom. But I don't want to lose money. A locally known novel is created. Oh, so it just gets done, but it's crap. His talents are requested even by our Duke. The novel is made, we become innovative. Oh, we gain 10 prestige. Excuse me, why would you not take this last one? Get more innovative, pay the same amount of money, get prestige. Please explain to me why there are these different options. I mean, maybe you don't want to be innovative, but I have a hard time imagining why. Anyway, that is some very welcome prestige. If we can just hold on to that prestige for 1 year, 12 months, if you will. 13 months, if you will. And we got everything we need. Maybe it's a special one. I think special ones that are only available due to certain effects are colored green, but I could be wrong. That was actually something I was very keen to put in EU4, and eventually we did get it in. Where conditional things like that, which are good, get colored in accordingly. And that was totally ripped off from FTL. Because it feels good when a decision you made actually impacts on that. Because currently, unless you go and open up the files, you have no idea what's causing things to happen in events. So at least you want to know when things that are good are happening for you. Or at least that was my take. Could be a very wrong take. We got sad news. Someone... Oh, that's the old fart that just married my lassie, right? Oh, they all look like old farts. It's of little concern to me. We have so much money. Why not build something? Kind of waiting to integrate this land and I can get a feel for what to build where. I don't want to build in this land because I'm going to give it over to subjects to integrate and culturally enrich for me. All right, we've got the bark. That's good. And I have been building... Although one could always be building more, couldn't they? We're obviously limited on the spinner guilds that we have here. Oh no, not 57 manpower. What'll I do? Maybe I could make use of that by building a tanner's guild. But right now it's not victory for tanner. Let's make paper. Everybody loves paper. And everybody loves tanning still. I wonder why tanning is so much more cost-effective over here. Do we even have livestock in this area? No, but I don't think EA should super overthink maxing out certain kinds of buildings and places. A rough idea is probably enough. Besides, it makes money now, and money now is money now. Kind of. Make me tools as well. We like tools. If your players know they did something that sets them on this positive path and it keeps them engaged. Yeah, I don't like thinking about that. I don't want to care about how you feel. I care about how I feel. I want to enjoy it. If you care too much about what other people think, you're going to have a miserable time. I don't know, maybe there's some people that get off on helping others, but... All right. Whew. We've finally integrated everything I care to integrate. Not going to... I mean, I could do Hereford. The thing is, I'd have to integrate it, which is going to take, whoa, a surprisingly low amount of time because it's only 2 provinces. Ah. Okay, change of idea. If I'm that good at integrating, why don't I just give out some of the more problematic ones because problematic in terms of size at least. I did not think I'd be that fast and good at integration. But of course, it's only 2 provinces. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, because then it's faster to get these things mine, and they're right next to my capital as well. So maybe I should hand over places that are further away and more difficult to control. That's all well and good, but that's for when we're an empire. Not an empire, eventually, but it's for when we're a kingdom. How's that Strathclyde assimilation going, by the way? We finally killed all the Scots. Do you see any Scots here? We need to leave some Scots alive so that they know what they did. There we go. There's Dark Young and Dark Young's extended family. Where else is there to assimilate? Well, the assimilation looks good. Sutherland is just about done. But yeah, no need to assimilate Strathclyde anymore. I'd like to get Dumfries done, actually. Assimilate Pops and Dumfries, please. To Highland culture, of course. 40%. Very nice. All is well. Hey, France, how's that money doing? Not good enough. Save money up, France. Come on, I need it. When you say control is probably better burdened, I'm not sure what you're getting at. I mean, yes, control is better. Control is really good, but in what capacity? You mean something for my cabinet to do, or what? Long stream today, says Safro. Well, we're about to do the main thing that we were setting out to do today. And it's going to be all the sweeter because there are very, very few English in London. Wait, is this 1412 or is it 2025? Hard to say. But they're not even going to be stripes on the map real soon. I can finish them off, but I think they'll naturally be culled, outbred by the Highlanders. The stream is so long, it's going to be difficult, or it's going to be quite the time to upload it without the stream dropping. Maybe I'll just leave the stream dropping. It'll be a tiny splotch in an otherwise long stream, so no one's going to really notice. Yeah. Who the heck are those? The Highland wish to have a better view of the Highland culture, change their view to Anglo-Irish as positive. I guess so. I mean, what do I care? We're going to be getting rid of them in due time. Oh, that's because you're Anglo-Irish. What a weird national culture to have. Spreading Highland culture in Ireland is so damn hard, but that's that lordship of the Ireland thing kicking in. We'll get them, right? These Irish will not be Irish forever. I will make them love me. Given the level of autism in your viewer base, everyone will notice. Yeah, but I'll make them feel bad for noticing. One can hope, at least. Okay, everybody wants me to be happy with them. I don't mind, right? It's just cultural views, no big deal. That prestige is staying, and in a few short months, we'll finally be there in a lot of capacities. Good to see that Norwich is being culturally enriched. Excellent. English cultural tradition no longer exists. It's a big fat 0. That's plus 50% to all cultural enrichment against the English. Oh man, what did I do? What did I do to deserve this wonderful outcome? Ding dong, the English are dead. They've still got their stripes on York, but that's okay. Some stripes here and there are no big deal. But I still want them gotten rid of. Good job, Sutherland. And that means there's actually Nout left for you to do, but this is why I brought in Mr. Birdman or whatever. Actually, no, we've decided that integration is good. Get these lands near London integrated, because you're very, very fast at it. Nice, I thought that would take longer. Yeah, English eradication, real dream. It's a good thing that wasn't the goal of the run. I think I just came up with the goal of the run before. The day before we started, or at least a couple days before. And I thought, okay, what are we going to do with them? They're Highland culture. Okay, who's a big scary target? France. Okay, Highland culture in France. Boom, done. It's a good thing I didn't just settle for the British Isles, because overcoming England, I mean, yeah, it was tough. But we got it done, and we got it done very quickly. 50 odd years, I think. And now we eye up France and we end up quite concerned because they only have 22 vassals remaining, all of them fiercely loyal. Brittany being a pain in my bum. I actually want Brittany annexed so that I can take it from them easier and then make them my own subject and then give land back to Brittany. When the wars with France start, that is, and wars with France will start when I have naval superiority, which means, of course, owning this coastline. I'm working on that. A Scot enriching parts of Ireland. I'm sure that won't leave any long-lasting consequences. Ireland have been a royal pain. They just do not want to culturally enrich their lands. And they can't because of this bleeding laudabilitaire, which I can't take over despite being in charge. That's why I think the Lordship of the Pale have to go at some point. I don't know. I think when the balance changes next week come in, I'll figure out what to do with Ireland, because I don't know if they're going to be better left as a ton of little Gaelic nations that can be my subjects. Because I think they're all going to be so weak and pathetic that they're not actually going to cause a lot of diplo capacity. There's going to be a lot of tiny little fiefdoms, and if Cheshire are doing plus 0.16, and I plan only giving one province per Irish batch. Yeah, the idea of just setting up all of these to be a bunch of individual Irish actually seems quite appealing. Yeah, I mean, direct rule of Ireland is nice as well, but I'm not sure. I'm truly not sure. Direct rule means a lot of work culturally eradicating the Irish myself, and with a lot of control problems as well. Alright, holy smokes, are finally there. We have 51 prestige, and we have over 1.5 million correct religion individuals. The kicker in the teeth is that I have to pay for the privilege here, but there we go. Kingdom rank finally achieved for the Duchy of Moray. Ah. I'm going to make my own HRE in Ireland. It's a consideration. So yeah, cultural capacity goes up. We can get an artist. Diplo range up for those marriages. This is the big one in my opinion. Diplo capacity. Fantastic. Fort limit, who even cares about that? There are too many already. The rest of them are just whatever. But yes, kingdom rank for me, costs 350 ducady dues. Make it so. And then, whilst London is still 100% control, we're going to... and this is the trick, isn't it? Not tax our commoners, not tax our burghers, not mint for one turn. Let's make sure that those nobility are not taxed either. Nothing coming in. Massive loss of money, that's okay. Because see that move capital cost of 818 ducats? I don't want to pay that. Oh, I already have Norway as a rival. Probably don't want to do France, they'll immediately coalition me. I was trying to do Aragon at one point. I guess I can do Sweden. Screw the Swedes. Although maybe France would have been a better idea if I do plan on fighting them, but we can cross that bridge. So, with a bit of tax avoidance, 818 ducat cost to move capital becomes 232. The things this man does to avoid taxes. Alright, move that bleeding capital of mine down to London. Yeah, there we go. Boomf. And now that the cost has been done, we can bring back up our minting to whatever doesn't cause inflation. Keep the nobility happy-ish. Max tax the burghers, which is the same as automating. And max tax the commoners. Within reason, keep them at 50. Clans never pay tax, because I want to keep them very happy. We're now basically just England, but blue. Oh, don't kick me like that. This is a lot of work. This is a hell of a lot of work. London is the superior capital. I couldn't think of anywhere better than here. There is an idea if you want to have more control over Ireland, putting your capital somewhere like Pembroke, but the capacity for good, what's the word? Yeah, their harbour suitability is really bad over here. So it's not going to spread quite so well up and down. And also this is a pretty bad place for setting up capital. It's got grasslands instead of farmlands, and it's got impassable terrain and hills and not very good other provinces around it, so not sold. What about taxing clergy? Impossible. We are Catholic, and the Catholics don't tax the clergy. And even if I could, I'd probably keep it at 0, for the simple reason that happy clergy mean better research. Notably, they are unhappy, but we'll get to that. Wow. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Next time, we're going to spit out some of the vassals here and have them culturally enriched, but we will absorb all of them, except for Wales, and we'll see what we have to do with the Irish. But then it is time to build up a navy and destroy France. We don't have the advantage of England, where we can do this, almost 100 years ago. But we need to start thinking about how we tear France apart. I have ideas, but ideas alone won't win the wars. A good, strong navy will. Excuse me? I did not permit France to have a navy of 77 when my navy is 5. Okay, well that's my burden to bear. Let us save. We haven't saved all stream. Dang. But yeah, wow, we actually managed to pass some time. We went from 1380 to 14-something. Beautiful. Okay, I am immensely happy with our progress here, but that's going to be it for today. Until I am back with tomorrow's weekly one-shot of Coal LLC, it is cheers and cheerio.